My mother called me family trash. At Christmas, while 21 people watched, my dad said, "Let it go." I chose silence, a suitcase, and the last flight out. Dad remarked, "You're overreacting." My mother responded, "Goodbye." I didn't say anything. Some things do not require words, they require action. They are now begging. Hey Reddit. So my mother called me trash during Christmas dinner in front of 21 family members, not in a funny or lighthearted roasting style. She stared me dead in the eyes and described me as the family letdown, the trash who got fortunate. My golden child brother sat there, grinning as if he had won a prize. She expected me to shrug it off, as I always did. Take the hit, grin through it, and maintain the peace. But something snapped in me that evening. For the first time in 33 years, I selected myself. Let me back up a bit since this narrative requires context. I'm Ethan Parker, 33 years old, and the eldest of 2 kids. Logan Walker, my younger brother, is 29, and he has been the focus of my parents' existence from birth. I am not being theatrical here. This isn't some sibling rivalry crap in which I'm upset because he received a larger slice of cake at a birthday celebration once. This is decades of systemic bias that would make any documentary filmmaker cry. Growing up in our house in Ohio was like living in 2 distinct worlds. Logan Walker lived in a universe in which he was applauded for breathing, congratulated for living, and coddled through every single failure as if he were a delicate work of art. Then there was my reality, where nothing I accomplished was ever satisfactory. Every accomplishment was reduced, and I was essentially viewed as a family utility player who existed to make Logan Walker appear better. When I was 17, I worked part-time at a grocery shop to save up for a second-hand automobile. It took me 20 months of stocking shelves and dealing with entitled consumers to save $3,500. My parents contributed precisely nil. They said it would improve character. You know what happened when Logan Walker turned 17? They purchased him a fresh new Mustang. Cash. No questions were asked. When I pointed out the obvious injustice, my mother genuinely spoke the words that still echo in my ears today. She claimed Logan Walker was unique. Logan Walker needs additional help. Logan Walker was unique. Special. That word tormented me throughout my childhood. Every accomplishment I made was expected. Logan Walker's accomplishments were always celebrated as miracles. I completed high school with a 3.8 GPA and worked 30 hours a week. Logan Walker nearly graduated with a 2.3 despite receiving tutoring from 3 separate tutors whom my parents paid for privately. Guess who received the graduation party for 60 guests and catered cuisine? Hint. It wasn't me. I got through college on scholarships and work-study programs. I studied finance because I was strong with numbers and desired stability, something my family never provided. I finished with honors in 4.5 years, despite working practically full-time. Logan Walker dropped out after 4 semesters because college was not for him. My parents paid out his $32,000 in college loans anyhow. They claimed he needed a fresh start. Meanwhile, I'm drowning in school debt since I was supposed to sort it all out on my own. Character development and all that. When I asked my parents if they could help with any portion of my loans in the same manner they helped Logan Walker, my mother scoffed. She stated that I was completely capable of managing things on my own. She stated that Logan Walker required further assistance since his life was becoming increasingly difficult. It's more difficult for the child who has never had a job, suffered academically without professional tutors, or had to worry about whether he can pay textbooks. The double standard was so obvious that it would be amusing if it weren't my real life. One Thanksgiving during my junior year, I returned home concerned about exams and my part-time job schedule. I remarked that I was working additional shifts to pay the rent, and my mother glared at me as if I had said something terrible. She advised me to prioritize my family over my financial situation. This was the same woman who had just sent Logan Walker a $2,500 check for a road trip with his pals. The same woman who never asked me how I was doing financially, or if I needed anything. After college, I relocated to Arizona to pursue a job as an entry-level analyst at an investing business. Nothing fancy. My family believed I was wasting my ability by not staying close to home, like Logan Walker did. For years, I grinded. I'm talking 12-hour days, weekend work, and always proving myself. Nobody ever handed me anything, so I had to work my way up the ladder. Logan Walker changed employment many times throughout this period. Retail, restaurant jobs, and a brief stint as a personal trainer of around 4 months. My parents sponsored his rent every month, they purchased him food. They co-signed for his flat when his credit was too bad for him to get a loan. They even purchased him a new automobile when the Mustang eventually broke down after years of neglect. But here's where things began to change. By the age of 31, I'd advanced to the position of senior portfolio manager. I was responsible for accounts worth millions. I was making more than both of my parents together. The family dynamic began to shift abruptly. My mother would make these tiny remarks whenever I visited. Things like wondering if I really needed such a wonderful place, questioning whether my career was steady enough, or advising that I was working too hard and should slow down like Logan Walker, who had discovered peace and simplicity. Peace and simplicity. That's what she dubbed her grown son, who lives off their retirement funds while delivering meals part-time and plays video games for 16 hours a day. Logan Walker never said anything openly, but I could feel the animosity pouring from him every time I returned home. When I mentioned employment, he became silent. When I explained my life in Arizona, I received eye rolls. The statements about how some individuals are simply lucky while others have to work. Coming from someone who had had everything handed to him his whole life, the boldness was almost admirable. I struggled for years to preserve the peace. I actually did. When my parents expressed concern about their costs, I sent money home. I gave Logan Walker birthday gifts that he never acknowledged. I traveled home for every major holiday, even if it meant taking vacation days that I might have spent resting. I did everything a good son and brother should do. And none of it mattered because in their view, I was always the tough one who left, the cold one who prioritized profession above family, the one who needed to be pushed down a few pegs. Which takes us to last Christmas, the holiday that altered everything. My firm had recently completed a large transaction which I had led. We're talking about the largest purchase in the company's history. My bonus alone was more than my father earned in 2 years. I was not going to boast about it, since that is not who I am. But I felt proud. For the first time in my life, I felt like I'd made it. It seemed as if all of the years of hard work and sacrifice had finally paid off. I flew home for Christmas with genuine optimism in my heart. I realized this is stupid, but I figured this year would be different. Perhaps they'd finally notice me. Perhaps they'd finally admit that their oldest son had built something real. My parents had invited the entire extended family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents. 21 guests jammed into their tiny home for Christmas supper. The home was decked out like a holiday magazine, and my mother had been cooking for 4 days straight. Everything appeared wonderful from the outside. Logan Walker was there, as usual, conducting court in the living room. He had a new girlfriend, Madison Reed, who appeared pleasant enough. She was a dental hygienist who obviously had no idea what she was getting into with my family. Logan Walker was narrating a story about his new work opportunity, which turned out to be an MLM he'd recently joined. My parents were nodding, as if he had just claimed he had cured cancer. When I stepped in, the reaction was lukewarm, at best. A couple short embraces and customary questions about my flight. Then everyone returned to Logan Walker and Madison Reed, and the incredible business opportunity that was not a pyramid scam. Within 10 minutes of my arrival, I found myself standing alone at the appetizer table. Christmas supper began at about 6:30 p.m. My mother had surpassed herself with the spread: turkey, ham, all the sides, and several desserts. We all huddled around the long dining table which barely fit in the room. I landed there sandwiched between my Aunt Linda Harper and my cousin's husband, whom I had only seen twice. The seating arrangement felt deliberate. Logan Walker was seated in the center of the table, directly between my parents, like if a throne had been saved for him. Madison Reed sat next to him, clearly fascinated by everything, perhaps because she didn't know any better. The discussion flowed as it often did at these events, catching up, asking about kids, grumbling about the weather, politics, and gas costs. Logan Walker dominated the majority of the conversation, talking about his new business endeavor as if he were already a billionaire. My father continued nodding heartily, mentioning how Logan Walker had finally discovered his purpose. My mother grinned at him as if he were announcing a Nobel Prize rather than a clear pyramid scam. Nobody asked me much of anything. It's just normal. I mainly listened and ate, which was good. I'd stopped expecting attention at family gatherings years ago. Growing up as an afterthought teaches you to shrink yourself. Then, bless her heart, my grandma decided to include me in the discourse. She inquired about how work was doing. A simple query, harmless enough. I responded modestly, saying how things were going well, how we had a terrific year, and how glad I was for the opportunity I had. I was not boasting, I was not bragging. I was just addressing a direct inquiry from my 84-year-old grandma, who was genuinely curious about my life. That is when my mother decided to intervene. She chuckled a frigid, theatrical laugh and uttered something that made the entire table go quiet. She thought it was humorous that the family trash ended up trying to be successful. She stated I must have deceived a lot of people to reach where I am since it wasn't skill or hard work. She said Logan Walker was the one with true talent, and I was simply lucky because I was ready to forsake my family for money. 21 people heard my mother refer to me as garbage, a fraud, and reject all I did as chance and dishonesty. My grandma seemed humiliated. Some of my relatives shuffled nervously in their seats. My father looked at his plate as if it were the most exciting thing in the world. Logan Walker grinned, the small smirk that indicated he had won. That being stated, no matter how much I did, our mother would always regard me as inferior to him. For a brief time I felt the old temptation to smooth things over, to laugh it off, to tell a self-deprecating joke that would relieve the tension and allow everyone to pretend nothing had occurred. That's what I've done my entire life. Take a hit. Keep the peace. Protect others' comfort at the price of my own dignity. However, something was different this time. Perhaps it was due to years of accumulated disrespect. Perhaps it was the fact that I had just accomplished something very substantial, and it still wasn't sufficient. Perhaps it was witnessing Logan Walker's smile too often. Whatever it was, something inside me turned frigid. Nor furious, nor sad. Simply chilly. Like a switch flicked, I was able to see everything clearly for the first time. I did not say anything. I just put down my fork, rose up from the table, and walked upstairs to the guest room, where my suitcase was. I could hear the puzzled murmuring beginning under me. My mother called out, wondering where I was going. Her voice was already moving to the defensive tone she employed when she realized she'd crossed a boundary but refused to accept it. I packed my luggage attentively. Clothes, toiletries, the book I had packed for the travel, and chargers. Everything was placed back into the suitcase with slow, careful motions. No haste, no theatrical gestures, simply a man gathering his possessions. By the time I returned downstairs with my luggage, half the table had stood up. My father stopped me in the corridor, his expression a mix of shame and irritation. He informed me that I was overreacting. He stated my mother didn't intend it that way. He said I was being theatrical and spoiling Christmas for everyone. I gazed at him for a long time. This man had seen his wife tear me down for 33 years and never intervened. This man has sponsored my brother's shortcomings while leaving me to battle alone. This individual was now claiming that my reaction to being publicly humiliated was the issue. I did not argue. I did not explain. I just walked by him to the front door. My mother was standing there, arms crossed, her countenance a strange mix of fury and what may have been dread. She told me that if I went out the door, I was making a decision. She claimed I was showing everyone who I truly was. She said farewell, as if it were a threat, expecting me to tremble at the thought of losing her approval. I paused at the door. I gazed at her. Logan Walker stood behind her smirking. I looked at my father, who was already shaking his head as if I were a disappointment. I looked about at the family members gathered in the living room, watching the events unfold as if it were reality television. And I said nothing since certain things do not require words, they require action. I opened the door, stepped outside, got into my rental car, and drove to the airport. I rescheduled my flight to the next available departure, and, by 11:45 p.m. on Christmas night, I was 35,000 feet in the air returning to Arizona. My phone blew up the entire time. My mother sent me texts ranging from wrath to guilt trip to false concern. Messages from my father instructing me not to be childish. Logan Walker sent a single text that simply stated, "Nice tantrum, bro." I read every single one. Then I turned off my phone and requested a ginger ale from the flight attendant. For the first time in my life, I felt liberated. The weeks after Christmas were fascinating. I returned to work. I stayed focused on my task. I pounded the gym harder than I had in years. I reunited with people I had neglected. I did everything they suggest you should do when dealing with a difficult situation. But I never reached out to my relatives. My mother's communications developed during the first several weeks. The first rage gave way to guilt trips. The guilt trips gave way to passive-aggressive remarks about how she hoped I was content wrecking the family. After then, there was roughly a week of stillness. The quiet gave way to timid olive branches that weren't actually olive branches at all. Messages asking whether I was all right, but with the implication that I should apologize for overreacting. My father texted me precisely twice. Someone once told me that my mother was really unhappy and that I should call her. He once told me that he hoped I realized what I was doing by cutting off my family. Both communications made it plain that he regarded me as the problem, as if my reaction to being publicly humiliated was worse than the humiliation itself. Logan Walker did not respond after the initial text, which was honestly tracked. Why should he? His place in the family hierarchy remained stable. If anything, my absence likely made him feel more validated. I didn't react to any of them, not because I was being petty or playing a game, but because I honestly didn't have anything to say. What was there to discuss? My mother called me garbage in front of 21 people, expecting me to laugh. My father informed me that I was overreacting. My brother grinned as if he had won some competition I had no idea we were participating. These were not individuals who misinterpreted me. These were folks who knew exactly who I was, yet decided to belittle me regardless. The stillness continued during January, and then February. By March I'd gone 4 months without conversing with any of my close family members. It was the longest I'd ever gone, and it was the most serene I'd felt in years. I spent those months finding myself outside of my family's shadow. Turns out, I liked myself more when I wasn't continually compared to Logan Walker, or made to feel like an outcast in my own family. I rekindled activities I had abandoned years before, began reading for pleasure again, and began hiking since Arizona has some wonderful trails, and I now had the mental energy to appreciate them. I even started cooking more, something I had always wanted to do but never had the time for. When I was devoting all of my focus to work and dealing with family problems, the tranquility was transforming. I slept better. I laughed harder. I got rid of the persistent knot in my stomach that I had been carrying about for so long. I forgot what it was like not to have it. I realized how much time I had spent in survival mode. I was always bracing myself for the next critique, comparison, or reminder that no matter what I did, I would never measure up. Around February, my extended family started reaching out. My grandma phoned to check on me, and I responded since she had never been involved in the situation. She told me she was proud of me, she understood why I left, and she had confronted my mother after I walked out. Apparently, half the family believed my mother had crossed a limit. The other half said I should simply get over it. That kind of family relations is enjoyable. My Aunt Linda Harper, who I had sat next to during dinner, sent me a lengthy email apologizing for not saying anything at the moment. She claimed to have frozen in horror after hearing what my mother had said. She stated she'd always seen how differently I was treated and regretted not speaking out. It meant something to hear that, knowing that at least some individuals had taken note. However, the folks who really needed to reach out: my mother, my father, and Logan Walker. Radio silence that meant something. Not the quiet of meditation or regret. The quiet while waiting for me to blink first. Waiting for me to cave and crawl back, like I always had. Work continued to go smoothly. Actually, things went really well. Without the emotional strain of dealing with my family's turmoil, I had more energy to focus, clarity, and motivation. In April, I was elevated again to vice president of our regional division. I was 33 years old, led a staff of 45 individuals, and managed portfolios worth more than $400 million. I purchased a home in May. Nothing insane, but pleasant. 3 bedrooms, and a pool in a nice area with a community. I got a shelter dog, Cooper, a 2-year-old German Shepherd mix who quickly became my greatest buddy. I began dating someone I had met through a mutual acquaintance. Claire Bennett was an architect with no sympathy for family turmoil, having cut off her own poisonous parents years before. We understood each other in ways that were unusual. Life, for lack of a better term, was nice. This is actually good. Not the performative good I used to offer to uninterested family members. Genuinely and truly good. And then June occurred. My grandma informed me that Logan Walker's multi-level marketing business had failed. It's shocking, I know. The business proposition turned out to be a predatory scam, which failed when federal officials intervened. Logan Walker had not only lost all of his money, but he had also persuaded numerous family friends to join, prompting various people to threaten him with legal action. But it was not the finest part. Logan Walker had allegedly been living far above his means for months, hoping that the MLM money would finally start coming. He had maxed up his credit cards, not paid his rent, and taken out loans against almost anything he could leverage. When everything fell, he had nothing, or almost nothing. He was in debt for roughly $68,000, had no genuine career prospects, and was known in our area as the person who duped others into a pyramid fraud. My parents, who had been supporting his lifestyle for years, were suddenly confronted with a decision. Bail him out again and deplete what was left of their retirement funds, or let him face the consequences of his own actions for the first time. They attempted to bail him out. Of course they did, but this time the hole was too deep. They paid off some of the more pressing creditors, funded his rent for a few months, and then reached a snag. My father was compelled to come out of retirement and work part-time at a hardware shop. My mother started doing bookkeeping from home for small companies. At their ages, they were working hard to keep Logan Walker afloat. Meanwhile, Logan Walker came back into their home since he couldn't afford to live on his own. The golden child, nearly 32 years old, was back in his childhood bedroom, with his parents attempting to justify his failures. I heard all of this secondhand from my grandmother, Aunt Linda Harper, and the family grapevine, which somehow kept me in the loop despite the fact that I hadn't spoken to my parents in 7 months. I'm not going to pretend that hearing about Logan Walker's downfall didn't give me some satisfaction. I am human. After 33 years of watching him fail upward while I clawed for every inch, seeing reality finally catch up with him felt like poetic justice. But I didn't feel the need to brag. I didn't contact you to say I told you so. I didn't intervene in their crisis. I just kept living my life, advancing my career, spending time with Claire Bennett and Cooper, and enjoying the peace I had worked so hard to achieve. Then the messages began. My mother contacted me first, not with an apology or acknowledgement of what she had said at Christmas, but with a request. She asked if I could help them financially, just temporarily, until they got back on their feet. She explained that family helps family. She said she knew our relationship had been difficult, but I wouldn't abandon them when they needed me the most. The audacity was almost impressive. This woman had called me trash 7 months ago, had never apologized or admitted that she had done anything wrong, and now she was asking for money because her golden child's failures had finally caught up with everyone. I did not react. A week later, my father contacted me with essentially the same request, but in slightly different language. He discussed how difficult things had been, how they had never expected to be in this situation, and how a family was supposed to stick together through thick and thin. He mentioned my success several times, emphasizing their pride in what I had accomplished. It's funny how that pride only came out when they needed something from me. I did not respond to that either. Logan Walker eventually reached out. That one really surprised me. His message was shorter than our parents' attempts, less pleading, and more entitled. He said he understood our differences, but I was still his brother. He said he was going through a difficult time and could use some help. He promised to pay me back once he got back on his feet. He even made a comment about how I had always been the smart one and that he was simply trying to learn from my success. I read the message 3 times, looking for any sign of genuine remorse, an acknowledgement of the years of mistreatment, or an indication that he understood why I had walked away. There was nothing but a golden child expecting the universe to provide for him once more. This time through his brother, whom he had looked down on for 33 years. I did not respond to that one either. By August, my family was becoming increasingly frustrated with my radio silence. I know this because my grandmother told me, and the messages progressed from requests to demands to outright guilt trips. My mother sent me a message calling me selfish, saying she couldn't believe she raised someone so heartless, and accusing me of abandoning my family in their time of need when they had always been there for me. That last line nearly made me laugh aloud. Always been there for me. In which alternate reality? My father tried a different approach. He sent me a long message about how disappointed he was with the man I had become, how success had changed me, and how he remembered me as a little boy who valued family above all else. He expressed his hope that I would find my way back to who I truly was before it became too late. Logan Walker's messages became more aggressive. He called me a sellout. I stated that I believed I was superior to everyone else. I claimed I had always been envious of him, and that this was my way of finally exacting revenge. The projection was almost too accurate. I remained silent throughout it all. Not because I was playing a game or attempting to manipulate anyone, but because I had truly moved on. Their disarray was not my responsibility. Their financial problems were not my concern. Their emotional needs were not mine to manage. Then my mother showed up at my house. I'm not sure how she got my address. Probably from one of my extended family members, whom I trusted to respect my boundaries. I returned home from work on a Tuesday evening to find her sitting on my front porch, looking older and more tired than I remembered. Cooper was going crazy inside, so I took a moment to collect myself before approaching. It was the first time I'd seen her in person since Christmas. After nearly 9 months of silence, she showed up unexpectedly on my doorstep. She stood up when she saw me approaching. There were tears in her eyes. She started talking before I even got to the porch. Words came out about how sorry she was. How she didn't mean what she said over Christmas. How she was simply stressed and took it out on me. How she had always loved me, even if she did not express it properly. I let her talk. I stood on my own walkway, keys in hand, and let her get it all out. Apologies, excuses, justifications, tears, and pleas. She discussed how difficult things had been since I left. How my absence had left a hole in the family. She lay awake at night, wondering where she had gone wrong. How she had no idea how much her words could hurt, until she saw me walk out the door on Christmas. It was an exceptional performance. If I hadn't witnessed her behavior for 33 years, I might have believed it. But I knew my mother. I knew how she worked. And I knew she usually cried before making a request. When she finally stopped, I asked her a single question. I asked her why she was actually here. The tears stopped almost instantly. Her expression changed, and there it was. The actual cause: they needed money. Logan Walker's condition had worsened. There were legal issues now, including potential lawsuits from people he had recruited into the MLM. They were on the verge of financial ruin, and they needed my help to avoid it. I nodded slowly. I told her that I understood. I thanked her for coming all this way. Then I told her no. Not angry, not vindictive, but simply honest. I stated that I would not bail out Logan Walker or fund an unaffordable lifestyle. I told them that if they needed financial advice, I could recommend some professionals who could help them restructure their debts. But I wasn't going to write a check to solve their problems. She tried arguing, pleading, and guilting. She discussed everything she could think of. How she carried me for 10 months. How she made sacrifices for me when I was younger. Family was supposed to mean something. I asked her what family meant when she referred to me as trash in front of everyone. What family meant when she spent 33 years favoring Logan Walker while I had to earn everything myself. What family meant was that she never acknowledged my accomplishments unless she needed something from me. She had no answers, just more tears, deflection, and attempts to make me feel guilty for setting boundaries. I told her she could stay at a hotel in town if she needed to rest before traveling back. I offered to pay for one night as a courtesy, but I made it clear that she was not staying at my house and that no amount of showing up unexpectedly would change my mind. She left without accepting the hotel offer. I felt nothing as I watched her rental car drive away down my street. No guilt, no sadness, no second guessing, just a calm certainty that I had made the right decision. The months following my mother's visit were interesting. The family division became permanent. Those who supported my decision maintained contact with me. Those who thought I was cruel eventually stopped reaching out. And to be honest, I was fine with both outcomes. My parents continued to struggle. They sold their house and moved to a smaller apartment. My father's part-time job became full-time. My mother's bookkeeping work expanded. For the first time in their lives, they had to deal with actual financial consequences. Logan Walker bounced around for a while, couch surfing with friends and working short-term jobs. Madison Reed dumped him around July, when it became clear that his business opportunity was a financial disaster. Last I heard, he was working in a warehouse, possibly for the first time. Did I feel sorry for them? In some abstract way, they might still be my biological family. I didn't want them to suffer, but I also wasn't willing to give up my own well-being to save them from the consequences of their own actions. Claire Bennett and I became engaged in November. Cooper was the ring bearer at our engagement party, which was just as cute as it sounds. We purchased a larger house together. I began talking about kids and created a life that felt genuinely fulfilling in ways I had never experienced growing up. The engagement party was ideal. Just 36 people genuinely cared about us. Friends from work, Claire Bennett's family, who treated me like a son, and a few of my cousins who reached out after Christmas. There is no drama, no hidden agendas, and no one is trying to diminish anyone else. Just a genuine celebration of two people who have found each other. Claire Bennett's parents had flown in from Oregon for the occasion. Her father approached me at one point and expressed his happiness that his daughter had found someone who understood the value of boundaries. He was aware of my situation because Claire Bennett had informed them, and rather than judging me for cutting off family, they respected me for it. It was the first time I had felt supported by my in-laws. The contrast with my own family was striking. We spent the winter planning our future. It's not just the wedding, everything. We discussed where we wanted to live long term, how many children we wanted, and the type of life we wanted to build. These conversations with Claire Bennett felt natural because neither of us had the baggage of trying to please people who would never be satisfied. We were creating something new and unique, free of generational dysfunction. In February of the following year, my grandmother died peacefully while sleeping. At 85 years old, I flew back to Ohio for the funeral. It was the first time I'd seen my parents or Logan Walker in over a year. The funeral was awkward, as one would expect. My mother tried to hug me as if nothing had happened. I accepted the hug briefly before taking a step back. My father nodded at me from across the room. Logan Walker avoided all eye contact. We were strangers who happened to share DNA, and everyone in the funeral home sensed it. My mother pulled me aside after the service. She appeared genuinely older, more tired, and defeated. She explained that she had been thinking a lot about everything. She said she understood why I was pulling away. She stated that she wished things had been different. It wasn't quite an apology, but it was closer than anything I'd received before. I told her I appreciated it. I told her I hoped they were doing well. I told her that I did not hate her, her father, or Logan Walker. I simply couldn't be a part of a family that didn't respect me. She cried. This time there were real tears. Not the manipulative kind from her trip to Arizona. She asked if there was any way we could start over and rebuild what had been broken. I thought about it. Really thought about it. This was not a snap decision. Since walking out that Christmas night, I'd imagined this moment 1,000 times. Rebuilding would necessitate acknowledgement, genuine acknowledgement of favoritism, real recognition of the harm it caused, real acknowledgement that I had been treated as inferior my entire life. Not just words meant to entice me to write a check. Actual understanding of the harm done. Informed her that. I told her that if she and Dad ever wanted to work on genuinely rebuilding our relationship, I would be willing to do so. However, that work had to come from them. I wasn't going to coach them through it, take half measures, or pretend everything was fine just for the sake of family unity. She nodded. Said she understood. Said she'd talk to my father about it. That was 16 months ago. I received a letter from my mother last month. An actual handwritten letter, which she used to send when I was in college before our relationship deteriorated. It was 6 pages long. She relived specific memories from my childhood. They forgot my 16th birthday because Logan Walker had a soccer tournament. Logan Walker was sick with a cold at the time, so they missed my college graduation. Logan Walker was always introduced first at family gatherings, and he was frequently mentioned. Always made me feel invisible. She acknowledged it all. Every instance I mentioned at the funeral, plus a dozen more, I had forgotten about. My father added a page at the end, shorter and more practical. But he admitted he failed me by never standing up when he should have. There was no request for money anywhere in the letter. There is no request, only 2 people finally accepting responsibility for their 33-year mistakes. I called my mother the next day, the first time in nearly 3 years. We spoke for nearly 4 hours. She cried. I did not. I told her exactly what those years were like. She listened without making excuses. That was new. 2 weeks later, they flew to Arizona. I picked them up from the airport. My mother hugged me and did not let go for a full minute. My father shook my hand and then pulled me into a hug. This was the first time he had done it since I was about 13 years old. They stayed for 6 days. I met Claire Bennett properly. I immediately fell in love with Cooper. My father spent the entire afternoon throwing a tennis ball in the backyard, while Cooper ran himself ragged. My mother assisted Claire Bennett in selecting paint colors for the nursery. Normal family stuff, the kind I never imagined I'd have with them. On their final night, we sat on the back patio after dinner. My father cleared his throat and said, I have something to tell you. He stated that they had officially cut Logan Walker off completely. No more money, no more bailouts, no more paying his rent or covering up his mistakes. He claimed they should have done it 22 years ago, but they were too scared, and he couldn't handle it. He explained that seeing me walk away that Christmas made them realize they had been protecting the wrong son. Logan Walker did not take it well, according to my mother. He called them every name in the book, accused them of choosing me over him, and threatened never to speak with them again. They allowed him. They told him that if he wanted to return to their lives, he had to do so on his own terms as an adult, without expecting anything in return. Logan Walker was still working at that warehouse, living in a cramped apartment with a friend, bitter, and blaming everyone but himself, according to the last time I heard. Madison Reed dumped him 9 months ago after the money ran out. He tried to contact me once about 4 months ago. He asked if I could lend him $6,500 to start a new business. I did not react. Claire Bennett and I were married in April. Small ceremony for 60 people. My parents were sitting in the front row. My mother cried throughout the entire event. My father approached me afterward and told me how proud he was of me. This was the first time he had said those words to my face. Cooper was the ring bearer. Custom tuxedo, stole the show. Claire Bennett has approximately 280 photos of him on her phone from that day alone.
Only one of us matters. My sister smirked before her birthday trip. So, I removed myself from all family photos, left her to fail, and let the law handle my dad. Growing up, I learned real quick that some kids are born to be glittering trophies to be displayed on the mantle, and others are born to be the forgotten furniture you just kick your feet up on. I was the furniture. My younger sister, Chloe, was the trophy. My parents made that dynamic crystal clear from the absolute second she could walk and talk. It was a few weeks before her 16th birthday when everything finally imploded and I made the decision that altered the entire trajectory of my life. My dad dropped a massive, heavily stapled stack of papers on the kitchen counter while my mom furiously zipped up Chloe's third oversized suitcase. I stood there in the middle of the kitchen, the linoleum cold beneath my socks, standing like an absolute idiot waiting for someone to tell me where my luggage was. "You'll handle all of this while we're gone," my dad said, his tone leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. Chloe's teachers agreed to accept all her late work since she's going to be on a family cruise. Consider doing her homework to be your birthday present to her. Let me back up a bit, because this absolute nightmare did not just start with a random vacation. The blatant favoritism wasn't a new development. It had been breathing down my neck my entire life, suffocating me slowly. It just got exponentially worse as we got older and the stakes got higher. It started with small stuff at first. She got the vastly bigger master-style bedroom with the walk-in closet, the brand new top-of-the-line laptop every 2 years, and the pristine car for her sweet 16. I got the cramped guest room, hand-me-down electronics that barely held a charge, and a rusted-out sedan with over 180,000 miles on the dashboard that shook violently when it hit 60 on the highway. Her college fund had massive, regular deposits made on the first of every single month. Mine had literal dust and cobwebs. My parents paid for her $4,500 elite cheerleading uniforms, her out-of-state competition fees, and her private tumbling coaches without even blinking an eye. My $200 wrestling gear had to come entirely out of my grueling summer job money working landscaping in the blistering heat. Dad would always justify it by saying stuff like, "Girls naturally need more support, Mark, or your sister has vital social obligations to maintain." Mom was infinitely worse. She would actively and maliciously pit us against each other, then act completely shocked and appalled when Chloe treated me like absolute garbage. The real, undeniable shift happened around Chloe's freshman year of high school when she finally figured out that weaponizing her tears got her literally anything she wanted. I watched her perfect this manipulation tactic like it was a precise science experiment. Our parents ate it up every single time without fail. The first major incident happened when she demanded to borrow my laptop for a history test. She swore up and down she would give it back by 9 p.m. I had a massive literature paper due the next morning. At 10 p.m., I knocked politely on her door. She screamed through the wood to get lost. At midnight, desperate and panicking about my grade, I knocked again, a bit harder. She burst out of the room sobbing hysterically, ran down the stairs, and told our parents I had been aggressively harassing her all night while she was just trying to study. She completely fabricated a story about me calling her stupid and threatening her. Dad looked at me like I had just committed a literal war crime. He sent me to my room screaming, without even pausing for a fraction of a second to ask for my side of the story. My laptop miraculously showed up the next morning sitting on the kitchen table with a deeply cracked screen and sticky, foul-smelling coffee stains all over the keyboard. When I furiously showed them the damage, Chloe just cried even harder and claimed I was trying to frame her because I was deeply jealous of her academic success. Mom actually forced me to look Chloe in the eyes and apologize to her for being a destructive liar. After that devastating day, I learned to just shut my mouth and stay completely invisible. Chloe would constantly create massive chaos, and I would inevitably take the fall. Any protest, any defense, just made me the ultimate villain in their twisted narrative. The pattern repeated on an endless, exhausting loop. The Grand Cruise announcement came exactly 3 weeks before her birthday. They called a mandatory family meeting in the living room. Dad sat down and proudly explained that they had planned something incredibly special for Chloe's sweet 16. A 10-day luxury Caribbean cruise, with travel making it 12 days door-to-door, featuring all the expensive bells and whistles, balcony suites, and premium excursion packages. "The whole family is going," Mom announced with this massive, beaming smile. For a brief, stupid second, I actually felt something close to genuine excitement. Maybe this was finally going to be different. Maybe I was actually part of this family. Mark stays home, obviously, Mom casually added, her tone exactly the same as if she were mentioning a mild chance of rain. Someone reliable needs to watch the house, feed the dog, and handle Chloe's massive backlog of schoolwork. She absolutely cannot be stressed about her grades while she's trying to celebrate her milestone birthday. The tiny spark of excitement in my chest died a violent death right then and there. Chloe's smile from across the coffee table was pure, concentrated poison. You get it right, Mark? This is my special day. My expensive trip. Some of us actually matter in the real world. I just nodded numbly, because arguing with these people was exactly like arguing with a brick wall, pointless and painful. I quietly said I understood and retreated to the safety of my room. The next 3 weeks leading up to the trip were absolute hell on earth. Chloe's frantic, screaming excitement filled every single corner of the house. Endless shopping bags from high-end boutiques appeared on the kitchen island daily. Mom took her for extravagant spa treatments, expensive manicures, and professional hair extensions. Dad proudly bought her a $900 underwater digital camera that literally cost more than 6 months of my car insurance. Her annoying friends came over constantly to squeal at deafening volumes about how incredibly lucky she was. And Chloe always made absolutely sure I was well within earshot for every single one of these conversations. I'm just so unbelievably blessed, she would loudly declare in that sickeningly fake, sweet voice. I spent those miserable 3 weeks intensely job hunting and planning my ultimate escape. My 18th birthday miraculously fell exactly 4 days into their luxurious 12-day trip, and I had officially had enough of this nightmare. Turning 18 meant absolute, undeniable legal freedom. It meant I could finally get a bank account without their controlling names attached to it. It meant I could sign a lease. It meant I could finally leave. I managed to secure a warehouse job across town. It was full-time, offered surprisingly decent starting pay, and provided full health benefits after a 3-month probationary period. I casually mentioned to my parents that I picked up some part-time retail work just to stay busy while they were gone. They didn't even pretend to listen or care. But I also made a crucial phone call to my grandpa Arthur. He lived about 4 hours away, 2 states over, and he was genuinely the only adult in my entire bloodline who ever treated me like a living, breathing human being. I poured my heart out. I told him about the extravagant cruise, the unbelievable homework dump, the blatant disrespect, all of it. His gruff response over the phone was just 4 simple words: good. Get out, boy. That absolute validation was exactly when I knew, deep in my bones, that I was making the right call. The chaotic morning they finally left, I set my alarm for 4:30 a.m. Some outdated, pathetic part of my brain still genuinely thought families were supposed to say proper goodbyes before long trips. Dad was already standing in the kitchen, aggressively scrolling through his phone and drinking black coffee when I came downstairs. I quietly said, "Good morning." He just grunted without looking up. That was the entire extent of our father-son interaction. Chloe thundered down the wooden stairs wearing a brand new designer travel outfit. She looked at me standing there, and her whole face immediately soured with disgust. That is exactly when Dad picked up the massive, heavy stack of homework and dropped it aggressively on the counter right in front of me. Chloe's teachers generously agreed to take this late since she's traveling internationally for her birthday. This needs to be completely done and turned in first thing Monday morning, or she fails 3 core classes. I stared blankly at the towering pile. There were 3 dense English literature essays on classic books she definitely hadn't even cracked open. There were dozens of advanced calculus worksheets she had completely ignored all semester. There was a massive history project on the Cold War, complete with required primary citations and a formatted bibliography. It was easily 40, maybe 50 hours of intensive academic work. "You're serious right now?" I asked, my voice completely flat. "Do I look like I'm making a joke?" Dad's voice had that sharp, dangerous edge to it. "You are currently living under our roof, eating our expensive food, and using our utilities. This is a very simple ask. Do not make this difficult, Mark. I have a new job starting Monday," I stated clearly. "Then you need to manage your time better and sleep less. This is exactly what family does for each other." Mom suddenly appeared from the hallway holding Chloe's ridiculous memory foam neck pillow and her precious monogram travel blanket. "Sweetheart, please don't fight us on this. The arrangements are already officially made with the school administration. Just sit down and do the work." Chloe casually examined her freshly painted acrylic nails. "Honestly, Mark, most normal people our age easily balance jobs and schoolwork. Stop being so incredibly dramatic. These are effectively your assignments now, your grades to maintain." She shrugged carelessly. "And you're my older brother. Brothers are supposed to help. That's just how the world works." I looked desperately at my mom, then at my dad, silently waiting for just one of them to acknowledge how mathematically insane and morally bankrupt this demand was. Neither did. They were already completely moving on, frantically checking their expensive watches and calculating the morning highway traffic to the airport. "How long will you actually be gone?" I asked softly. Chloe's resulting laugh was pure, unadulterated cruelty. "Long enough for you to finally stay home and contribute something useful to this family for once." They walked out the door exactly 20 minutes later. Mom gave me a highly distracted, dismissive wave over her shoulder. Dad didn't even bother to look back once. Chloe dramatically blew a mocking kiss from the tinted window of the Uber Black they had ordered. The large house went completely, deafeningly quiet. I stood alone in that massive, sterile kitchen, staring down at a mountain of homework that wasn't mine, feeling something heavy and permanent finally settle deep in my chest. The last lingering thread of familial obligation snapped. I calmly picked up the massive stack of papers and carried it to my desk. Then I pulled out my phone and made one single phone call. Grandpa Arthur answered on the second loud ring. "You leaving that house today?" As soon as I finished packing up my room, I replied, my voice steady. "Good man. You need any cash? I've been saving up some funds for you. I got a solid job lined up and a cheap room rented. I'm good, Grandpa." There was a long, heavy pause on the line. Then he said something that didn't make complete sense until much later. "Your parents are going to deeply regret this, Mark. More than they could possibly know right now. You just focus entirely on yourself and your future. I'll handle the rest on my end." I didn't ask what he meant, I just sincerely said thanks and hung up. That entire Saturday, I spent methodically packing clothes, my laptop, and vital documents I had been secretly collecting for weeks. My original birth certificate, my social security card, my official sealed school records. I had previously requested duplicate copies from the main office, convincingly claiming I needed them for early college applications. My grandfather's vintage watch he gave me for my 10th birthday. Every single thing that mattered to me fit perfectly into 2 battered duffel bags and 1 faded black backpack. 18 years of existence condensed into 3 small bags. Then I started the real, emotionally taxing work, the family photos. Our large house was absolutely covered in them. The hallway walls, the living room mantel, the piano, every single shelf and flat surface. I went through the entire house systematically. Any framed photo with me in it got immediately removed. Some specific ones I carefully kept because they were from way back before things went completely bad, before Chloe realized she could destroy me. Most of the photos I didn't need or want. They were just staged lies anyway. Fake, strained smiles covering up years of being completely invisible and emotionally beaten down. For every single photo I removed, I intentionally left the expensive frame completely empty and perfectly positioned exactly where it was. I desperately wanted them to see exactly how many moments I had been entirely erased from. I wanted them to excitedly walk back into their perfect home and see absolutely nothing but glaring blank spaces where their son used to be. The entire process took me over 3 hours. Then I finally dealt with Chloe's massive mountain of homework. I didn't throw it away in the trash. That would be too easy for them to spin as me being vindictive. Instead, I sat down and read through every single assignment. I saw exactly how incredibly little work she had actually done all semester. I organized it all back into a perfectly neat, straightened stack on the kitchen island. I grabbed a bright yellow sticky note, placed it dead center on top, and wrote in massive, bold letters, "Not my problem. Good luck failing." Before leaving, I grabbed the large custom family calendar off the kitchen wall. It was Mom's absolute pride and joy, obsessively color-coded and organized within an inch of its life. Chloe's endless activities were all written in bright purple ink: doctor appointments, private cheer practice, friend hangouts, expensive spa days. My few college application deadlines were written in faint pencil, incredibly easy to erase or ignore. My upcoming 18th birthday wasn't marked on the calendar at all, it was just a blank white square. I took a thick red permanent marker, circled the date 4 days from now, and wrote, "Mark turns 18 and moves out forever," in the absolute biggest letters that would physically fit inside the box. I left the calendar wide open on the granite counter where they would be forced to see it the literal second they walked in. Then I walked out the front door, locked it securely, dropped my shiny house key down the storm drain on the street corner, and drove my shaking, rattling car to my new place. I never looked back in the rearview mirror. Update 1. My 18th birthday officially arrived at 5 a.m. on a freezing Tuesday morning in a massive industrial warehouse parking lot. There was no chocolate cake, no colorful cards, no family singing terribly off-key. It was just me sitting alone in my freezing car, drinking burnt gas station coffee, and quietly watching the sun come up over the shipping containers. And honestly, I was thinking this was already infinitely better than any forced, miserable birthday they had ever given me. The warehouse job was exactly the grueling, mind-numbing labor I desperately needed. Unloading heavy trucks, moving massive pallets of inventory, aggressively scanning hundreds of cardboard boxes. My shift supervisor, a guy named Vince, was this intimidating 50-something guy with a thick gray beard and a severe limp from a workplace knee surgery gone completely wrong years ago. He took exactly one piercing look at me on my very first day and bluntly said I looked like a kid desperately running from something terrible. I looked him back in the eye and told him it was actually more like I was finally running towards something better. He barked a loud laugh, slapped my shoulder, and said that was usually the much better direction to go. Vince quickly became the first adult in a very long time who actually treated me like I had inherent value. He showed me the complex ropes of the loading dock but didn't hover over me breathing down my neck. He gave me real, tangible responsibility. By day 3, he actually had me training 2 new temp hires on the forklift protocols. By day 5, he pulled me aside, told me I had serious management potential, and asked if I was planning to stick around this place long term. I looked at the massive stacks of boxes and told him, yeah, I am. And I genuinely meant it too. The cheap room I had rented was located in a modest, slightly run-down house owned by this incredibly sweet woman named Eleanor. She was a late 60s retired high school literature teacher who had tragically lost her husband to cancer a few years back. She had decided to convert 2 of her upstairs bedrooms into cheap rentals to help cover the rising property taxes and because, as she bluntly put it, the old house was just way too quiet and lonely living all by herself. My rented room was extremely small, just a twin bed, a scratched wooden desk, and a wobbly dresser, but it was paradise. Nobody was violently screaming through the thin drywall. Nobody was maliciously blaming me for broken things I didn't touch. Eleanor's house rules were incredibly simple and refreshing. Keep the shared bathroom relatively clean, absolutely no loud noise or music after 10 p.m., and pay the $400 rent on time on the first of the month. That was literally it. There was no emotional manipulation, no complex guilt trips, no screaming matches over nothing. It honestly felt like I had successfully relocated to another peaceful planet. The busy days quickly blurred together in a satisfying rhythm. Wake up for work at 4:30 a.m., clock in at 6 a.m., bust my ass until 3 p.m., come home by 4 p.m., eat a cheap, quick dinner, intensely study for the few online high school classes I was still finishing up to get my diploma, and fall into a dead sleep by 9:30 p.m. The daily routine was remarkably steady and incredibly healing. Every single day that passed without someone violently yelling at me or Chloe intentionally sabotaging my life felt like absolute, undeniable proof that I had made the single best decision of my life. I didn't attempt to contact my parents. They didn't attempt to contact me either, which honestly hurt a lot less than I originally expected. They were undoubtedly living it up, drinking cocktails on a massive luxury cruise ship in the crystal clear Bahamas, and I was sweating through my shirt moving heavy cardboard boxes in a dusty warehouse. And yet, somehow, I was infinitely happier than I had been in the last 10 years combined. The absolute silence officially broke on day 12. My prepaid cell phone had been completely turned off for days just to conserve the battery and my peace of mind. When I finally powered it on while sitting on Eleanor's front porch, my screen instantly froze, completely overwhelmed by the massive flood of incoming notifications. 47 missed calls. 14 frantic voicemails. 52 angry text messages. All of them had flooded in over the last 8 hours. They were finally home. I aggressively deleted every single voicemail without listening to a single second of them. I deleted the massive text threads without reading a single angry word. Then I permanently blocked all 3 of their phone numbers. My new, peaceful life was waiting for me. They could figure out their own miserable existence. But the desperate attempts didn't stop there. The next afternoon, while I was on my lunch break sitting on a pallet of dog food, I got an unexpected call from Mr. Davis, my old AP history teacher. He was genuinely the only adult at my high school who had ever noticed something was deeply, fundamentally off with my family dynamic. "Mark, I really need to talk to you about something serious, Mr. Davis said, his voice tight with concern. Your parents just aggressively called the school administration demanding to know your exact whereabouts. They also screamed at the principal about Chloe's missing mountain of assignments." He paused, taking a deep breath. "Do you want to tell me what exactly is going on, kid?" I turned 18, I permanently moved out. I got a full-time job and a safe place to live. "I'm completely good, Mr. Davis," I replied calmly. "And regarding the massive pile of homework they mentioned, that is not my homework, therefore it is not my problem. Chloe had the entire 16-week semester to do it. That massive failure is entirely on her." The heavy silence stretched out over the phone line for a long moment, then Mr. Davis said something that genuinely surprised me. "Good for you, Mark, you have always deserved so much better than what they gave you. But I need to warn you, your parents are absolutely unhinged right now. They are insisting on coming down to the school in person tomorrow morning, and they are loudly claiming to anyone who will listen that you are in severe danger, or kidnapped, or involved in something highly illegal and dramatic. Please just tell the administration that I am a legal adult, and I am officially requesting absolutely zero contact with them. That is literally all they need to know." "I absolutely will, Mr. Davis promised. But they are also loudly demanding that the school board legally force you to complete Chloe's missing coursework since they allegedly arranged it with her teachers before leaving. I'm just giving you a friendly heads up that this situation is about to get extremely messy. Let it get messy, I laughed, a real, genuine laugh. I am absolutely not doing a single page of her homework. He chuckled softly. I honestly never thought you would. Take good care of yourself, kid. Call me if you need a character reference. That exact same evening, around 7 p.m., Eleanor knocked softly but urgently on my bedroom door. Mark, honey, your parents are currently standing on my front porch. They look extremely agitated and highly aggressive. I thought you should definitely know before they start making a massive public scene and waking up the neighborhood. My stomach instantly dropped into my shoes. Did you actually tell them that I live here? Absolutely not, Eleanor said, crossing her arms defensively. I simply told them through the screen door that I have a legal tenant named Mark, but I absolutely do not discuss my private tenants with angry strangers. They are incredibly persistent, though. They are refusing to leave the property. You should probably handle this before I have to call the authorities. I took a deep breath, steadying my racing heart, and followed her down the creaky wooden stairs. Looking through the sheer living room curtains, I could clearly see my dad pacing furiously back and forth across the front lawn like a caged, rabid animal. Mom was sitting rigidly in the passenger seat of his SUV, aggressively typing on her phone. Chloe was lounging in the back seat, casually scrolling through TikTok, looking incredibly bored. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the heavy front door, and stepped out onto the wooden porch. Eleanor stayed inside the house but remained highly visible through the screen door, holding her cell phone, ready to provide backup if I needed it. Dad instantly spotted me, and his rigid expression morphed from brief relief to absolute, explosive rage in less than half a second. He charged toward the porch steps. What the absolute hell is the meaning of this, Mark? Dad screamed, his voice echoing loudly down the quiet suburban street. Where the hell have you been? Your bedroom is completely empty. There are no pictures of you. You're not answering any of our goddamn calls. And your sister is currently failing 3 mandatory classes because you selfishly refused to do her required work. I moved out, I said, keeping my voice completely monotone and level. We can clearly see that. His face was turning an ugly shade of purple, his voice rising even higher. Why? You are still enrolled in high school. You have serious familial responsibilities at home. You cannot just abandon us. Chloe's massive backlog of homework is absolutely not my responsibility. It never was. Mom suddenly threw open the SUV door and practically ran across the lawn, her face tight with manufactured anger and panic. Mark, stop this ridiculous nonsense right now. You are being incredibly childish and vindictive. If this little tantrum is about not going on the cruise, we can sit down and talk about it like adults. But running away from home and deliberately sabotaging your poor sister's education and future is completely unacceptable behavior. I didn't run away, I corrected her firmly. I legally moved out. There is a massive legal difference. I am fully employed at a warehouse. I pay my own rent. I buy my own food. I am managing my life perfectly fine without you. You cannot just leave. Dad roared, his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might shatter. You are getting in that car and coming home with us right this exact second. I am officially 18 years old. You literally cannot make me do anything. We are your parents. Mom shrieked, clutching her designer purse like a weapon. You were my parents when you casually left me home alone from a massive luxury vacation just to do someone else's neglected homework. I fired back, the years of suppressed anger finally bleeding into my voice. You were my parents when you completely forgot my 18th birthday even existed because you were too busy at a damn spa. You were my parents when you spent 18 long years making it violently clear that I was infinitely less important than her. I pointed an accusing finger directly at the SUV where Chloe was now watching the drama unfold with wide eyes. So, no. I am completely good where I am. Chloe finally shoved the car door open and stomped over, her face flush with anger. You are being so freaking dramatic, Mark. You're just pissed off because you didn't get to go on my special birthday trip. Grow the hell up. The entire world does not revolve around you. I actually laughed out loud at the sheer, blinding hypocrisy. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want the world to revolve around me. That is exclusively your full-time job, right, Chloe? You desperately needed my help. You needed someone to do all your heavy lifting because you spent the entire semester doing absolutely nothing but taking selfies and whining. Mom stepped much closer, trying to use her soft, manipulative tone. Mark, please. We can easily work this all out. Just pack your things and come home right now so things can finally go back to normal. Back to normal? I asked incredulously. You mean back to where I am completely invisible except when you desperately need a scapegoat? Where Chloe gets absolutely everything handed to her on a silver platter and I get whatever garbage is left over? No thanks, I'm staying right here. You maliciously took down all the family photos, Mom suddenly said, her voice cracking slightly. Every single photo with you in it. You left the empty frames scattered everywhere. Why would you do something so deeply hurtful and psycho? Because, I stared directly into her eyes, if I am not deemed important enough to be taken on family vacations, then I am certainly not important enough to be displayed in your fake family photos. Dad's face went from purple to a dangerous, boiling red. He aggressively closed the distance, marching right up the wooden porch steps until he was towering over me. You are being an incredibly manipulative little punk. You are doing this just to punish us and embarrass us in front of the school. No. I didn't back down an inch. I am finally establishing basic boundaries. I am permanently removing myself from a highly toxic, abusive situation that was destroying my mental health. You can call it whatever the hell makes you sleep better at night. You ungrateful little bastard. Dad lunged forward up the final step, his massive hand aggressively reaching out to grab my upper arm. You are coming home right now, and I am not asking. I quickly stepped back, raising my hands defensively. Do not touch me. I am serious. I am your father and I am telling you. And I am a legal adult telling you no. That is exactly when he completely snapped. He lunged forward, grabbed the front of my work shirt in his massive fists, and violently yanked me forward hard enough that I completely lost my balance and stumbled. Before I could recover, his other hand came up and aggressively shoved me backward. I flew back, and my shoulder blade slammed agonizingly hard into the sharp wooden porch railing. The sheer force knocked the wind completely out of my lungs. You do not get to just walk away from this family like we are absolutely nothing, he screamed, still gripping my torn shirt, his spit hitting my face. His eyes were wide, red, and completely twisted with unhinged anger. He doesn't have to go anywhere with you, and you need to take your hands off him right this second. Eleanor's sharp, authoritative voice cut through the chaos like a knife. She had pushed the screen door open and was standing there, her phone held up high, the camera lens pointed directly at my father's face. Dad's grip on my shirt tightened instinctively. This absolutely does not concern you, lady. Get back inside your house. It highly concerns me when a deranged man violently assaults my legal tenant on my private property. Eleanor fired back without missing a beat. Let him go right now, or I swear to God I am calling the police. Mom was out of the car now, frantically rushing toward the porch steps. Richard, stop it. What the hell are you doing? People are looking. Instead of listening, he shoved me again, even harder this time. My back violently hit the wooden railing again, and a sharp, blinding pain shot down my spine and through my shoulders. You are coming home right now, or I will literally drag you to that car by your hair. I forced myself to stand tall, keeping my voice terrifyingly level even though my heart was pounding out of my chest. If you put your hands on me one more time, I will personally call the cops and press full assault charges. Try me. You'll what? He actually barked a crazy laugh, but his grip finally loosened a fraction. You're going to call the cops on your own father? I don't have to, I said smoothly, she already is. Eleanor already had her phone to her ear. Yes, 911? I need police officers dispatched immediately to my residence. A grown man is physically assaulting a young man on my front porch and refusing to leave my property. Yes, I have the entire violent altercation recorded on my phone and my doorbell camera. Mom frantically grabbed Dad's thick arm, pulling with all her body weight. Richard, please, let him go. The neighbors are coming outside. The police are coming. He held on for another agonizing 5 seconds, breathing heavily, staring deep into my eyes trying to find any trace of fear. When I didn't flinch, didn't move, and didn't break eye contact, he finally shoved me one last time in disgust and let go of my torn shirt. This is absolutely not over, Mark, he sneered, pointing a thick finger in my face. You are coming home eventually, whether you want to or not. The police are currently 3 minutes away, Eleanor announced calmly, still recording every single second. Chloe was standing frozen by the SUV, her phone halfway up, looking genuinely terrified for the first time in her pampered life. Mom was desperately pulling on Dad's arm, practically dragging him back down the driveway toward the vehicle. He slowly backed down the porch steps, keeping his angry eyes locked on me. You are making a massive, life-ruining mistake, boy. I'm pretty sure you just made the much bigger one, I replied, rubbing my throbbing shoulders. They scrambled into the SUV and violently peeled out of the neighborhood, the tires squealing loud enough to leave thick black rubber marks on Eleanor's concrete driveway. Eleanor slowly lowered her phone and ended the 911 call. She turned to me, her eyes filled with genuine maternal concern. Are you okay, sweetheart? My shoulders were throbbing with intense, radiating pain where I had violently hit the sharp edge of the wooden railing, but nothing felt permanently broken. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, Eleanor. Seriously. I have perfectly clear, high-definition footage of that entire assault on my phone, and the Ring doorbell camera caught the audio perfectly. It is entirely your call on what you want to do with that evidence, Mark. I stood there in the cool evening air, deeply thinking about it. A small, cowardly part of me desperately wanted to just let it go. Family drama was exhausting, and the legal system was a massive hassle. But another, Much louder part of me, the part that had spent 18 years being emotionally battered, pushed around, blamed, and marginalized, knew this was fundamentally different. He had crossed a massive physical and legal line. Letting him cross it without severe, life-altering consequences just meant he would inevitably come back and do it again, probably worse next time. Can you please send me that footage right now? I asked. Already done, honey, Eleanor smiled grimly. People like that only ever stop their abuse when they are forced to face real, tangible consequences. Update 2. The local police showed up exactly 10 minutes later with their lights flashing. I invited them inside, gave them the complete, unvarnished story from start to finish, and played the crystal clear video footage of the assault. They took several high-resolution photos of the angry, dark purple bruises and severe red marks rapidly forming on my shoulders and back where the wooden railing had violently dug into my skin. They also took Eleanor's official statement as a direct eyewitness. One officer, a stern but kind woman named Officer Morgan, sat with me at Eleanor's kitchen table while her younger partner furiously took notes on his pad. "You are legally 18 years old?" she asked, verifying my ID. "Yes, ma'am. I turned 18 exactly 4 days after they left on their vacation. I moved out legally. I have a signed, valid month-to-month lease agreement right here to prove residency." I slid the paper across the table. She nodded slowly, reviewing the document. "Your father violently put his hands on you multiple times, aggressively shoved you into a hard structure causing visible bodily injury, and verbally threatened to physically force you into his vehicle against your will. In the eyes of the law, that is clear-cut assault, battery, and attempted unlawful restraint. Do you want to officially press criminal charges tonight?" I looked over at Eleanor leaning against the counter. She gave me a firm, encouraging nod. I looked back at Officer Morgan. "Yes. I absolutely do." "Okay, we will file the official criminal report right now. You will need to come down to the main precinct station tomorrow morning to give a formal, sworn written statement and formally submit the video evidence and witness testimony files. Given the clear video evidence, this should be a very straightforward arrest. You also desperately need to think about filing for a protective restraining order, especially since he explicitly threatened to come back and force you to leave." She handed me a glossy business card with a direct phone number. "Call this specific domestic violence advocate number tomorrow. They will walk you step by step through the protective order process. Given the violent events tonight and the documented threats, you will easily qualify for an emergency temporary order immediately, with a full court hearing scheduled within a couple of weeks." After the police finally left, I sat alone on Eleanor's floral couch, feeling completely numb and exhausted. She brought me a hot mug of chamomile tea and sat down quietly across from me. "You did the absolute right thing today, Mark," she said softly. "It doesn't feel right," I admitted, staring into the dark tea. "It feels like I just completely blew up whatever tiny fragment was left of my family." Eleanor reached out and patted my knee. "Hey, your family blew themselves up years ago, sweetheart. You just finally stopped pretending the massive explosion hadn't happened." The very next morning, I drove down to the police station, gave my sworn written statement, handed over the USB drive with the video files, and immediately started the complex restraining order paperwork. The court advocate helping me was incredibly patient, walking me through every single legal requirement. The emergency temporary protective order was granted by a judge almost immediately based entirely on the brutal video evidence and the documented physical injuries. The full, permanent hearing was officially scheduled for exactly 14 days out. I found out later that afternoon from Mr. Davis that my dad had been officially served with the restraining order papers and a criminal summons directly at his corporate office by a uniformed sheriff's deputy. Mr. Davis also mentioned that my mom had aggressively called the high school again, hysterically crying to the principal, screaming that I was maliciously destroying their perfect family reputation. Mr. Davis told her very gently but firmly that criminal assault charges tend to have that exact effect on reputations. The next few days brought a massive, desperate wave of attempted contact. Dozens of voicemails from extended family members trying to play peacemaker. I didn't listen to a single one. Texts from blocked numbers using burner apps. Mr. Davis called again to inform me that my parents had actually shown up at the school a third time, aggressively demanding the administration physically force me to complete Chloe's missing coursework and legally compel the school to hand over my new home address. I firmly told them that neither of those things was ever going to happen, Mr. Davis chuckled over the phone. I showed them the legal documentation proving you are an adult who requested zero contact. They were absolutely furious. Your dad started screaming, making empty threats about calling his expensive lawyers to sue the school. I laughed. For what exactly? I'm 18 and I left voluntarily. There is literally no crime here except the one he committed on that porch. That is exactly what the principal told him, Mr. Davis said. They were eventually escorted off the property by the school resource officer. Just be careful out there, Mark. Through the high school grapevine, I quickly heard that Chloe's academic situation, had rapidly devolved from bad to absolutely catastrophic. Because of her missing weeks of assignments, she had been officially placed on severe academic probation. Her teachers completely refused to accept any late work since it never materialized on Monday morning. My desperate parents tried aggressively arguing to the school board that I had verbally agreed to complete it as a binding contract, but without me there to confirm it or submit the work, there was absolutely nothing to grade. Chloe was mathematically guaranteed to fail 3 core classes. Mandatory summer school was her only viable option to stay on track for graduation, completely ruining her planned summer trip to Europe. I felt absolutely zero guilt about it. Work at the warehouse became my solid anchor in the storm. Vince noticed that I always showed up 30 minutes early, stayed late to sweep the floors, and worked significantly harder than guys twice my age. He started giving me serious logistical responsibility. I was managing inventory spreadsheets, coordinating incoming truck schedules, and running the forklift teams. One week, I noticed our morning loading schedule had massive semi-trucks waiting around idling for hours, burning fuel and wasting money, because of how poorly we had organized the dock assignments. I spent my entire unpaid lunch break mapping out a much better, mathematically efficient rotation system on a piece of cardboard. I showed it to Vince, and he boldly implemented it the very next day. It ended up cutting our entire department's overtime labor costs by 12% that exact month. Vince didn't make a massive deal about it in front of the guys, but he pulled me into his office, clapped me hard on the shoulder, and told me I was finally thinking like upper management. After my 3rd week, he formally pulled me aside. "I'm officially putting you on as a shift lead starting Monday," he said gruffly. "Comes with a solid $4/hour raise, better medical benefits, and a dedicated parking spot. You've more than earned it, kid." The significant raise was enough that I could finally start aggressively saving real money for college tuition, for a reliable car, for a future that was entirely mine. The official restraining order court hearing finally arrived 2 weeks after the porch assault. I showed up to the courthouse wearing a cheap but clean suit, accompanied by Eleanor for moral support. I brought the official police report, the ring camera video on a tablet, and the high-resolution medical photos of the severe bruising that had formed on my back. Dad showed up wearing an expensive tailored suit, flanked by a slick, high-priced defense lawyer and my mother, who looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. The hearing took less than 30 minutes. The judge, a no-nonsense older woman, watched the video footage in total silence, thoroughly read the police report, and then demanded to hear both sides. Dad's expensive lawyer frantically tried arguing that it was merely a passionate family dispute that got slightly out of hand, that I was a troubled teenager exaggerating my injuries for attention, and that my father was just desperately trying to bring his runaway son home to safety. The judge absolutely wasn't buying a single word of it. She glared aggressively down at my father over her glasses. "Your client violently grabbed the petitioner, aggressively shoved him not once but twice into a solid wooden railing causing documented bodily injury, and explicitly threatened to forcibly remove him from the property against his will. That is clear-cut assault and battery. Add in the verbal threats to return and finish the altercation, and we have absolute, undeniable grounds for legal protection." She slammed her gavel and granted a full, comprehensive restraining order for a maximum of 24 months. Dad legally had to stay 500 feet away from me, Eleanor's property, my warehouse workplace, and my former high school at all times. He absolutely could not contact me directly, electronically, or through any third parties like my mother or sister. A single violation meant immediate, mandatory jail time. Dad's face went completely pale when the judge read the harsh terms into the official record. Mom started sobbing loudly in the gallery, but neither of them could say a single word that would change the reality of the situation. Walking out of those heavy courthouse doors into the bright sunlight felt incredibly good. 3 weeks after the dramatic court hearing, my phone unexpectedly rang from a number I hadn't blocked. It was Grandpa Arthur. "Your mother furiously called me yesterday," he said without any preamble. "She gave me a massive, screaming earful about your dramatic exit, the assault charges, the protective order, and how deeply worried they are about your mental state. But Mark, we need to talk privately. Can you drive up and visit the farm this weekend? There is something incredibly important you need to know, and it's much better said in person. I'll cover your gas money, just come." The long drive to Grandpa Arthur's massive property took almost 4 hours through winding back roads and endless green farmland. His rustic farmhouse sat on 30 sprawling acres outside a town so incredibly small it didn't even have a single stoplight. I had visited maybe 3 times in my entire childhood. Mom always had a million convenient excuses why we absolutely couldn't go more often. Too far, too busy, too dirty, too expensive. Now, looking back, I severely wondered if she had been intentionally keeping me away on purpose to isolate me. Grandpa Arthur met me on the gravel driveway. He was in his late 70s, but he still moved with the rigid discipline of a man 20 years younger. He was an ex-Marine, a retired master electrician, and genuinely the only adult in my entire bloodline who had ever treated me with basic, human respect. "You look much better, boy. Stronger, he said, pulling me into a massive, bone-crushing hug. Inside the warm house, he poured us both thick black coffee, and we sat down at his scarred wooden kitchen table. He studied my face for a long, silent moment before finally speaking. I am going to tell you something right now that your parents absolutely do not know yet. I officially changed my last will and testament 6 months ago, right after that incident where they blamed you for your sister crashing her car. I blinked, confused. Okay? I have been quietly watching exactly how they treat you for years, Mark. Every single time you called me, every time we talked on the phone, I heard the profound sadness in your voice. I saw the way they made you completely invisible in your own home. I saw the way they threw massive amounts of money and attention at your spoiled sister and gave you nothing but the pathetic scraps. He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair, his eyes fiercely intense. This massive 30-acre farm, the restored house, my heavy equipment, my life savings, my retirement investments. All of it was originally supposed to be split evenly 50/50 between your mother and your uncle. But I legally changed it. Now, every single penny, every single acre, it all goes exclusively to you. I stared at him, my jaw practically hitting the floor. Grandpa, I can't accept that. That's millions of dollars. You can't just. You are not taking anything, boy. I am freely giving it. He interrupted firmly, slamming his hand on the table. When I am finally gone, you will have absolute, unbreakable financial security. Your mother, your father, your spoiled sister. They get absolutely nothing, not a single red cent. But they are going to completely lose their minds when they find out. I stammered. Let them. His smile was sharp and incredibly dangerous. They permanently lost the right to my hard-earned money the exact second they decided to treat my only grandson like absolute garbage. I have already formally filed all the ironclad paperwork with my estate lawyer. They can try to legally contest it all they want when I die, but it won't change a damn thing. It is bulletproof. I sat there in stunned silence, desperately trying to process the magnitude of this. A massive farm, land. Real, generational security I had never even dared to imagine having. Why are you telling me this right now? Because I desperately want you to know that you have a bright future, Mark. You are currently out there busting your ass, building your own independent life, and that is incredible. I am so proud of you. But I want you to know deep down that you have a massive, unbreakable foundation waiting for you when the time finally comes. Do not ever let them try to manipulate you into coming back with fake promises of college money or inheritance. You are already set for life. They just don't know it yet. We spent the entire rest of the afternoon talking. He asked detailed questions about my warehouse job, my promotion, Eleanor's house, my long-term plans. He told me dark, revealing stories about my dad's childhood I had never heard before. How Richard had been a completely different, kinder person before he met my mother. How Helen had always been toxically obsessed with public image, wealth, and status. How they had slowly, systematically poisoned each other into the miserable, abusive mess they had become. Your sister is just a tragic product of exactly how they raised her, Grandpa Arthur said sadly, looking out the window at the fields. It absolutely does not excuse her horrific behavior, but it explains it perfectly. She never learned how to handle consequences because they aggressively shielded her from every single one. You, though, you learned the hard way early on. It made you tough, it made you a survivor. When I finally left that evening as the sun was setting, he walked me out to my rattling car. Don't be a stranger, son, you are always welcome in this house. And if your parents start making serious legal trouble for you, you call me immediately. I have expensive lawyers on retainer who will crush them. I drove the 4 hours back to Eleanor's house with my head completely spinning. A house, land, real financial security, a massive future. It was absolute proof that at least one person in my miserable family had actually seen me, really seen me, and decisively decided I was worth something great. The rest of the high school semester was its own special kind of hell. Chloe actively avoided me in the hallways like I had the plague, but her annoying friends didn't. They would intentionally whisper loud enough for me to hear as I walked by lockers. Selfish, dramatic. Ruining her entire life because he was so jealous of her cruise. I just completely ignored them. I let them think whatever stupid narrative they wanted. None of it mattered anymore. Mr. Davis pulled me aside one day after AP History. Your parents are still aggressively calling the school board, still legally demanding we forcefully intervene in your living situation. I want you to know the entire administration is backing you 100%. You are 18. You are doing excellent work in your classes, and your personal life is absolutely not our jurisdiction. But they are making serious noise about trying to sue the district for emotional distress. They can try to sue whoever they want, I shrugged. It doesn't change reality. Plus, Dad legally cannot contact me or come within 500 feet of this building because of the permanent restraining order. They are being very careful about that. Mom is making all the frantic calls now. His name isn't on any of the complaints. He handed me a thick, sealed envelope. This arrived at the front office for you this morning. I thought you might want it. But you don't have to take it. Inside was a dense, 3-page handwritten letter from my mother. I almost threw it directly into the trash unread, but morbid curiosity ultimately won. It was 3 solid pages of absolute, textbook manipulation, dressed up as deep maternal concern. She wrote about how incredibly worried they were about my safety living in a slum, how I was tragically throwing my bright life away working manual labor, how they would be completely willing to pay for my entire college tuition if I just came back home, dropped the ridiculous assault charges, canceled the restraining order, and made things right with the family. How family was supposed to stick together through hard times and forgive each other's minor mistakes. There was not one single word of genuine apology in the entire 3 pages. Not one single acknowledgement of the horrific abuse, the blatant favoritism, or the violent physical assault on the porch. I showed the letter to Vince during our lunch break at the warehouse. He laughed a deep, booming laugh. "This is really something else, kid. They are desperately trying to buy you back with heavy conditions attached. It always is with toxic people like that. They genuinely think love and respect are purely transactional. You do exactly what they want, they give you exactly what you need. The massive problem for them is, what you actually need right now doesn't cost a single dime of their money." He folded the letter and handed it back. "You going to respond to this garbage?" "No point," I said, tossing it into the break room trash can. They wouldn't hear the truth anyway. But they kept relentlessly trying. More manipulative letters sent to the school, more frantic calls to blocked numbers, more desperate attempts to reach me through extended family and mutual friends. Each one followed the exact same toxic manipulation cycle. None of it worked. I was a stonewall. Exactly 2 months after I left home, Chloe unexpectedly showed up at the warehouse. Vince came to get me during my busy afternoon shift, looking highly annoyed. He said there was a young girl aggressively asking for me in the visitor parking lot and refusing to leave. I walked out into the blazing sun, and there she was, leaning awkwardly against her pristine new car, looking completely out of place in her expensive designer clothes and heavy makeup. We were surrounded by massive semi-trucks, forklift sirens, and sweating laborers. "What exactly do you want, Chloe?" I asked, stopping 10 feet away. "I just need to talk to you. Just for 1 minute. No parents involved," she pleaded, her voice trembling slightly. I crossed my arms over my chest. "Talk then. I have a doc to run. I am currently failing my mandatory summer school classes," she admitted, looking down at her expensive shoes. "If I don't pass these makeup exams next week, I absolutely won't graduate on time next year. Mom and Dad are absolutely furious with me, they are constantly screaming at me. They are blaming you for everything, but they are taking it out on me." "Sounds like a massive you problem," I said coldly. "Mark, please, come on. I know I totally messed up with the homework thing, but I'm desperately asking for your help. Just this once. Please help me study and pass these exams, and I swear I will never ask you for anything ever again." I laughed. A loud, genuine laugh that echoed across the concrete parking lot. "You are seriously asking me to do your academic work for you again? After absolutely everything that happened? After Dad physically assaulted me? After you laughed in my face while you left for a cruise, and you genuinely think I am going to help you now? We are family, Mark," she cried, real tears finally spilling over her mascara. "No, Chloe. We are just biologically related. There is a massive difference. Real family doesn't treat each other like disposable garbage." I stepped slightly closer, dropping my voice. "You failed those classes because you refused to do the required work. That is entirely on you. You wanted to be treated like an adult? Figure it out yourself." Her eyes welled up with more tears. "You're really going to just stand there and let me fail? I'm not letting you do anything. You are failing all on your own. But I desperately need— What you desperately need is to stop expecting everyone else in the world to magically fix your self-created problems." I interrupted sharply. "What you need is to finally grow the hell up." I turned my back toward the massive warehouse doors. "We are completely done here. Do not ever come to my workplace again." She stared at my back like I had just grown a second head. The fake tears dried up instantly, rapidly replaced by pure, venomous anger. "You are such a massive jerk, Mark. Mom was completely right about you. You are incredibly selfish and cruel, and you genuinely don't care about anyone but yourself. Cool. Are you done throwing your tantrum?" I didn't even turn around. She screamed in frustration, got into her expensive car, and violently peeled out of the industrial parking lot, almost clipping a massive delivery truck on her way out. 3 days later, Grandpa Arthur called me again, chuckling darkly. "Your mother finally knows about the updated will, Mark." "How did she find out?" I asked, surprised. "I personally called her and told her," he said proudly. "I figured it was finally time she knew exactly where she stood in this family." She spent an hour screaming into the phone about how I was maliciously punishing her and destroying the family legacy. "I thought you should know it's about to get extremely ugly on your end." "Is she threatening to legally contest it?" "Oh, absolutely. She's screaming about getting expensive estate lawyers involved, claiming I'm mentally unfit, the whole dramatic production." Will any of that actually work? I asked, slightly worried. Not a snowball's chance in hell. He laughed. I had 3 separate independent doctors sign off on my absolute mental competency the exact day I signed the new will, and my lawyer is a literal shark. It is ironclad. But Mark, she is going to come at you incredibly hard now. Do not fall for her fake tears. I absolutely won't, Grandpa. Good man. Stand your ground. I am so damn proud of you. He was absolutely right. The very next week brought an absolute flood of insanity. Mom sent massive, unhinged messages through extended family members about how completely heartbroken and devastated she was that I had manipulated my senile grandfather into giving me the family estate. Chloe posted long, dramatic rants on her public social media accounts about ungrateful, toxic family members who maliciously abandon the people who raise them, steal inheritances, and then assault their own fathers with entirely false police charges. I completely ignored all of it. I kept working my warehouse shifts, kept saving my money, and kept building my new life. Then Mr. Davis called with news that proved exactly how desperate they had become. It was a Saturday morning in late October. Mark, you really need to hear this. Your parents just left the school building. They aggressively demanded a meeting with the principal and the district superintendent, desperately trying to force the school to legally intervene in your living situation. Let me guess, I sighed. They claimed I was coerced into leaving by outside influences? Exactly. They are loudly claiming your grandfather aggressively manipulated you into moving out so he could isolate you and cut them out of his will. They want the school district to officially document that you are being financially and emotionally exploited by an elderly man. I couldn't help it, I laughed. That is incredibly creative, I'll give them that. It gets even better, Mr. Davis chuckled. The superintendent flatly told them the school has absolutely zero jurisdiction over your personal life, and that all official documentation clearly shows you left voluntarily after turning 18. Your mom actually threatened to go to the local news media about the school failing to protect innocent students from predatory family members. She is really going all in on this delusion, I said, shaking my head. She is absolutely desperate, Mark, just keep your head down. After we hung up, I sat on the porch thinking about exactly how far they were genuinely willing to go to maintain their twisted version of reality. It was never actually about me. It had never been about me. It was entirely about their loss of control and their public image. Monday evening, Eleanor asked if I wanted to join her for dinner. We had slowly fallen into a comfortable routine where once or twice a week she would cook a massive meal, and we would eat together at the table, just talking about our days, the weather, or books. That night, she made an incredible pot roast with potatoes and carrots. You have officially been living here for 6 months now, Mark, she said, pouring gravy over her plate. It honestly feels much longer, but in a very good way, like you've just always been here. Thank you for taking a massive chance on me, Eleanor. Seriously. It absolutely wasn't a chance. She smiled warmly. You showed up on my porch with first month's rent in cash, a polite attitude, and a desperate work ethic. I knew immediately you'd be perfectly fine. She paused, taking a sip of water. Do you ever hear from your toxic family anymore? They're currently making a lot of legal noise about my grandfather's will. Won't work though, it's ironclad. Good, she said firmly. Let them finally face the severe consequences of their own actions. Summer rapidly turned into a crisp fall. I officially enrolled in night classes at the local community college, strategically using my flexible warehouse management schedule to build required credits toward a degree in supply chain business management. I figured if I was going to eventually work my way up to regional director, I might as well get the formal education to back up my practical experience. Chloe officially failed her summer school exams. She had to completely repeat her sophomore year of high school while all her friends moved on to junior year. I heard through the relentless grapevine that she was loudly blaming me for entirely ruining her life, telling anyone who would listen that I had maliciously sabotaged her grades on purpose out of pure spite. The criminal assault charges against my dad slowly moved their way through the clogged legal system. His expensive defense lawyer eventually got the severe charges reduced to simple assault and a quiet plea deal to avoid a messy public trial, but he still had to complete 100 hours of grueling community service picking up highway trash, attend 6 months of mandatory anger management classes, and the strict 4-month restraining order stayed fully in place. I heard through my aunt that he was absolutely furious about the humiliating community service, and that mom was frantically trying to smooth everything over with our relatives by spinning wild, fabricated stories about how I had violently provoked him with a weapon. It didn't matter in the slightest. The court had the crystal clear video evidence. The undeniable truth was permanently on the legal record. December finally arrived, bringing heavy snow and freezing temperatures. Grandpa Arthur called me on Christmas Eve while I was decorating Eleanor's small tree. Merry Christmas, Mark. A large package is coming your way via overnight delivery. Should arrive tomorrow morning. Grandpa, you really didn't have to get me anything. You've already given me everything. I absolutely had to. His voice cracked slightly with emotion. You are genuinely the only family member I have left who is actually worth celebrating. The heavy package arrived on Christmas morning. Inside the box was a brand new, incredibly warm Carhartt winter coat for my warehouse shifts, a $500 gift card to the local grocery store, and a handwritten letter on thick paper. Mark, I am prouder of the man you are becoming than I have ever been of anyone in my entire life. You are going to do incredibly great things in this world. The massive estate and the money are legally yours when I am gone, but you have already proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that you don't even need it to succeed. You are going to be incredibly successful with or without my help, and ironically, that is exactly what makes you the only one worthy of inheriting it. Love always, Grandpa Arthur. I smiled, a real tear slipping down my face, and carefully put the letter on my desk right next to a framed photo Eleanor had taken of us laughing together at Thanksgiving dinner. The busy spring semester started at the community college. I officially declared my major in business management and mapped out a solid 3-year plan for transferring to a major 4-year university. I started thinking long-term about my career, my finances, and my future. My life was absolutely not perfect. Some days at the warehouse were brutally exhausting. Some late nights studying I wondered if the intense stress was worth it. But then I would wake up in my quiet room at Eleanor's house, drive to a job where my boss and my crew deeply respected my work ethic, come home to absolute peace and quiet, and remember that this was infinitely better than the alternative. This life was entirely mine. I built it with my own 2 hands. Mom sent one final, desperate letter in late April. Inside the envelope was a glossy photo of me as a little kid, maybe 6 years old, smiling widely at my very first youth wrestling match. On the back of the photo, she had written in shaky handwriting, "We are so incredibly sorry for everything. We will always love you, and we pray that one day you can find it in your heart to forgive us and come home." I stared at the picture for a long time, looking at the genuinely happy kid who had absolutely no idea how much pain was coming his way. I didn't feel anger anymore. I didn't feel crushing sadness. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of total indifference. I carefully placed the childhood photo in the bottom drawer of my desk, closed it firmly, and went downstairs to help Eleanor cook dinner. Maybe someday in the distant future I would find a way to forgive them for stealing my childhood. Maybe I absolutely wouldn't. Either way, it didn't matter anymore. They were just ghosts in my rearview mirror, and I had a massive, beautiful life waiting for me ahead.
My parents kicked me out on my 27th birthday. I slept in a motel. Years later, I bought a house. They walked in and said, "It's a family asset." My name is Claire Morgan, and the day my life truly began was when my parents threw me out like trash on my own birthday. I had just ended a hard shift and was hoping for a cheap takeaway meal and a short quiet celebration. Instead, I pulled into the driveway and noticed my clothing, laptop and boxes heaped up on the front porch, as if they were cleaning away old rubbish. My mother stared me directly in the eyes and informed me I was done living there. On my birthday, my father stood behind her without arguing. I recall my hands trembling as I realized they were serious. There was no surprise party inside. No cake or candles, just my belongings on the doorstep and a chilly message. I was gone, and they were carrying on without me. Every phrase I wanted to shout became lodged in my throat at that point. My parents kicked me out on my birthday, and I didn't say anything. I just picked up my boxes, piled them into my beat-up automobile, and drove off. There was no major confrontation, and no dramatic parting. Only quiet, and the sound of all I knew shattering in my rearview mirror. I believed that was the worst thing they could possibly do to me. But over a decade later, after I had battled my way back and had purchased my own house, they arrived at my front door, went around my living room as if they owned it, and calmly told me, "This is a family asset. If you want to discover how the girl they booted out on her birthday ended up buying the house they attempted to steal, stick with me to the end." It happened on my 27th birthday, which is meant to be the day you feel like everyone is delighted you exist. I finished my shift at the grocery store, my feet throbbing and smelling like spilled coffee, but I was still hopeful. On my break I purchased myself a cheap cupcake from the bakery aisle, figuring that if no one else congratulated me, I would. Driving home, I believed there was something modest waiting for me. Maybe there are pizza boxes on the counter. Maybe a store-bought cake with my name slightly misspelled. When I turned into our street, I noticed it. No balloons, automobiles, or decorations, just my life piled on the grass. My luggage, boxes of clothes, a plastic bucket with my old textbooks, and a used monitor covered in a blanket. I briefly considered whether there had been a leak or an emergency. I parked crookedly, left the cupcake on the seat, and headed to the house. My mother stood on the porch, her arms folded. My father hovered behind her, staring at the ground. My youngest sister, Ava Morgan, sat on the steps, looking through her phone. My parents did not wish me a happy birthday. She said, "You're 27, Claire Morgan. This has lasted long enough. We need the room. You have to leave. I gazed at her. You are doing this today. On my birthday, she rolled her eyes. Do not make this overly dramatic. We reared you. We have done our part. You hold a job. You'll figure it out. My father eventually glanced up long enough to say, this is for your own good. You will grow if you are pushed. Ava smirked and said, everyone I know has moved out long ago. You should be thanking Mom. I wanted to shout that I was the one who paid the majority of the electricity bills and that the Wi-Fi she used for her classes remained on because of me, but I knew how it would end. My mother sobbing and calling me ungrateful, my father receding, and Ava filming. In the end, I would still be outside, but with additional bruises on my throat from yelling. So I didn't give them a show. I inquired gently, where should I go? My mother shrugged. You're an adult. Stay with a pal. Find something inexpensive. Just don't expect to come back. We need to transform your space into something helpful. Useful? As if I'd never existed. My parents kicked me out on my birthday and I didn't say anything. I picked up a box, took it to my beat-up car, and continued until everything was loaded. No begging or bargaining, just a scratch of cardboard on concrete. I took one final look at the front door and knew it was no longer my home, if it ever was. I drove till the homes faded away and highway signs took over. Then I stopped into a poor rural hotel that had half of its sign burned out. The chamber smelled like old smoke and bleach, but I had the key in my palm, and no one could order me to leave. I sat on the side of the uncomfortable bed, ate a cold cupcake alone, and checked my bank account. The number was modest and frightening. For a moment I considered calling my mother to ask for a few days of grace. Then I remembered how confident she seemed with my belongings on the lawn. They had not hesitated, so neither did I. Lying on that scratchy blanket, looking at the discolored ceiling, I promised myself I would never ask to return to a place that treated me like garbage on the day I realized I deserved better. If they really wanted me gone, I'd figure out a way to make them regret pushing me out the door one day. I awoke the morning after that hotel night with a sore neck, a pounding headache, and no safety net. I checked my phone, half anticipating a missed call from my parents, an apology, or at the very least, what hotel are you staying at? Perhaps we overreacted. There was nothing but a calendar notice that read, Happy birthday, Claire Morgan. Like a nasty prank from an app that didn't know any better. So I did the only sensible thing. I got up, washed in cold water, put on my uniform, and drove to work as if my entire world had not suddenly turned upside down. I performed my grocery store shift that day, pretending everything was normal, smiling at customers, scanning things, and making small chat about deals and recipes, all while my head yelled, "You have nowhere to sleep tonight." During my break I searched for rooms for rent on my phone, sifting by cheapest first and hoped for anything that did not resemble a horror movie set. Seattle was roughly 90 minutes away and the rents made my stomach turn. But staying in the motel was not an option. By the end of the day, I'd planned to visit a little studio in the city, the sort with peeling paint and a view of a brick wall. It was cramped and expensive, but the landlord didn't ask too many questions as long as I paid the deposit. I signed the documents with the wobbly assurance of someone who isn't sure how they'll afford next month. The first several weeks were terrible. I retained my grocery store work, but the commute was long, and the salary barely covered my rent. So I took on a second job performing late-night shifts at a burger restaurant a few blocks from my studio. My days became a cycle. Wake up before sunrise, go to work, scan items and bag for 9 hours, take a fast snack in the vehicle, clock in at the burger joint, smell like fries and grease till 1 a.m., stumble home, wash, pass out, and repeat. There was no time to think about my parents, which was sort of the goal. One night at the grocery store, a woman walked through my line who I knew right away. Rachel Bennett. She'd been a regular for months, usually carrying a laptop bag and a Bluetooth headset and chatting about deadlines and investors on her phone. I was not sure what she did, but it seemed essential. That night she was distracted, skimming through her emails while I rung up her belongings. When her reusable bag ripped, I instinctively helped her repack everything. I put it together, double-bagged the hefty goods, and cracked a silly joke about duct tape holding adult life together. She genuinely chuckled and glanced at my name tag. "You are the girl that always repairs the self-checkouts, correct?" she asked. I shrugged, little ashamed. When the machines froze, I merely punched a couple buttons to reset them. But she made it sound as if I were doing surgery. She inquired about how long I had been there, and before I could stop myself, the entire narrative came crashing out in a shortened form. My parents kicked me out. I'm figuring things out. 2 jobs, a little flat, and no plans beyond survival. Instead of making the typical pity grimace, she simply glanced at me for a moment and remarked, "You know, my startup is always looking for people who can problem solve and actually show up. Do you ever think about technology?" I chuckled because it sounded so absurd. I did not even graduate college, and neither did tech. She informed me about coding boot camps, how many people changed jobs without a degree, and how the internet was packed with free materials. She then did something surprising. She placed her email address on the back of my receipt and stated, "If you are serious about transforming your life, write me a message. I can't guarantee you anything, but I can put you in the right direction." That night, after my burger shift, I sat at the little table in my studio, my laptop open, looking for everything she had stated. Free classes, beginner-friendly lectures, and coding boot camps in Seattle. The words on the screen may have been in another language, but one concept stuck with me. I'd already lost everything once. What was the worst-case scenario if I tried and failed again? Over the next few months, I carved out previously unoccupied time slots. I watched JavaScript lessons throughout my lunch breaks. I printed cheat sheets and put them over my thrift shop desk. I joined free internet groups where individuals asked and answered questions I didn't understand. But very slowly, things began to click. Late one night, after finishing a practice assignment, I had the guts to contact Rachel. I assured her I was serious. I provided screenshots of my sloppy small websites, which I had created by duplicating tutorials line by line and then altering them. She responded, not with a job offer, but with something greater. A link to a part-time coding bootcamp she recommended, along with a comment that stated, "If you get into this and commit, I will talk to my team about an internship." I applied, figuring it was a long shot. I somehow managed to get in. My schedule got ridiculous. Grocery shopping in the morning, burgers on fewer nights since I needed to study, and bootcamp courses in the evenings and on weekends. I survived on ramen, black coffee, and the occasional free meal when the burger joint made mistakes. My friends stopped inviting me out since the response was invariably, "I have to work or study." There were several evenings when I felt foolish and behind, gazing at error messages until my eyes burned. There were days when I wanted to quit, especially when my body seemed to give up before my intellect. But every time I considered quitting out, I saw that mound of my possessions on my parents' lawn again. I overheard my mother remark, "You will thank us one day." I concluded that if I ever had to thank them, it would be for underestimating my abilities. About 18 months later, I completed the boot camp. I wasn't a great coder, but I could make things work. Rachel scheduled an interview with her business, and for the first time in my life, I sat in a conference room wearing actual clothing rather than a polo with a name tag. I discussed problem solving and customer irritation in the grocery store, late-night teamwork at the burger joint, and grit from juggling it all while learning something completely new. They engaged me as an associate front-end developer. The income was more than my previous positions combined, and there was a clear route for advancement. When the offer email arrived in my inbox, I stood in the center of my tight studio and simply gazed at it. The girl who had packed her life into a hotel room on her birthday was now being recruited to work for a software business in Seattle. I didn't weep. I didn't call my parents. I simply murmured to myself, "You cast me out to make way for Ava and her future. You really wanted me gone. All you actually done was give me space to create my own." When I first began at the business as an associate developer, I felt like an imposter in my life. The workplace was in downtown Seattle, with all glass windows and cold brew on tap. The type of location I used to believe only existed in films. For the first several months, I expected someone to stroll up, touch my shoulder, and tell me they had made a mistake. That I was meant to be back at the grocery shop asking customers if they preferred paper or plastic. Instead, I continued to turn up. I asked foolish questions. I remained late to repair bugs. I saw how senior developers addressed difficulties and adopted their behaviors. I took notes on everything. Rachel never regarded me like a charity case. She assigned me genuine tasks and provided real feedback. Sometimes harsh enough to hurt, but always followed by, "You can do better than this, and I know it." My code gradually broke less, and my confidence broke more in the correct places. Nearly 2 years have passed. I progressed from junior to mid-level. I received my first increase, and then another. For the first time, my financial account was no longer an emergency. I stayed in that little studio for longer than necessary, partly because I was afraid the good run would stop, and partly because I was accustomed to cramming myself into tight places. However, one day, my lease notice arrived with a rent increase that made my eyes expand. I sat at my small table, a spreadsheet open, recording my income and spending, and something crazy began to develop on the edge of my consciousness. What if, instead of paying extra for the shoebox, I invested the money in something I genuinely owned? The thought of having anything larger than a thrift shop couch was absurd, yet I couldn't shake it. I started listening to personal finance podcasts on my commutes. I understood what a credit score was and what a down payment looked like in numbers, rather than just hazy adult language. I searched through my internet accounts and noticed something ridiculous. Between my paycheck, a few freelance internet work on the side, and the fact that I had been too afraid to spend for years, I had saved money. Not affluent people's funds, but enough to spark a serious discussion. I spoke with a loan officer who explained financing alternatives, pre-approval, and interest rates. It felt like he was speaking another language, but I continued asking questions until the figures made sense. "You are in a far better situation than most individuals your age," he stated. I remembered my parents telling me I was a burden and that I would never develop unless they pushed me out. I didn't say it aloud, but part of me wanted to frame the email and post it on their old front door. I spent weekends traveling various communities. Some were completely out of my league, with immaculate artificial families in the brochures. Some were run down and gloomy, hitting too close to where I had begun. Then I went into a tiny 4-story home in Ballard that wasn't glamorous enough for a magazine cover, but was substantial. Clean lines, a little lawn, and a modest balcony off the master bedroom. The sunlight filtered through the living room windows just perfectly, capturing dust motes in the air like glitter. The kitchen was open, with enough counter space to make actual cuisine rather than simply microwaving whatever was on offer. Upstairs there was a supplementary room that might be used as an office, a guest room, or perhaps a location where I could create something altogether new. I stood there listening to the silence, and for the first time since leaving my parents' house, I felt what home might be like when it didn't belong to someone who could toss me out at any moment. I submitted an offer. The talk seemed like a game I hadn't prepared for, but my agent walked me through it. When I received the call that my offer had been accepted, I was sitting at my desk at work, gazing at a bug report. I had to go into the stairway to collect my breath. The girl who had formerly collected change to pay a motel bed was ready to sign documents putting her name on a property deed. On the final day, I sat in a boring office, signing stack after stack of paperwork. Every time the pen touched the page, I remembered a new version of myself. The child sneaks grocery store sushi into her bedroom. The cashier has painful feet. The youngster was covering her stuff in blankets on the grass as her relatives observed. Each signature seemed like a line that separated me from the past. When it was over, the woman across from me slipped the final document away and said, "Congratulations, homeowner." Entering the townhouse with my own keys seemed unreal. There was no furniture yet, only echoing rooms and bare walls that smelled of new paint and possibilities. That night I laid on the living room floor with a single pillow and a blanket, looking up at the ceiling, listening to the buzz of the city outside and the deep silence within. Nobody could walk in and tell me I was taking up too much room. Nobody could determine that my room was needed by someone else. This location has my name on it. Over the following few months I established a life behind those confines. I purchased a couch that did not come from the curb. I put up a good workstation with a real monitor in the spare room and named it my office. I invited a few work pals, cooked for them, laughed too loudly, and no one complained about the noise. On clear nights, I'd stand on the little balcony with a mug of tea, looking out over the neighborhood and reflecting on the journey from that rural hotel to here. I began publishing parts of my experience online, not to vent about my parents, but to discuss getting booted out, reaching rock bottom, and fighting my way back. People began replying. Strangers messaged me, stating they felt seen and that their families had driven them out in various ways. For the first time my sorrow seemed beneficial to someone other than myself. I believed the narrative would finish there. I got kicked out on my birthday, battled my way up, and purchased a house. It was a lovely little arc. But life isn't a movie. And evidently my folks did not enjoy being left out of the finale. One tranquil Sunday afternoon, I was unloading groceries and singing to myself when my doorbell rang. I didn't think much about it. Maybe a package, or a neighbor. I cleaned my hands on a towel, headed to the front door and checked the camera screen out of habit. When I noticed who was standing on my porch, my stomach fell. My mother, father, and sister. All three of them stood at the front entrance of the house I had built without them. For a moment, I thought the camera was malfunctioning. No. It was them. My mother in front, with grayer hair and more makeup. My father collapsed behind her, while Ava Morgan stood off to the side holding her phone. I could have pretended I wasn't home, but I'd had enough of hiding in places I paid for. I opened the door. My mother examined me before passing me inside the home. "Claire Morgan. You seem different," she commented, her gaze already scanning my furnishings. "What are you doing here?" I asked. My father attempted a quiet voice. Can we come in for a minute? It's important. Against my better judgment, I stepped back. They strode in as if they owned the air. My mother ran her fingertips along the couch. This is nice. Much nicer than the small house you used to have. Ava looked about, impressed despite herself. Damn, Nat, you really got yourself a full house. I stayed near the kitchen island. Why are you here? I asked again. My father sighed. Things have been challenging. I lost my job. Our mortgage is killing us. We could lose our house. My mother cut in. The bank does not care how long we've been there. They only want money. We heard you purchased a property. This alters everything. I felt a flash of pity, but it faded quickly. I'm sorry things are difficult, I said. But how does that relate to my home? My mother gave me a look that suggested I was being dense. This is more than simply your house, she explained. This is a family asset. The phrase landed like a stone. Excuse me, I replied. She motioned to the walls. We reared you. Roof, food, and clothing. We encouraged you to be independent. If we hadn't forced you out, you'd still be trapped in that dead-end grocery shop. Our fierce love shaped who you are. So obviously, what you have today should benefit the entire family. My father nodded. We're not asking for much. We only need to stay here for a time. Your mother and I may have one room, and Ava another. You still have that office, correct? You don't need a whole space simply for a workstation. Maybe we'll even put our names on the paper so the bank recognizes it as shared. It benefits everyone. I nearly laughed. You kicked me out because you said there was no room. I reminded them. You required my bedroom for Ava's online lessons. Now my house is the answer to all of your troubles. My mother waved her hand. We did it for you. She snapped. If we hadn't pushed you, you wouldn't have left. You should feel grateful. Our investment is paying off. A family asset. Ava joined in. Mom was correct. You achieved a higher level. Everyone I know has moved out years ago. You have spare rooms. Why are you acting so selfishly? There it was. The ancient word. I am not being selfish by living in the house for which I worked and paid. I mentioned that you did not co-sign anything. You are not on the deed. This is mine. My mother's eyes became stern. You wouldn't have this job without us. We made sacrifices. We struggled. We pushed you. You owe us one signature and your parents aren't on the street. Would you rather see us homeless while you sit here alone? Guilt used to work on me. Now it's only made me exhausted. You made your decision. I said. I created mine. I'm not jeopardizing my house or my future, so pretend this is a communal project. Ava scoffed. Money has a significant impact on your life. I shake my head. Being treated as trash on my birthday changed me. Money only means you can't do it again. My mother's voice sank. If you do not assist us, we will pursue legal action. We're your parents, we have rights. Any judge will see this as a family asset that you are hoarding. For a brief while the old terror returned. Then I recalled whose name was on every important page. Contact any lawyer you choose. I said you weren't moving in. You are not allowed to touch my residence, and you must leave immediately. My father tried one final time. Claire, please. We're your family. You did it. I responded. I swung the door wide. Cold light poured in. Last time you told me to go. This time I'm the one asking you to depart. My mother gave a harsh chuckle and moved past me. My father followed, looking at the floor. Ava walked by and said, You are going to regret this. I shut the door and turned the lock. My hands shook, yet behind the adrenaline, there was a constant calm. They had entered my house, confident that the word family asset would be enough to terrify me into giving up all I had achieved. They still assumed I was the girl whose life was in boxes on their yard. They had no notion that this time I wasn't the one to be terrified. When the door clicked shut behind them, I stood there with my back to it, breathing hard and hearing their threat reverberate in my brain like a horrible advertisement. Legal action, family assets, and parental rights. The old me would have gone crazy, Googling legislation at 2:30 a.m., and imagined the worst-case situations. The version of myself that had signed a mortgage and debugged code at 2 a.m. understood better than to let panic be the sole strategy. So I did what I usually do when I feel out of my element. I phoned someone who knew exactly what they were talking about. In this case, that someone was Daniel Cruz, a person I met years ago through a buddy of a friend, who had gone from bartending to law school as I was transitioning from grocery store clerk to developer. We had reunited in Seattle when I discovered he was practicing civil law and assisting with tenant and financial problems. We weren't best friends, but we trusted each other enough to swap war stories about shady landlords and employers. I texted him, "Hey, I believe my folks are going to do something insane with my house. Have you got time to talk?" He phoned within 40 minutes. I told him everything, from getting booted out on my birthday to the visit in my living room and my mother saying the words, "family asset," like a bomb. When I finished, I heard a long silence on the other end. "Okay." He eventually added, "First and foremost, breathe. They are not in your deed." "Correct." "Correct." I stated I bought this house years after they evicted me. They didn't assist with anything. It is in my name, solely. Then, technically, they have no ownership claim just because they share DNA. He stated that they may argue all day about what is fair or familial, but in court, paper wins over guilt trips. However, the fact that they have threatened legal action and are attempting to bully you into include them in the deed is quite suspicious, and the way they booted you out previously is not a good look for them. I felt a little knot of stress relax in my chest, so, they can't truly force me to give them anything. No judge will instantly transform your private property into a shared family asset just because your mother believes she deserves a portion, he added. But there's something more we should consider about. You mentioned that while you lived there, you helped them with paperwork and bills, correct? Yes, I replied slowly. I was the only person who could browse online forms without shrieking at the computer. Why? Because the individuals who feel entitled to your house years later are frequently the same people who felt entitled to your knowledge at the time. He stated, "Before we do anything more, I want you to retrieve your entire credit report, not the adorable free app version, but the genuine one. We need to make sure they haven't already been exploiting you to support themselves financially." The notion made my stomach plummet. I recall sitting at their kitchen table years ago, filling out lines on credit card applications as my mother hustled me, saying, "Just sign here. It's for the family." I was too exhausted and trusting to ask questions. I now see those recollections in a different perspective. That night, I sat at my desk at the home office they wanted to claim, entered into all 3 major credit bureaus, and asked for my reports. When they eventually loaded, I felt as if I was peeking into someone else's life. There were accounts that I recognized. My student debt for the 2 semesters of college I completed before dropping out. My own credit card, my car's auto loan, and then there were accounts I'd never seen before, shop cards I'd never used, and a line of credit created the year I was booted out. A few of tiny personal loans in my name are tied to an address I used to share with my parents. My chest got chilly. I contacted Daniel back and explained what I was witnessing. That, he gently said, is identity theft, at best illegal usage, and at worst blatant fraud. And if your parents open them in your name without your knowledge or consent, we'll need to do more than send a harsh email. Over the following few weeks, my life became a strange blend of routine and unreal. By day I went to work, produced code, attended meetings about product roadmaps, and joked with coworkers in the kitchen. By night, I sat at my dining table with Daniel on speakerphone, gathering documents, underlining dates, cross-checking addresses, and piecing together the paper trail of how my parents discreetly transformed my name into a safety net while calling me a burden in front of me. Daniel Cruz assisted me in filing official challenges with credit bureaus over accounts that I did not establish. We contacted the banks and lenders, wrote notarized letters, and provided affidavits stating that I had been booted out and had no knowledge of the obligations. Some institutions acted cooperatively. Others treated me as if I were the one running a fraud. Every time a customer service representative questioned my narrative, I considered phoning my parents and yelling at them. Instead, I reminded myself that I would not be cleaning up their mess for them. I was purifying my name for myself. At the same time, Daniel requested a restraining order based on my parents' threats and history of kicking me out. We supplied screenshots of texts my mother sent following the visit. Messages such, "You will regret choosing a house over your family," and, "We will make sure everyone knows how heartless you are." They mistook them for guilt trips. The court saw them as harassment. "Are you sure you want to go through with it?" Daniel questioned me one night. "Once we file, it becomes official. This is no longer merely a family disagreement." I remembered the girl who had stood on the grass, her life in boxes, while her own mother ordered her to work it out. I imagined them marching into my home as if they were entitled to it and asking me to sign over control without blinking. "Yeah," I answered. "I'm sure they didn't hesitate when they kicked me out. I'm done being hesitant when it comes to defending myself." The court first issued an interim injunction, preventing my parents from visiting my home or job while the full hearing was arranged. When the papers were served, my phone exploded. My mother called and left voicemails shouting about treachery and disgrace. My father wrote lengthy messages outlining how this could all be handled quietly. Ava sent a single message. "You actually drew the law into this tragic situation." I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I sent everything to Daniel. He put it to the file, and then, softly, another piece moved across the board. Some of the challenged accounts prompted internal inspections by the lender. One of them saw suspicious tendencies and sent the material to a government agency. Another one related to a bogus home improvement loan carried out just before my parents' financial collapse turned the information over to the IRS, since the income records did not match. "This is where it may become bigger than you," Daniel warned me. "If they have been evading taxes or exploiting your name to obtain further credit, the IRS will not simply shrug and walk away." Part of me felt queasy about it. These were still my parents, no matter how twisted up they were. The prospect of them facing an inquiry made my stomach turn. But another part of me, the one that had stood at a rural hotel counting crumpled cash while their identities remained clean, seemed more like justice. Several months have passed. There were forms, hearings, and more calls than I can count. Then the restraining order was made permanent. They contended in court that I was overreacting, that youngsters nowadays label anything abuse, and that they had only ever attempted to teach me responsibility. However, when tested under oath and with documents, their tale fell apart. They couldn't explain why they had open loans based on my social security number. They couldn't explain the SMS messages that sounded like threats. They couldn't turn the idea of throwing their kid out on her birthday into a heroic sacrifice. The judge issued the injunction, noting a history of emotional manipulation and financial abuse. My parents exited the courtroom looking smaller than I'd ever seen them. That was only round 1. Round 2 began after the IRS completed whatever silent job they were performing in the background. I was brought in as a witness, not a suspect, to explain what I knew and didn't know about the loans and accounts. I responded honestly. I had signed paperwork I didn't understand under duress. I had trusted that they would not utilize me. I had been kicked out of the house and finances the moment I ceased being convenient. When I walked out of the federal building, I felt as if I had opened a window that had been painted shut for years. Letters eventually began to arrive at my parents' address and new renting location. Notices, requests, and inquiries for unpaid taxes, undeclared income, and fraudulent applications. Their former house, which they had kicked me out of to make room for my sister, was confiscated and sold to satisfy a portion of their debt. The irony didn't escape me. The home that had served as their stronghold and symbol of supremacy was now gone as a result of their own decisions. Without that house, without solid credit, and without the steady career my father had lost, their alternatives narrowed rapidly. They moved into a modest apartment on the outskirts of town, then into something even smaller when the bills continued to arrive. My mother transitioned from bragging on Facebook about her beautiful family to posting vague rants about ungrateful children and crooked institutions. Pointed out, but never detailed enough to admit what really transpired. My father picked up odd jobs and did anything he could. Pride devoured whole. Ava, who previously mocked me for working at a grocery store, ended up folding clothes for a retail chain during the day and running delivery apps at night, screaming about how unjust the world was. I knew all this not because I tracked them, but because others emailed me screenshots with the question, "Is this about you?" I never responded publicly. Instead, I recounted my side of the story in a way that did not identify them but did not conceal what happened. I discussed parents who utilize guilt to their advantage, and families that believe they are entitled to their adult children's achievement, while never accepting responsibility for the pain they have inflicted. I talked about getting booted out on my birthday, staying in a hotel, and learning to differentiate love from devotion to individuals who repeatedly mistreated me. The more I shared, the more I learned from others who had experienced variants on the same script. It turns out that I wasn't special. This seemed surprisingly soothing. One night, some months after everything had been officially resolved, I was sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open when another email from a lender arrived. "We have concluded our inquiry." It stated, "We have determined that you are not liable for the debts in question. These accounts will be erased from your credit record." I gazed at the words for a while. My name, which they had signed on paperwork as if it was theirs to use, was now clear. My home was safe. My future was mine. I remembered my mother standing in this kitchen, stating that it was a family asset. In a way, she was correct, but not in the manner she intended. Their journey finished with courtrooms and collection notices in little flats and lifestyles. Mine was only getting started. For the first time, the scales seemed balanced. They had driven me out, taken advantage of me, and attempted to grab all I had built. Finally, all they did was provide me with the space and determination to create a life beyond their reach. In the silence that followed the attorneys, letters, and courtrooms, I began to notice something disturbing. Winning does not make up for what you lost. There was no point when my parents suddenly understood. There is no heartfelt apology, no clean reconciliation. They continued telling everyone who would listen that I had wrecked their lives by putting a house above my own blood. I used to think about that charge, wondering whether there was any version of the narrative in which I could have helped them without harming myself. But every time I went through my own door, dropped my keys in the bowl by the threshold, and felt the solid weight of my own security, I knew the answer. They'd spent years persuading me that love included sacrificing yourself for their comfort. Cutting them off was the first lesson I created for myself. My life began to fill with different types of individuals. Co-workers who checked on me when I appeared exhausted. Neighbors who offered cookies as I shoveled their side of the sidewalk. Friends who crashed on my couch, not because they had been booted out, but because we had been laughing too late to drive home. On Wednesday nights I hosted a small group at my dining table, a mismatched circle of folks each with their own story of a family that hurt more than it helped. We didn't sit around criticizing our parents. We compared notes on borders. We discussed therapy, savings accounts, and the first moment each of us realized we could say no without presenting a lengthy list of reasons. My home became precisely what my parents had said it was. Not a family asset, but a secure location where individuals might land, relax, and then relaunch on their own terms. Sometimes late at night, I would stand in the doorway of the extra room that they had desired for themselves and simply stare at it, the perfectly made bed, the bookshelf, and the desk where I occasionally wrote. I could almost see two timelines stacked on top of one another. In one, my parents were slamming doors and shouting about everything I had done wrong, transforming my house into another place I had to tiptoe about. In the one I picked, that room remained available for the version of myself who needed it the most, as well as anybody else seeking confirmation that starting anew was possible. I won't pretend it's simple to prioritize yourself over your family. It is one of the most difficult things I have ever done. There are still holidays when browsing through photos of large happy families seated at long tables stings me. But I did learn something valuable. Blood is not an excuse to harm you repeatedly. Being related does not automatically provide someone access to your time, money, or home. Love without respect is simply control wrapped up in nicer language. My parents used to tell me that one day I'd thank them for kicking me out. I don't thank them for their brutality or falsehoods. But I will concede this. The day they kicked me out on my birthday marked the end of their tale and the beginning of mine. If you're listening to this and seeing aspects of your life in mine, I want you to know you're not insane. You are not ungrateful, nor are you alone. You are permitted to protect yourself. You are free to create a life in which the individuals who have wronged you are not permitted to participate. They attempted to assure me that the house was a family asset. They were correct about one thing. It's about family. Parents chose my sister's boutique over my daughter's surgery, giving her $140,000 instead. My fiancé asked, should I tell them I make $1.1 million a year? The restaurant's cutlery was more expensive than my first automobile. My fiancé, Michael, had particularly picked it for this supper. When I questioned the decision, he said that my parents would take us more seriously in an expensive environment, demonstrating that we were responsible people worth investing in. I had been too desperate to dispute. Looking back, I understood he already knew how the evening would go. My daughter Sophia sat next to me, her hand never leaving mine. At the age of 7, she knew more than any youngster should. The tumor pushing on her spinal cord had taught her about pain, hospitals, and conversations that would abruptly end when she entered rooms. She asked me 2 weeks ago if she was going to die. I hugged her and lied, claiming everything was all right. However, the operation cost $150,000, and our insurance company refused the claim twice, claiming it was an elective treatment despite 3 independent medical assessments verifying its need. My folks came 15 minutes late. Clara donned her new Chanel jacket, which she had shown on Facebook last month. John was wearing his Rolex, which he had given himself as an anniversary gift. My sister Rachel stepped in after them, already beaming the same grin she'd mastered over 32 years. The one who said she had already won the game we were playing. Sorry we're late, Rachel apologized, kissing the air near my cheek. The traffic from the spa was extremely terrible. Michael stood and shook hands with my father before pulling out seats for the women. Regardless of our predicament, he insisted on paying for this supper. When I argued, he just answered, "Trust me." Those 2 words had carried me through the previous 2 months. Michael worked in finance, a complex field with foreign accounts that he rarely addressed at home. We'd been engaged for 8 months, and he had been Sophia's father in ways that went beyond genetics. The waiter delivered menus. Rachel chose the most costly wine without consulting anyone else's preferences. This was standard. She'd always been the golden child, incapable of doing anything wrong. She dropped out of college twice because she was searching for herself. I was bragging about finishing my degree after working 3 jobs. She'd married a real estate developer who abandoned her for his secretary, stealing the most of their money in the process. My parents had paid for her legal bills, the down payment on her new condominium, and her credit card debt. They'd never volunteered to aid me with anything. So once we'd ordered, John spoke with the boardroom authority he was known for. "You said this was important." I began to speak, but my throat tightened. Sophia gripped my hand. She had wanted to stay at home with Michael's sister, but I needed her here. I needed my parents to understand what was at stake. Michael spoke instead. "We're here because Sophia needs surgery. It's time sensitive. The tumor is growing, and the doctors have given us a narrow window before it causes permanent paralysis." Clara's expression fluttered with alarm. "Oh honey, that's terrible, but surely your insurance denied it." I survived. "They're calling it elective, not medically necessary. We've appealed twice. Our lawyer says we might win eventually, but Sophia doesn't have eventually. She has 4 weeks before the neurological damage becomes irreversible." It became real when the number appeared. Sophia's fingers clenched around mine. Rachel drank her wine. "That is truly awful, but what do you expect Mom and Dad to do about it?" I had anticipated this question. I'd practiced it in the mirror, the vehicle, and in the shower. "I'm asking for a loan. The surgery costs $150,000. I'll sign anything. Agree to any terms. I have my house as collateral. I'll work the rest of my life if I have to, but I need help now." John was enjoying his steak. The knife scratched on the plate. "That's a substantial amount of money." "I know, and you're certain about this surgeon? Have you gotten second opinions?" asked Michael. "We've consulted with 7 specialists across 3 states. Dr. Williams at Johns Hopkins is the best option. He's done this procedure successfully for years with excellent outcomes. The insurance company is just trying to avoid pain." "Still risky," Rachel remarked. "I mean, surgery is always risky. Maybe you should wait and see if the insurance comes through." Sophia made a little squeak. Not exactly a whimper, but close. I wanted to hurl my water glass at Rachel's flawlessly made-up face. "The tumor won't wait," Michael remarked, his voice calm but frigid. "Every day increases the likelihood of permanent damage." Clara leaned across the table and touched my hand. The gesture was theatrical and intended to be seen. "Sweetheart, we want to help. We really do. But that kind of money is complicated. We have our own obligations." "Like what?" My comments came out harsher than I had intended. John's jaws constricted. He dreaded being questioned. "Like your mother's medical expenses, like house maintenance, like retirement planning." I had seen their bank records a few years ago. When I assisted them with their taxes, they have investments totaling more than $2 million. The home was paid off. Clara's medical bills included Botox injections and dermatological treatments. She contacted a wellness doctor. "I'm not asking for a gift," I explained. Rachel slumped back in her chair. "I'll put it in writing. I'll pay interest. Whatever you need. You know what your problem is? You've always been so proud. Too proud to ask for help until you're desperate. And then you expect everyone to just drop everything." The boldness of the comment took my breath away. Rachel had asked for money so many times that I'd lost count. Rachel had borrowed $4,200 from me 6 years ago and never mentioned it again. Rachel had moved back home 3 times as an adult. "That's not fair," I muttered. "Life isn't fair, sweetie." Rachel smiled wider. "You made your choices. You had a kid young. You picked a career that doesn't pay well." "You stop." Clara's words broke through the tension. "This isn't helpful." The table became silent. The diner proceeded around us. Other families ate their lunches, unconscious that my entire world was disintegrating in the corner booth. John cleared his throat. "We've actually been discussing this since you called. Your mother and I have talked it over extensively." Hope erupted in my chest. Painful and bright. "We have decided that we can give you some money," he added. "Not the full amount, but something to help." "How much?" Mike inquired. $18,000. The hope died. $18,000 would not even cover the anesthesiologist. I started to say something, but John raised his hand. "However," she said, "we've also decided to help Rachel. She's been through a difficult time with the divorce, and she's trying to start over. We want to support both our daughters." The universe was shifting. Clara smiled as she said, "What do you mean by help, Rachel?" She genuinely grinned. We're giving her the money we'd set aside for your request. Rachel wants to start a boutique. She's always been creative and now she has the opportunity to truly establish herself. A boutique? I repeated the words since they made no sense. You're using my daughter's medical money to open a shop. It's not your money, Rachel responded hastily. It's their money. They can do whatever they want with it. Michael placed his hand on my shoulder. His hold was firm and anchored. How much? I asked. How much are you giving her? John said, his expression slightly uneasy. We've agreed to invest $140,000 in Rachel's business venture. It's a loan, of course. Though we're not requiring immediate repayment, she'll pay us back when the business is profitable. The figures were not even attempting to conceal what this was. They took the exact amount I had requested and gave it to my sister instead. They kept $18,000 to preserve deniability and claimed they were assisting each of us equally. So, to be clear, Michael explained calmly, you're choosing to fund a boutique over your granddaughter's medical surgery. That's not how we see it, Clara said. We're helping both our daughters. Rachel deserves a chance at a better life. She's been through so much. And what has Sophia been through? I asked sharply and clearly. What exactly has my 7-year-old been through that matters less than Rachel's lifestyle choices? Don't be so dramatic, Rachel yelled. It's not like she's dying. Sophia snatched her hand away from me. I heard her quick inhalation, the type that preceded tears. Michael quickly hurried to her side, crouching next to her chair and mumbling something I couldn't hear. Actually, I said, turning to my sibling, without the surgery, paralysis is guaranteed within 2 months, and yes, the tumor is potentially fatal, so maybe choose your words more carefully when discussing my daughter's life. Girls, please. Clara's voice was plaintive as if she wanted everyone to get along so she wouldn't have to deal with problems. This doesn't have to be a fight. We're all family. John nodded. We've made our decision. We think it's fair and balanced. Rachel needs this opportunity and we want to support her. You'll figure something out for Sophia. You always do. The dismissal was plain. They had made up their minds before even arriving at the restaurant. This dinner was merely theater, an opportunity for them to announce their choice and feel kind about the symbolic $18,000 they were providing. She deserves a better life, John said, nodding toward Rachel. After everything she's been through, she deserves this chance. He stated it with pride, as if he had done something heroic by selecting one daughter's business enterprise above the other daughter's kid. As if this were knowledge rather than malice. I did not weep. I've wept enough over the last 2 months. I sobbed in hospital parking lots, the shower, and my car during lunch breaks. I sobbed till I was left with a cold, unambiguous sense of who my parents were. Instead, I turned to stare at Michael. He had returned to his seat after reassuring Sophia, and his expression was inscrutable. Our gazes connected, and I noticed something I had never seen before. Not sympathy, not even anger. It was a calculation. He rose up carefully and reached inside his jacket pocket. His phone appeared sleek and costly. He held it lightly, almost carelessly, while looking at my father. Should I tell them what I do for a living? The man inquired. The question remained in the air. Rachel's smile started to fade. She'd been victorious seconds before, shining with pride. Uncertainty crept into her features. You work in finance, John said dismissively. We know that. I do, Michael agreed. But specifically, I'm a senior partner at Berkeley & Company. We handle wealth management and private banking for high net worth individuals. I manage a portfolio of about $750 million. The telephone number struck like a bomb. Clara's fork halted halfway to her mouth. My annual salary is $1.1 million. Not counting bonuses, Michael said, his voice casual. Last year my bonus was $2.9 million. I've been hesitant to discuss this because your daughter values privacy, and I didn't want our relationship to be about money. Rachel's grin had entirely vanished, her face had turned pale behind her makeup. We haven't needed your money, Michael explained, staring at my parents. We have more than enough for Sophia's surgery. I have investment accounts, savings, assets. We could pay for this surgery 10 times over without feeling it. I felt woozy. David, I wanted you to ask them, he added, turning to face me. You needed to know who they really are, what they would choose when it mattered. His gaze returned to my parents. And now we all know. John's face had gotten crimson. Then why put us through this charade? Because it wasn't a charade for me, Michael explained. I genuinely wanted to believe that when faced with their granddaughter's life, they would make the right choice. I was wrong, and I'm sorry for that, but I needed to know what kind of people I was marrying into. He took out his wallet and put a credit card on the table. Dinner's on me, all of it, including Rachel's expensive wine. Rachel discovered her voice. You let us think. You manipulated. I observed, Michael corrected. There's a difference. We came here asking for help, and you revealed exactly who you are. The money I have doesn't change the choice you made. You decided your daughter's boutique was worth more than your granddaughter's health. That's a decision you'll have to live with. Clara grabbed for me. Sweetie, if we'd known. Known what? I pushed away from her grip. That Michael had money. That only matters if you were making a financial decision instead of a moral one. Sophia needed surgery either way. That didn't change. This isn't fair, Rachel said, her voice rising. You set us up. You made us look bad on purpose. Michael laughed sharply. Nobody made you do anything. You were given the opportunity to aid a youngster, your niece, but you declined. The fact that we don't need your money does not affect your decision. We were still planning to give you $18,000, John objected. That's not nothing. You're right, I responded, standing. It's not nothing. It's insulting. It's the minimum amount you thought you could offer while still claiming you helped. It's a tip, not assistance. I lifted Sophia up, and she placed her arms around my neck. She was becoming too large to carry comfortably, yet I longed to hold her. Michael placed his hand on my back and guided us to the exit. Wait, Clara said. Please don't leave like this. We can talk about this. There's nothing to talk about, I said without looking around. You made your choice. Rachel gets her boutique. I hope it's everything she dreams of. You're being childish, Rachel yelled. Just because you tricked us. I paused and turned around. The entire restaurant was watching, but I didn't mind. I didn't trick anyone, I stated unequivocally. I asked my parents to help save my daughter's life. You all decided that funding a retail business was more important. Those are the facts. What you do with that information is up to you. We departed. The chilly evening air touched my face as we headed to Michael's vehicle. Sophia was silently weeping on my shoulder. Michael unlocked the door and assisted us both inside before getting into the driver's seat. For a long time, neither of us talked. The restaurant's lights gleamed behind us, warm and welcoming, in stark contrast to what had just transpired inside. I'm sorry, Michael eventually said. I know that was hard. Why didn't you tell me? I inquired about the money. About your plan. Because you wouldn't have gone through with it, explained the man. You would have said it was cruel or manipulative, but I needed you to see them clearly. We're about to get married. Sophia is about to become my legal daughter. I needed to know if they were going to be a positive presence in our lives or a toxic one. He was correct. I'd have declined. I would have argued it was overly harsh and deliberate. But sitting at that dinner, witnessing my parents prioritize Rachel's demands over Sophia's, confirmed everything. They'll try to reconcile, Michael stated. Once they process this, once Rachel's boutique inevitably fails, they'll reach out. They'll want access to our life, to the money they now know we have. You need to decide now what that relationship looks like. Sophia stirred against me. Mommy, why doesn't Grandma love me? The question destroyed something in my heart. She does, baby. She just doesn't know how to show it properly. That's a lie, Sophia murmured quietly. You don't have to lie anymore. I heard what they said. Michael caught my attention in the rearview mirror. Your grandparents made a bad choice tonight, Sophia. But you're going to be okay. We're going to take care of you. The surgery is scheduled for next month, and you're going to get better. Will I see them again? Sophia inquired. That's up to your mom, Michael said. And eventually up to you. The ride home that night seemed weird. Sophia fell asleep in the back seat, weary by the emotional toll. Michael's hand met mine across the console, his thumb drawing circles in my palm. Neither of us talked for the first 10 minutes. I keep replaying it, I eventually admitted. The look on John's face when he said Rachel deserves a better life. Like it was obvious. Like it was the only reasonable conclusion. Michael clasped my hand. He believed it. That's what makes it so devastating. He genuinely thought funding a boutique was equivalent to saving a child's life. How did you stay so calm? I inquired. I wanted to scream. I wanted to flip the table. Years of practice hiding what I'm thinking, he joked. It's a skill you develop in finance. But trust me, I wanted to do a lot more than flip a table. When we came home, I brought Sophia upstairs and put her to bed. She stirred when I lifted the cover. Mom. Her voice was small and tired. Yes, baby. Are we going to be okay? I brushed back her hair. We're going to be more than okay, I promise. Even without Grandma and Grandpa? The question wounded my heart, especially if that is what it takes to keep you safe and loved correctly. She nodded and closed her eyes. I observed her for a long time, this courageous young kid who had been through so much. The biopsy left a scar on her back. The night she sobbed in anguish, and how she learned to ask me whether we could afford things before asking for them. 7 years old and already carrying hardships that no youngster should bear. I went downstairs and found Michael in his office. He had his laptop open, with many displays displaying financial figures and data I could not comprehend. "I'm establishing a trust," he replied without looking up at Sophia. "Education, medical expenses, whatever she needs. It'll be ironclad. Your parents won't be able to touch it or contest it. Michael and I are having our lawyer create an agreement that clearly excludes them from any medical choices. If anything happens to you, they have no rights. My sister gets guardianship, not them." I settled into the chair opposite from his desk. "You really think they try to interfere?" He turned his gaze at me. "I think people who value money over a child's health can rationalize anything. I'm not taking chances with Sophia's future." The next morning, I had 17 missed calls. My folks had evidently spent the night attempting to contact me. The voicemails varied from bewildered to furious to imploring. I erased them all without listening beyond the first few seconds. Work was a pleasant diversion. I'd been the marketing director at a small software business for 3 years, and my boss had been quite supportive of Sophia's medical predicament. When I arrived, my colleague Ethan was waiting at my desk with coffee. "How did it go with your parents?" he inquired. I told him about the supper and my severe need for support, but I didn't divulge Michael's plan or his salary. They decided to sponsor my sister's store instead. Ethan's mouth fell. "You're joking." "I wish I was." "What are you going to do? Can you take out loans? Start a GoFundMe?" "Actually," I remarked, sitting down and going onto my computer, "Michael had the money all along. He wanted to see what choice they'd make." Ethan was silent for a bit. "That's either brilliant or cruel. I can't decide which." "Neither can I confessed. "But it worked. I know exactly who they are now." My telephone rang. "Mom, are you calling again?" I declined. "They're not taking the hint?" Ethan inquired. "They're probably still in shock. Give them a few days to get angry. That's when the real messages will start." I was correct. On Wednesday the tone altered. John texted me, calling me ungrateful and manipulative. Clara sent a lengthy email detailing how I was pulling the family apart. Rachel left me a message with every name she could think of. Her voice was harsh and aggressive. "You always have to be the victim," Rachel's message said. "You always have to make everything about you. Mom and Dad were trying to help both of us, and you threw a tantrum because you didn't get your way. Grow up, the world doesn't revolve around you and your kid." I stored the voicemail. Something told me that I could need it later. Michael returned home on Thursday evening with some news. "Your sister went to my office today." I glanced up from assisting Sophia with her schoolwork. "What?" "She showed up at the reception desk, demanded to see me. Security escorted her out, but not before she caused a scene." He undid his tie. "She was yelling about how I'd ruined her life. How I'd manipulated everyone. How she was going to sue me for emotional distress." "Can she do that?" "No. But she can try. It will cost her money that she does not have." He poured himself a drink. "Your parents were waiting in the parking garage. I think they'd planned it together." My stomach constricted. "Did they approach you?" "Your father did. Asked if we could talk man to man. I told him we had nothing to discuss and that if any of them showed up at my workplace again, I'd get a restraining order." Sophia was looking at us, her pencil frozen over her arithmetic paper. I faked a grin. "It's okay, sweetheart. Just adult drama. Nothing for you to worry about." She did not appear persuaded, but she returned to her schoolwork. That night after Sophia had fallen asleep, I finally broke down. Michael discovered me in the bathroom, sitting on the floor and weeping into a towel to mask the sound. "They were supposed to love her," I blurted out. "She's their granddaughter. How could they choose money for Rachel over Sophia's life? What kind of people do that?" Michael sat next to me, drawing me against him. The kind of people who never should have been parents in the first place. I keep thinking about when I was younger. John teaches me how to ride a bike. Clara's making my Halloween outfits. Were those folks ever genuine, or was I simply helpful until I wasn't? "Maybe both," Michael said gently. "People can love you and still be fundamentally selfish. The love doesn't make the selfishness hurt less." Friday offered a different strategy. My Aunt Helen, Clara's sister, contacted me. We had always been tight. When my parents were away, She was in charge of looking after me. The one who came to my college graduation after skipping Rachel's rehab graduation. Your mother asked me to call, she explained. She's devastated. They both are. They should be. Sweetheart, I'm not calling to take sides. I just want you to know that they're struggling with this. They thought they were making a balanced decision. On Helen, they paid Rachel $140,000 for a store and offered me $18,000 for Sophia's operation. How is that balanced? She exhaled. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. It sounds bad because it is bad. Your mother mentioned that Michael had money all along, that you weren't really in need. Would it have been okay if we were actually desperate? I blurted out. If we'd had no options and they'd still chosen Rachel's boutique, would that have been fine? Of course not. Then Michael's money doesn't change anything. They made a choice based on what they believed was true. They chose wrong. Aunt Helen was silent. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called. It's okay, but please tell them to stop. Stop calling. Stop showing up places. Stop sending people to talk to me. They made their decision. I've made mine. In comparison, the weekend was rather tranquil. Michael brought us to the zoo. Sophia giggled for the first time in days as she pointed out animals and enthusiastically read the information panels. We had lunch in the cafe, and Michael let Sophia to order whatever she wanted. This is nice, Sophia murmured, chocolate ice cream on her chin. Just us. Just us. I agreed and wiped her face. Michael caught my eye above Sophia's head. His look was both sorrowful and resolute. We were creating our own family, one that excluded those who had failed the most fundamental test of love. Monday morning marked the first break in my parents' togetherness. Clara phoned from a number I didn't know, so I answered, assuming it was the hospital or Sophia's school. Please don't hang up, she pleaded right away. I just need 5 minutes. I should have disconnected right then. You have to. Your father and I had a fight, a bad one about the money, about Rachel, about you. He's saying I'm too soft, that you're being manipulative, and we should stand firm. But I keep thinking about Sophia. You should have thought about Sophia at dinner. I know. You're right. I should have. Her voice crackled. I've made a lot of mistakes with you, favoring Rachel, looking the other way when she treated you badly. I told myself it was because she needed more support, because she struggled more. But the truth is, it was easier to give in to her than to stand up for you. I did not react. Couldn't. I want to make this right, Clara added. I know you don't need the money now. But I want to give it to you anyway. For Sophia's surgery. For her recovery. Whatever you need. I'll take it from the money we gave Rachel. And what does John think about this silence? He doesn't know you're calling, does he? He'd be furious, but I don't care anymore. You're my daughter. Sophia is my granddaughter. I should have chosen you. It was the closest thing to an apology I had ever received from her. A part of me wanted to embrace it, to believe she had finally seen the light. But another part, the one that had witnessed her grin while explaining why Rachel deserved more, couldn't forget. I appreciate that, Mom, I really do. But it's too late. Please, you didn't just make a financial mistake. You revealed what you value. And I can't expose Sophia to people who might make her feel less important than her cousins, or less worthy of love or support. I can't risk her internalizing the same treatment I got. I would never make her feel that way. You already did. She was sitting right there when you said Rachel deserves a better life. She heard every word. She asked me later why you don't love her. Clara's sob was clear over the phone. I'm not trying to hurt you, I said. But I'm done protecting your feelings at the expense of my daughter's well-being. You made your choice. This is mine. I hung up before she could reply. Then I added her new number to my contacts as Mom. Do not answer. So I'd know it if she phoned back. Michael had been listening at the doorway. That must have been hard. It was necessary, I explained. She wants absolution without consequence. That's not how this works. 2 weeks later, my phone was buzzing with texts. First from Mom, then John, and then from Rachel. The store had fallen through. The property owner noticed Rachel's business plan was insufficient, and she had no experience. He pulled out of the lease. Rachel was insisting that my parents sue him. They asked whether we might aid with legal bills. I banned all of their numbers, including Mom's new one. Sophia's operation was set for the following Tuesday. After another patient rescheduled, Dr. Williams was able to move forward her appointment time. The time was excellent. We'd be done with this before my relatives could cause further havoc. Sophia underwent surgery on a Tuesday morning, 3 weeks after the catastrophic supper. After 6 hours, Dr. Williams came out and informed us everything had gone great. The tumor was fully removed, and while she will require physical therapy, a full recovery was predicted. I cried in Michael's arms in the waiting area, releasing months of worry and anxiety. Rachel arrived at the hospital 2 hours later. She must have phoned around to find out where we were, most likely nagging common acquaintances until they informed her. She got past the front desk, pretending to be Sophia's aunt, and located us in the surgery recovery wing waiting room. Her hair was dirty and her makeup smudged. She seemed desperate. "Please," she asked. "I need to talk to you. Mom and Dad won't take my calls. The boutique money, they want it back. They're threatening to take me to court. I need help. I need a lawyer." Michael stood between her and me, saying, "You need to leave. She's my sister. I have a right." "You have no rights here," Michael said coldly. "You made it clear where your priorities were. Now deal with the consequences." Security escorted her out. I watched her leave, feeling nothing but tiredness. Clara and John tried again, arriving with flowers and cuddly animals. They grinned and cooed over Sophia, as if the meal had never occurred. Sophia gently received their presents but declined to talk with them. After 15 minutes of uncomfortable small conversation, they departed. In the parking garage, John cornered me while Clara kept Michael busy. "You know this makes you just as bad as us," he replied calmly, cutting us off since we had made one mistake, using money to influence relationships. "You're no better." I studied him closely. This man who had taught me to ride a bike, assisted me with homework, and accompanied me down the aisle at my first wedding. I attempted to locate a glimmer of affection for him but came up empty. "The difference," he replied, "is that I would have given you the money if Sophia was fine and Rachel was sick. I would have helped without conditions or tests. You failed one. I'm not manipulating you with money. I'm protecting my daughter from people who valued a boutique over her life. There's a difference." He flinched. "We didn't know Michael had money." "That's what makes it unforgivable," I corrected myself. "If you'd known, you might have made a different choice. But that would have been for the wrong reasons. You should have chosen Sophia because she's a child who needed help. The money should never have mattered." I went away, leaving him standing alone amid the vehicles. Sophia walked alone for the first time in 6 months after surgery. Her physical therapist sobbed. So did I. Michael videotaped the entire affair, speaking like a sports announcer and making Sophia giggle. We went home, ordered pizza, and watched movies till Sophia fell asleep between us on the couch. My phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number. It was Rachel. "The shop failed. I am bankrupt. Clara and John are suing me over the money. Please assist." I erased the mail without replying. Another text arrived. "I'm your sister. Doesn't this signify anything?" I blocked that number. Michael discovered me on the back porch later that night, gazing at the sky. He brought me tea and sat near me. "No regrets?" he inquired. I thought about it thoroughly. I regret that they made the choice they made. I regret that Sophia heard it. I regret that this is who they are. But cutting them off? No regrets about that. Rachel's legal troubles will probably drag on for months. He proceeded. "Your parents will lose their case eventually. She never signed proper loan documents, and even if she had, she's got no assets to collect against." "How do you know that?" "I have friends in family law. They're talking about it." He took a break. "Your parents will definitely lose the majority of that $140,000, and Rachel has already spent a significant portion of it on what? Apparently, she went on a shopping spree before the boutique transaction fell through. She bought a new car, furnishings and clothing because she believed she was going to start a profitable business." I drank my tea. Chamomile was my fave. I should feel something. Satisfaction maybe, or vindication, but I just feel tired. "That's normal," Michael said. "They were your parents. Grieving them doesn't require their death, just the death of who you thought they were." "Did you know?" I inquired. "When you first met them, did you know it would end like this?" "I suspected," he said. "The way they talked about Rachel versus how they talked about you. The way they lit up for her and offered polite smiles for you. I saw the pattern. I just needed you to see it too." Sophia shouted out from within, half awake and craving water. We went to her jointly and tucked her back in. Her room was filled with images she had drawn while recovering. Rainbows, dwellings, and stick figure families. In each one, there were 3 people. Her, me, and Michael. My parents were not in any of them. 1 year later, I got a wedding invitation in the mail. Clara and John were renewing their vows. 40 years of marriage. The invitation was formal and costly. My name was on the envelope, but there was no personal letter. Only printed information and an RSVP card. I tossed it away. Clara phoned back 2 days later from another new number. I recognized the area code this time and nearly didn't respond, but my curiosity got the best of me. "Did you get the invitation?" she said, her tone guarded. "Yes." "Will you come? It would mean so much to us. Family should be there." "No," I answered simply. "Please. Your father wants to reconcile. So do I. We miss Sophia. We miss you." "You chose this," I explained. "When you had a chance to help Sophia, you chose Rachel's boutique. When you had a chance to show up for us, you chose your own comfort. Actions have consequences." That was more than a year ago. "You're going to hold on to that forever?" "It wasn't about the money," I explained. "I said it was about the choice. You revealed who you are when it matters. I'm protecting my daughter from people who see her as less important than their other grandchildren, or their investments, or their image." "Rachel is suffering," Clara remarked gently. "She's living in a studio apartment, she works retail, she has nothing." "Then help her," I responded. "That's what you chose. Live with it." "And what about us?" Clara's voice broke. "Don't we deserve forgiveness?" "Forgiveness isn't the same as relationship," I informed them. "I don't hate you, I just don't trust you, and I won't expose Sophia to people I don't trust." I hung up and blocked the new number. Michael discovered the invitation in the garbage later. "Your mom called?" "Yeah." "How do you feel?" "Free," I said. "Is that wrong? Shouldn't I feel guilty or sad?" "You feel how you feel," he explained. "They made their choice. You made yours. That's how consequences work." Sophia came into the kitchen after school, full of stories about her day. She had made the soccer squad. Her legs were strong and totally healed. She was prospering. Michael and I listened as she talked about practice, her friends, and the scientific project she wanted to start. She did not inquire about grandparents. She didn't disclose the invitation she wasn't aware of. She was content in the family we created, the one that showed up when it counted. My phone vibrated, another unknown number. I took a quick check at the text. "This is cruel. We're your parents. We deserve better than this." I erased it without answering and switched off the phone. Sophia grasped my hand. "Can we make cookies?" Michael promised that we may try the dish with chocolate chips and peanut butter. "Absolutely," I said, allowing her to lead me toward the cupboard. Behind me, Michael was already preparing the mixing bowls. Our house was warm, full, and secure. Outside, my parents were undoubtedly arranging their anniversary celebration and making excuses for why one daughter couldn't come. Rachel was doing a job she thought was beneath her, blaming everyone but herself for her circumstances, and I was preparing cookies with my daughter, who could walk, run, and live normally since we had rescued her without them. Some individuals believe family is everything. That blood requires forgiveness, that parents deserve unlimited opportunities. Sisters should always encourage each other. Those folks have not witnessed their parents prioritize money above their child's life. I did, and I chose appropriately. "She's dead to us," my mother said at my sister's rehearsal dinner, blaming me for a drunk driver's crash. I asked one question that froze the room. The rehearsal supper was hosted at the Waterford estate, a setting with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a lake that appeared too exquisite to be true. Crystal chandeliers dangled from exposed wooden rafters, while white flowers adorned every accessible surface. Nobody who knew Emily Parker expected her to go above and above. She had always paid close attention to her beauty. I arrived on time, wearing the navy outfit Emily Parker had approved 4 weeks before. The parking lot was already crowded, and I could see people mixing through the windows as I moved towards the door. My stomach felt like I had eaten shattered glass, but I kept my expression bland. I had become good at it over the years. The clearance procedure for the outfit was consistent with every encounter I'd had with Emily Parker since the accident. She had texted me 3 possibilities, all in subdued hues that wouldn't catch attention: navy, charcoal, and taupe. Nothing flashy, nothing that would draw attention away from her or the bridal party. I decided for navy since it was the least sad, and she replied with a thumbs-up emoji. There were no words, simply an acceptance that I had made an appropriate option. That dress cost me $550, which was the most I'd ever paid on a single piece of apparel. It fit wonderfully, thanks to a seamstress from a downtown Detroit shop who inquired about the event. When I told her it was for my sister's wedding, she smiled and mentioned how wonderful it must be. I smiled back, saying nothing about the knot of dread that had formed in my chest since receiving the offer. The invitation had been a surprise. I figured I wouldn't be invited at all. Emily Parker and I hadn't communicated directly in over 3 years. Our final discussion was during Dad's birthday dinner, when she asked me to pass the salt, which I did. That was it. Pass the salt. In our household, a 30-second encounter was considered conversation. But the invitation was only addressed to me, Miss Lena Parker. There is no +1. No, and I figured only my name in fine calligraphy on cream-colored card material that likely cost more per page than I spent on food in a week. I was 18 when the accident occurred. Emily Parker, 21, was home from college for the summer. We'd attended a party at Lauren Whitaker's house, one of those end-of-summer events that seemed significant at the time. Emily Parker had been drinking. She handed me the keys to her car around midnight, giggling as she fainted in the passenger seat. I was sober. That night, I had never touched any alcohol. The junction was dark, the light was green, and the vehicle drove through the red light at 65 miles per hour. Emily Parker's femur was fractured, her pelvis was crushed, and her left leg suffered chronic nerve damage as a result of the accident. The doctor stated she could walk again, but the dancing was ended. Her scholarship to Juilliard vanished, along with her career in dance. Nobody inquired what color the light was. Nobody questioned me whether I was sober. Mom discovered Emily Parker's hospital wristband containing the blood alcohol content record and concluded that was the only truth that counted. I was liable for everything that happened because I was driving. Emily Parker's blood alcohol level was 0.09. The hospital had tested her as part of its usual trauma routine. When Mom saw that number on the discharge papers a few days later, her expression shifted. She stared at me across Emily Parker's hospital room, where I had been sitting watch, and I saw exactly when she chose who was to blame. "You allowed her to drink," Mom remarked. Her voice was low and nasty. "You were expected to be responsible. She is 21 years old. She should not have drunk at all." I was accountable. I protested. "I did not drink anything. I drove her home safely." The other driver. "Don't dare to blame someone else," Mom snapped. "You were behind the wheel. You were in charge of that automobile. Emily Parker trusted you, and here's what happened." Dad had attempted to intercede. "I do not care what the police report says, honey." Mom shut him off. "My daughter's life is finished. Her scholarship is no longer in effect. Her dreams have been ruined. And it occurred when Lena Parker was driving." The rationale was absurd. However, grieving is not a rational emotion. Mom wanted someone to blame, someone she could control and punish. The inebriated driver was a stranger who had previously been handled by the judicial system. His insurance was covering the medical expenses. Mom could do nothing to satiate the wrath and grief she felt while witnessing Emily Parker suffer. But I was right there. 18, terrified, and pleading for her acceptance and pardon. An easy target. The following several months were a jumble of hospital visits, physical therapy appointments, and agonizing stillness. Emily Parker's operation was effective in stabilizing her pelvis, but the nerve damage to her leg was irreversible. She'd walk again. The physicians made it obvious. However, the exact muscular control essential for professional ballet was lost. The letter from Juilliard rescinding her admission arrived 4 weeks after the catastrophe. I watched Emily Parker read the letter. We were in her hospital room, and I was assisting her with the exercises that the physical therapist had prescribed. She opened the letter with quivering hands, read the contents, and then gazed at the wall for 20 minutes without saying anything. "Emily Parker," I finally tried. "I'm so." "Get out," she whispered gently. "Please let me out." She shouted so loudly that nurses came racing. "I do not want you here. I do not want to see you. It is your fault. Everything is your fault." She had been informed about the intoxicated driver. She was aware of the police report, his arrest, and the pending charges. The physicians had explained everything to her in detail. Knowing the facts, however, was not the same as embracing them. I'd left her room in tears and passed Mom on the corridor. She stared at me coldly and said, "You heard her. Stop coming to the hospital. You've done enough damage." The years that followed the accident were a master class in solitude. I'd been admitted to Michigan State on a full academic scholarship, but Mom persuaded me to defer and assist Emily Parker's recuperation. 1 year became 2, and then 3. By the time I attended, the most of my high school pals had moved on. Emily Parker would never speak to me unless compelled. She'd gaze through me at family gatherings, her face expressionless as if I were furniture. The deferral seems logical at the time. Emily Parker required assistance with basic things while she was recovering. Someone to transport her to physical therapy appointments, assist her upstairs and downstairs, and prepare meals while Mom was at work. "It's the least you can do," Mom explained. And I'd agree because the guilt was eating me up. Never mind that I was not guilty of anything other than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I found a job at a neighborhood coffee shop to keep myself busy and help to family expenditures. The Michigan State Scholarship was deferred, but it was not assured to be fulfilled during a gap year. The university's financial aid division issued me a letter indicating that I would have to reapply and that support could not be guaranteed for future academic years. I contacted them in a panic. Margaret Ellis, a sympathetic advisor, stated that academic scholarships were offered on the basis of immediate enrollment. Because I deferred, I lost my spot in that year's cohort. I could reapply as a transfer student after earning some credits elsewhere, or I could enroll as planned and forfeit the scholarship outright if I changed my mind. What will I do? I questioned her, my voice cracking. That depends on why you deferred, she said softly. If there is a family emergency, we may be able to make an exception with the necessary paperwork. But how could I explain that my family required me to give up my future since they believed the accident was my fault? How could I explain to her that my mother had made it obvious that I owed Emily Parker this time, this sacrifice, this penance for a crime I had not committed? I ended up taking community college classes while assisting Emily Parker, and studying at night after she went to bed. The courses included fundamental English writing, beginning psychology, and general biology, all of which translated to nearly any four-year school and kept my mind sharp. I convinced myself I was being realistic by accumulating credits while being a nice sister. The reality was, I was trapped. Mom had made it obvious that leaving would result in lifelong banishment. If you forsake your sister now, she continued, don't bother returning. Emily Parker's physical treatment was grueling and unpleasant. 3 times a week I drove her to a clinic 45 minutes away. She'd go into the treatment rooms for 100-minute sessions, emerging hot and fatigued, and occasionally in tears from the pain. The therapists were gentle yet forceful, encouraging her to regain movement in her crippled limb. I'd wait in the reception area, doing schoolwork or reading. Other members of the patients' families would occasionally attempt to strike up a discussion. I got adept at dodging personal queries with vague responses that indicated nothing about the circumstances at home. Another mother sat next to me at one of these sessions, around 9 months after the accident. Her daughter was recuperating from a ski accident. We talked briefly about healing timetables and insurance nightmares. Then she inquired about what had happened to my sister. Car accident, I said briefly. Were you there too? She inquired, observing the fading scar on my wrist from when I underwent surgery to fix the fracture. Yes. This must have been scary for both of you. I nodded, throat tight, unable to explain why Emily Parker no longer spoke to me. How being in the accident together had created an unbridgeable divide between us rather than shared suffering. Emily Parker's recuperation proceeded slowly. After 7 months, she was able to walk without crutches, although her stride remained uneven. After 14 months she was able to climb stairs without help. After 20 months she enrolled in the local community college, which was also where I was taking classes, but we carefully planned our schedules to minimize overlap. She claimed her major as marketing. It was functional and had nothing to do with dance. I once caught her in the parking lot, sitting in her car and weeping while viewing a video of herself performing the Nutcracker 4 years ago. I'd approached cautiously, hoping to provide consolation, but she saw me and drove away without saying a word. Emily Parker had transferred to a 4-year institution downstate by the time I entered at Michigan State 4 years later, and without my scholarship. She moved into an apartment near university and ceased returning home except on significant holidays. I was relieved. Living in the same house as someone who treated you like a ghost was stressful. College was lonely for me. When I arrived as a freshman, the majority of the students my age were juniors or seniors. The scholarship I had lost would have paid for tuition, housing, and board. Instead, I paid my own way through student loans and part-time employment at the university library. I lived off campus in a rundown studio apartment, surviving on ramen and cheap groceries. I studied finance since it was useful, and the employment market was stable. My grades were great, with a 3.9 GPA that I kept up by pure perseverance and long nights. I had several acquaintances, but few true pals. People would ask me to parties or study groups, and I would fabricate reasons as well. The fact was that I no longer trusted people. The accident showed me that even family members may turn against you when times are tough. What would outsiders do if Mom and Emily Parker could decide I was guilty despite overwhelming proof to the contrary? I finished with honors and was immediately offered a position with a financial business in Detroit. The beginning wage was small yet manageable. I got a 1-bedroom apartment in a nice area and bought furnishings from IKEA. For the first time in years, I had a space of my own, where no one stared through me or chastised me for being. I stopped visiting home on small holidays. Only for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I'd arrive late and depart early. Emily Parker began bringing partners to these events, a succession of interchangeable guys who were kind enough. She'd laugh and joke with them, a side of herself I scarcely knew. Mom would sit me on the far end of the table, as far away from Emily Parker as possible. Dad's attempts to include me in talks were difficult. Aunt Carol, Mom's sister, was always hugging me and inquiring about my employment, but the sadness in her eyes was nearly as bad as Mom's coldness. Dad first attempted to play the role of mediator. Mom's resentment, however, was like a wave that gradually carried everyone along. He stopped offending me about the time Emily Parker began physical therapy. It was probably simpler for him to have one daughter rather than two. After college, I stayed in Michigan and worked as a financial analyst for a mid-sized corporation in Detroit. I went home twice a year for big holidays, sitting at the far end of the table while Emily Parker discussed her career as a marketing director or her ideal lover, Ethan Collins. Mom would serve me last, almost like an afterthought. Dad would engage in uncomfortable small chat about weather trends. When Emily Parker's wedding invitation arrived, I looked at it for 4 days before opening it. My name was listed alone. There was no +1 given. The ceremony would take place in our hometown of Riverside, at the church where we had both been baptized. I purchased an airline ticket and requested time off from work, knowing I'd regret going but unable to explain to myself why I couldn't just miss it. The invitation package was extravagant, with thick card material with gold foil printing, an information card, an RSVP card with a pre-stamped envelope, and a map of the venue locations. Everything screamed pricey and meticulously prepared. Emily Parker had always been detail-oriented, even as a youngster. Her bedroom was carefully arranged, and her school tasks were always completed on time. Ethan Collins looked like an ideal fit for her. I had met him once before, briefly, at a family dinner 20 months ago. He was a civil engineer, stable and quiet, with a pleasant grin. He attempted to engage me in conversation that night, inquiring about my career in finance. Emily Parker quickly turned the conversation away from me, but I appreciated the effort. The wedding invitation had come on Tuesday. I noticed it in my mailbox among the bills and trash mail. My immediate reaction was to toss it away and pretend it never arrived. But something stopped me. Maybe I was curious about if I was needed there, or maybe I was hoping for an olive branch. I messaged Emily Parker personally. Received the invitation. Are you certain you want me there? She answered 6 hours later. Mom insists on maintaining appearances. You are invited. Not yet. I want you there. Not necessarily. I hope you can make it. Just a straightforward observation regarding looks. I should have understood the danger in those words. I'd spend a week pondering whether or not to go before eventually accepting the RSVP card. Part of me thought that the wedding would mark a turning point. Weddings were meant to represent fresh beginnings and family harmony, right? Perhaps seeing Emily Parker happy will soften Mom's attitude. Maybe we can find a way to be sisters again. Shopping for dresses had been an agony in and of itself. Emily Parker had supplied the 3 color selections with specific specifications. Nothing too formal, nothing too casual, and nothing bright. I went to 5 different places before finding a blue dress that suited all of her requirements. The saleswoman had been upbeat, talking about how lovely the wedding would be and how unique it was to have a sister getting married. I had smiled, consented, and felt hollow within. The trip from Detroit to Riverside was brief, taking less than 75 minutes. I had rented a hotel room instead of staying at my parents' residence. The pretext was convenience, but the truth was that I couldn't take the notion of sleeping in the same house as Mom's scorn. The motel was a Holiday Inn beside the highway, clean and unassuming. I arrived 2 days before the rehearsal dinner to avoid seeming to be a last-minute guest. The passage of time seemed to go on forever. I worked from my hotel room, took a yoga class at a neighboring studio, and ate alone at chain eateries. My phone remained virtually silent, save for business emails, and a few texts from co-workers wishing me a good time at the wedding. On the day of the rehearsal dinner, I changed 3 times before deciding on the navy dress. Too early, and I'd appear desperate. Too late, and I'd appear rude. I aimed for exactly on time and succeeded, arriving into the Waterford Estate parking lot at exactly 6 o'clock. The rehearsal dinner included 72 guests, including extended relatives, close friends, and Ethan Collins' family from Colorado. As I approached the arena, I knew the majority of the faces. Aunt Carol on Mom's side waved hesitantly from a corner table. Cousin Andrew pretended not to notice me. Madison Reed, Emily Parker's college roommate, offered me a stiff smile that did not reach her eyes. I took my allotted place at a table near the kitchen doors, away from the head table, where Emily Parker and Ethan Collins would sit with both sets of parents. The location seems purposeful. A couple I didn't recognize sat next to me and introduced themselves as Ethan Collins' aunt and uncle from Denver. They were kind, inquiring about my flight and career, oblivious of the familial issues that had forced me into exile. Their names were Robert and Susan Hayes. Robert ran a hardware shop in Denver, while Susan taught elementary school. They were kind and conversational, thrilled about the wedding. Susan showed me images of their 2 boys, who are both married and have their own children. "Are you on the bride or groom's side?" Robert inquired happily. "Brides," I explained. "I am Emily Parker's sister." Susan's face lightened up. "Oh, incredibly amazing. Emily Parker is very gorgeous. We met her last Christmas when she and Ethan Collins came to visit. She's really nice and sweet. You must be really proud of her." I managed to grin. She worked so hard to be where she is. "And what are you doing, dear?" Susan asked. "I am a financial analyst in Detroit." "Oh, how fascinating. Are you enjoying it?" I did it, actually. My job was one of the few things in my life that seemed simple and straightforward. Numbers did not lie. Financial statements presented coherent narratives. Market trends followed a logical pattern. It was comforting to know what to expect. We had a good conversation throughout the appetizer dish. Bruschetta with fresh mozzarella and tomato. Robert shared a humorous story of a wedding tragedy involving a missing ring and a golden retriever. Susan inquired whether I was seeing anybody special, and I evaded with practiced grace. Other tables in the room were abuzz with chatter. I recognized Emily Parker's college friend, Madison Reed, who was holding court with a group of women near the windows. Cousin Andrew sat at a table with other cousins from Dad's side, folks I had grown up seeing at family gatherings but who now scarcely noticed me. Aunt Carol caught my gaze from across the room and offered a little wave. She seemed uneasy, trapped at a table with Mom's friends, who were most likely hearing about how much of a burden I'd been since the tragedy. Aunt Carol had attempted to remain impartial throughout the years, but she'd been exhausted by Mom's incessant story of my guilt. The sight was stunning. Large windows looked out over the lake, which mirrored the evening light in orange and pink. The tables were adorned with gorgeous arrangements of white flowers, including roses, hydrangeas, and baby's breath. String lights had been draped from the exposed beams, casting a comforting glow as dusk approached. Emily Parker had always had good taste, and it seemed that Ethan Collins had the money to satisfy it. I was curious as to how much all of this cost. The venue alone probably cost $25,000. Add in the food, the bar, the flowers, and the photographer who is presently touring the room, getting candid shots. I had heard Dad indicate that Ethan Collins's family contributed heavily to the wedding money. His father had a thriving construction firm in Colorado. I didn't add anything. Of course, I hadn't been asked to join the wedding party. There's no surprise there. Emily Parker had 6 bridesmaids, all of whom were either college friends or colleagues. Madison Reed, her 4-year roommate, served as her maid of honor. They had remained close after together and celebrating each other's graduation, going on girls' excursions accomplishments. I had seen photographs on social media. Emily Parker had never unfriended me, but she had long ago changed her settings so that I couldn't remark or respond to her postings. Pictures of wine nights, beach getaways, and bridal showers that I had not been invited to. Emily Parker is happy and carefree, surrounded by people who adore her. Dinner service started without incident. The cuisine was fantastic. Filet mignon with roasted veggies, Caesar salad, and delicious bread. I ate carefully, attempting to enjoy the dinner despite my mother's gaze from across the room. She donned a burgundy dress that complemented Emily Parker's color scheme, and her hair was arranged in exquisite waves. She appeared gorgeous yet frigid. During the main meal, Ethan Collins' father stood and gave a toast. He was a cheerful man with a booming laugh, telling him how Ethan Collins had contacted him after the first date to inform him that he had met his future bride. Guests laughed and cheered. Emily Parker flushed and leaned against Ethan Collins' shoulder. They appeared to be happy together, and I had a complex range of feelings that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Then Mom got up. According to the program next to my water glass, she was not scheduled to speak until after dessert. Emily Parker was astonished, her grin weakening slightly when Mom tapped her fork against her champagne flute. The room became silent. "I'd like to say something while everyone's here," Mom said, her voice calm. She was not looking at Emily Parker, she was gazing right at me. My throat closed. "Most of you are aware that our family has been through some difficult times," she said. Emily Parker overcame a devastating tragedy at the age of 21. An accident that ended her professional dancing dreams. The room's temperature appeared to plummet. I could sense people shifting in their chairs and bewilderment spreading over the audience. This was hardly the traditional rehearsal dinner speech. Many of you are unaware of who caused the disaster. Mom's voice became harsher. My other daughter, sitting right there, drove the car that night. She ruined Emily Parker's future. She took all my lovely daughter had toiled for since she was 4 years old. I couldn't breathe. The silence was deafening. I invited her tonight because Emily Parker insisted, Mom explained, her mouth twitching. However, I want everyone here to realize something. To us, she is dead. Someone gasped. She has been dead to us for 14 years. I believe it was Aunt Carol. Ethan Collins' mother seemed frightened. Dad sat still, his face gray. Emily Parker stared at her plate. I don't recall standing up. I can't recall walking from my table to the center of the room, where I could see everyone. My legs seemed divorced from my body, as if they were moving on autopilot while my head was racing. Mom's cheeks was flushed with righteousness. She seemed triumphant, as if she had finally revealed something she had been keeping quiet for years. Around us, 72 people were waiting to see what happened next. I gazed at Emily Parker. She still refused to meet my gaze. Then I looked at my mother and asked the one question that mattered. Which color was the traffic light? Mom blinked. What about the traffic light? I repeated it louder. What color was it when we approached the intersection? The look of uncertainty on her face was almost funny. That is not correct. You were driving. You were accountable. I said that according to the police report, the other motorist ran a red light. My speech sounded weird and too calm. He was doing 65 in a 40 zone. He failed the field sobriety test. His blood alcohol level was 0.18. Little more than twice the legal limit. I removed my phone from my purse. My hands were shaking, but I was able to open my email and access the PDF I'd been lugging about for 14 years. The police report. When I became 18, I requested a copy, wanting to see the truth written out in official language. I said, the accident was ruled his fault. He spent 20 months in jail for vehicular assault. His insurance covered Emily Parker's medical expenses. All of this information is public record. Mom's face had changed from flushed to pale. You were still driving? I was sober, I explained. My blood test came back absolutely clear. Emily Parker had been drinking. She is the reason I was driving at all. She handed me her keys since she knew she couldn't drive. I turned to address the audience. 72 faces gazed back at me, each with a different expression of astonishment and anguish. I was 18 years old, I explained. I did everything correctly. I was the designated driver. I obeyed traffic laws. I wore my seatbelt. The light was green. A drunk motorist ran a red light and struck us on Emily Parker's side of the vehicle. I had a concussion and a fractured wrist. Emily Parker's injuries were severe because that is where the collision happened. It was tragic. This was not my fault. The hush that followed was different than before. This one seemed like the moment before a thunderstorm. You never even asked me what happened, I murmured, turning back to Mom. You observed Emily Parker's injuries and assumed I was responsible. You forced me to postpone college to assist with her recuperation. You treated me like a criminal within my own house. You removed me from family photographs. You've stopped celebrating my birthday. You avoided stating my name by introducing me as the daughter who still resides in Michigan. Aunt Carol was openly sobbing now. Dad held his head in his hands. I kept silent because I felt like I deserved it somehow. I replied that if I'd been a better driver, I'd have noticed the vehicle sooner and swerved differently. I've spent 14 years thinking what I could have done better. My voice cracked. I swallowed hard. But I was 18, Mom. I was your daughter. I was also hurt. I'd experienced nightmares for years. I still stiffen up at junctions. I needed you, and you abandoned me because it was simpler to blame someone than to acknowledge that horrible things really happen. Emily Parker cried. Despite the fact that she had turned away from the room, I could see her shoulders quivering. Ethan Collins wrapped his arm around her and was absolutely lost. Mom opened her mouth and then closed it. No words came out. I came tonight, hoping that enough time had passed, I explained. Perhaps you were ready to be my mother again. Maybe Emily Parker was ready to be my sister, but you chose to embarrass me in front of everyone. I grabbed my handbag off the table. I'm finished, I said. I'm finished apologizing for something that was not my fault. I'm done playing the ghost at your dinner table. I'm over waiting for you to love me again. I stared at Emily Parker one final time. I'm sorry you were hurt. I've been regretful every day since it happened, but I am not sorry for living. And I am not going to continue torturing myself because you need someone to blame. I moved towards the exit. My heels tapped on the wooden floor, each step echoing in the eerie calm. Nobody attempted to stop me. Nobody said my name. I got to my rental car before I began trembling so violently that I had to wait in the parking lot for 30 minutes. My phone started vibrating before I could catch my breath. I didn't recognize Aunt Carol or Cousin Andrew's phone numbers. I shut it off and drove back to the motel. The wedding was set for tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I didn't intend to attend. I slept poorly, waking up every few hours to look at the ceiling and relive the confrontation in my head. Part of me felt awful about creating a scene. The rest of me felt lighter than I had in years, as if I had finally let go of a burden I had been carrying since I was 18. When I switched on my phone the next morning, it showed 51 missed calls. Most came from family members. 3 were from a group called Emily Parker's Cell. I listened to her voicemail while sipping awful hotel coffee. "It's me." Her voice was husky, like if she had been weeping. "I am aware that you will most likely not be present tomorrow. I do not blame you. I just need to tell you something. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I knew it was not your fault. I had always known. While I was in the hospital, the doctors informed me what the police report indicated. But Mom was furious, and it was simpler to let her be mad at you than at me for drinking. I was cowardly. I've been a coward for 14 years. There was a prolonged pause. I could hear her breath. I let you take the blame because I felt humiliated. She added, I damaged my own life by becoming drunk and handing you my keys. You rescued me from a DUI. You undoubtedly saved my life by driving, and I reciprocated by pretending you didn't exist. Another silence. I don't expect you to forgive me, she explained. I don't know what to ask, but I needed you to know I knew the truth. I had always known. And what Mom did last night was terrible. I should have stopped her. I should have stopped all of this years ago. The voicemail has finished. I sat on the hotel bed for a while, gazing at my phone. My return trip to Detroit wasn't until Sunday evening. The wedding would start in 4 hours. I saw Emily Parker at 21, intoxicated and hurt, seeing her dreams fade in a hospital room. I reflected on her decision to let me take the responsibility. I reflected on 14 years of quiet, avoidance, and carefully kept distance. Then I remembered the girl who practiced ballet in our shared bedroom, and allowed me to see despite the fact that I was the obnoxious younger sister. The girl who taught me how to braid my hair, shared her Halloween candy, and protected me from bullies in elementary school. I didn't attend the wedding, but I texted Emily Parker's number. I accept your apologies. I am not ready to see you yet, but perhaps someday. I hope your day was all you hoped it would be. She answered instantly. Thank you. I'll wait for as long as you need. 4 months later, Emily Parker called me again. She and Ethan Collins had settled into their new apartment in Colorado Springs. Mom and Dad were heading to therapy. Mom wrote me a note. Emily Parker had a copy if I needed it forwarded. Would I be willing to chat on the phone sometime? I answered. Maybe. 8 months later, Emily Parker flew to Detroit. We met in a coffee shop near my flat and sat across from each other at a little table by the window. She walked with a small limp, more noticeable than I recalled. Her face seemed older, but her eyes remained the same. We spoke for 4 hours. She informed me about the guilt she had carried. How it had ruined everything nice in her life. How she attempted to conceal it by pretending I did not exist. Mom's wrath had become a barrier she'd used to avoid facing the reality, which meant acknowledging she had ruined her own goals. I told her about my loneliness and vacations spent in vacant flats. How I taught myself not to expect anything from relatives. How I established a life in Michigan since it was far enough away that unexpected visits were difficult. We did not exchange hugs as she went. We did not make promises we were unable to uphold. But we decided to speak again in a month. The reconstruction was gradual. Some familial connections never healed. Mom and I talk maybe 3 times a year, and the chats are awkward and guarded. Dad tries more, but the gap between us may never be bridged. Aunt Carol now sends birthday cards, and Cousin Andrew asked me to his wedding last year. Emily Parker and I speak every couple weeks. She returned to Detroit twice more, and I saw her in Colorado once. Ethan Collins is courteous to me in a way that indicates Emily Parker told him everything. Their daughter was born 3 years after the wedding, and they requested me to be her godmother. I said yes. The scars are still present. I still get anxious at crossings. I still get a flutter of dread when I see Emily Parker's name on my phone, but the weight is gone. I bore a terrible load of unwarranted guilt from the ages of 18 to 32. I didn't get my family back totally. Some things, once broken, cannot be completely mended. But I got myself back. I had the truth acknowledged. And in the end, that had to be sufficient.
When I last saw Mom at a neutral family event planned by Aunt Carol, she took me aside before I left. Her face appeared worn and older than her 65 years. "I apologize," she said. The words sounded rusty and unpracticed. I was mistaken. I was completely incorrect about everything. I nodded. "I understand. Will you forgive me?" I honestly considered it as I stood in Aunt Carol's driveway, automobile doors slamming in the background. "I'm working on it," I eventually admitted. "But it'll take time." She nodded as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I understand. Take as much time as you need." I drove away from that gathering emotion, which I hadn't had in years, not hoping for a return to the status quo. That family died 14 years ago, buried in the ruins of that crossroads. But I am eager for something fresh, based on truth rather than blame. Sometimes bad things happen. Sometimes there is no one to blame, only circumstances, terrible luck, and split-second timing. The drunk driver who hit us completed his sentence, and became sober, writing me an apologetic letter during his stay in rehab. I did not react, but I preserved the letter. I also preserved the police report. Not because I need to establish my innocence again, but as a reminder. A reminder that my truth was always correct, even when no one believed it. That being silent did not maintain the peace. It simply allowed the falsehoods to establish deeper roots. The girl I was at 18, afraid, heartbroken, and longing for love, deserved better. My current self is aware of this. Finally, after 14 years, my family is beginning to comprehend it. It's not the ending I would have preferred, but it is the reality, and truth I've discovered is more valuable than false peace. 15. My dad locked me outside in a 16-degree Fahrenheit blizzard with a sleeping bag, so my pregnant sister could take my room. The judge later sent him to prison. The temperature had dropped to 16 degrees when my father opened the back door and told me to go outside. Snow fell in thick sheets, blanketing our neighborhood in white silence. I stood in the kitchen in my school uniform, unable to process what he had just said. "You heard me, Haley. Your sister requires proper rest. The basement room is not appropriate for a pregnant woman." He took the camping sleeping bag from the hall closet and shoved it into my arms. "You will be fine for one night. Develops character." My mother appeared behind him. Her face said, in that expression I'd learned, that arguing was pointless. "Don't be dramatic. It's only until we figure out better arrangements. Madison needs stability right now." Madison leaned against the doorframe to what had been my bedroom for 15 years, one hand resting on her swollen belly. She did not even look at me. At 25, my sister had always lived in a different universe than me. Her husband had left her in late November when she was 3 months pregnant, and she had returned home the second week in December. Within days, my parents began treating me as an inconvenience in my own home. The basement room they mentioned was actually a storage space with concrete floors and no heating vent. I'd spent the last 10 days shivering under 2 blankets, my breath forming clouds in the darkness. Apparently, even that was no longer acceptable. "Mom, there is a blizzard warning. They canceled school tomorrow due to the storm." My voice came out smaller than I wanted. Fresh air never hurt anyone. My father's tone indicated that the discussion was over. "Now move on. We will check on you in the morning." The sleeping bag was rated for 35 degrees. I knew this because I went camping with a friend's family last summer, and her father explained the rating system. This bag wouldn't keep me safe from what was coming tonight. The wind had already begun howling, pushing the snow sideways across our yard. I grabbed my winter coat off the hook, but my father's hand gripped my shoulder. "You won't need it. The sleeping bag is sufficient. I don't want you to get too comfortable out there and assume this is permanent." Terror gripped my chest. "Dad, please. I could develop hypothermia. Stop exaggerating." He physically turned me toward the door. "It's out now." The cold struck me like a physical blow. Wind ripped through my thin school cardigan and uniform skirt. Our backyard stretched approximately 45 feet to a wooden fence, with nothing but open space and our oak tree for shelter. Snow had already accumulated to 8 inches, and more was falling every minute. The door slammed behind me. I heard the lock click. For a few seconds, I stood on the porch, convinced that this was some twisted lesson that would end at any moment. My father would open the door, tell me I had learned my lesson about gratitude, and then let me back in. The porch light remained on, illuminating the falling snow, but the door remained closed. I walked to the oak tree, my shoes sinking into the snow with every step.
Although the tree provided little wind protection, its trunk did block some of the most powerful gusts. My fingers had already begun to numb as I unrolled the sleeping bag and climbed inside, fully clothed. The cold penetrated quickly. The sleeping bag's thin synthetic filling provided little insulation against the freezing temperatures. I drew my knees to my chest, attempting to maintain body heat. Snow accumulated on the outside of the bag in minutes. Through our kitchen window, I could see my family. My mother cooked something on the stove. Madison sat at the table, thumbing through her phone. My father read the newspaper. Nobody looked outside. The scene appeared so normal, so domestic, that I briefly wondered if I had imagined the entire situation. Hours have passed. The cold grew from uncomfortable to painful to a strange numbness that scared me more than the pain itself. My teeth shattered violently, and I bit my tongue. Blood gave my mouth a coppery taste. The wind grew stronger, blowing snow directly into my face whenever I peeked out of the sleeping bag. Around 1 a.m., the porch light turned off. With the exception of Madison's bedroom light, the house felt dark. My bedroom lights. I watched her shadow move across the curtains as she sank into my bed, surrounded by my belongings, warm and safe. I must have slept at some point, but it felt more like losing consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, a weak gray light shone through the storm. The morning had arrived, but no one came outside. The snow had piled up so high around me that I had to dig my way out of my sleeping bag. My hands looked blue. I could not feel my feet at all. The back door remained locked. I knocked softly at first, and then harder. No response. Through the window I saw my mother preparing breakfast. She looked toward the door, saw me and then turned away. The day moved painfully slowly. I huddled under the tree, my sleeping bag soaked through from the melting snow. The storm had gotten worse, not better. Wind chill had to be in the negative range. I tried to stay awake, recalling something from health class about not sleeping in extreme cold, but exhaustion kept pulling me down. Eventually, I stopped shivering. A distant part of my brain recognized this as a bad sign. My thinking had become fuzzy and disconnected. I kept having strange thoughts about lying down in the snow and truly resting. The cold didn't hurt anymore. Everything seemed distant and soft. A car door slammed into our driveway. I heard a sound but didn't have the energy to investigate. Voices came from the front of the house. My father's irritated tone and a voice I recognized but couldn't place. "Where is Haley?" The second voice broke through my fog. "Uncle Raymond. My mother's younger brother, whom I had not seen in months. She's fine inside doing homework." My father responded too quickly. Her friend's mother had called me. Haley stated that she did not attend school yesterday or today. She said she was concerned because Haley had asked to borrow a winter coat last week but wouldn't explain why. A long silence ensued. Then came rapid, purposeful footsteps. Someone tried the front door but found it locked. More footsteps move around the house's perimeter. "Haley?" Uncle Raymond's voice came from the side yard. "Haley, are you here?" I attempted to respond, but could only produce a weak sound. My lips had stopped functioning properly. He appeared around the corner of the house, his expression first confused, then horrified. Jesus Christ. He dashed toward me, almost falling in the deep snow. "Haley, hi Haley, can you hear me?" I nodded, or thought I did. He took out his phone with shaking hands and dialed while talking to me in a steady stream. "You're fine. I got you. An ambulance is approaching. Stay with me." The back door opened. My father came out, followed by my mother. "Raymond, what are you doing?" "She's fine. It is none of your business." Uncle Raymond's expression changed to something I had never seen before. Pure rage. "You sent a child outside in a blizzard. Are you insane?" "She's being dramatic. We were teaching her responsibility." My mother's voice wavered. "Madison requires proper care throughout her pregnancy. Madison is a grown woman. Haley is 15 years old." Uncle Raymond removed his coat and wrapped it around me. The warmth was agonizing against my frozen skin. "You kept your daughter outside in 16-degree weather for 3 days during a blizzard." "It wasn't 3 days." My father's defensive tone had appeared. "Just last night and today, character development." Uncle Raymond kept his phone pressed to his ear. "Yes, I need police and an ambulance." I found a minor who had been left outside in the storm. Symptoms of severe hypothermia. Parents are present and admit to the neglect. He rattled off our address. My mother's face had lost its color. Raymond, please hang up. We can have a reasonable discussion about this. There is nothing to discuss. You almost killed your daughter. He carefully lifted me, and I realized I could not bear my own weight. My legs refused to work. The sleeping bag has soaked through. Her lips are bluish. She is showing signs of frostbite. Sirens approached from the distance. Madison appeared at the back door, finally showing her emotions. Mom, what's going on? Your mother and father decided that their pregnant adult daughter's comfort was more important than their minor child's life. Uncle Raymond led me to the side yard, away from my parents. They're about to learn the consequences. The following hours blurred together. The paramedics wrapped me in heated blankets and inserted 4. My body's temperature had dropped to 92 degrees. The hospital staff repeatedly used terms like serious hypothermia and exposure. Police officers photographed the backyard, the soaked sleeping bag, and the storm that was still raging outside. Uncle Raymond has never left my side. He answered questions that I couldn't, told me about my parents, and explained how he found me. A detective arrived, a woman named Officer Ramirez, who asked gentle questions about how long I'd been outside, whether this had happened before, and what my living situation was. I told her everything. The basement room, the gradual removal of my belongings to make room for Madison's baby items, and how meals had become optional for me while my parents made sure Madison ate regularly. The comments about me being old enough to fend for myself, whereas Madison required family support during a difficult time. Officer Ramirez's expression hardened with each detail. She went outside to make phone calls. I watched fresh snow fall outside my hospital room window. The storm had finally peaked, dumping a record 28 inches on our region. 4 days after Uncle Raymond discovered me. I sat in his guest room in borrowed clothes, my frostbitten toes bandaged and elevated. The doctor said I was about 3 hours from death when I was discovered. My body began shutting down, prioritizing vital organs over extremities. I would lose 1 or 2 toes on my left foot. The others would recover over time. Officer Ramirez arrived mid-afternoon with news. Your parents were arrested and charged with child endangerment and criminal neglect. Your father is facing additional charges for making false statements to police. Your mother is being charged separately for her involvement in the incident. What about Madison? I picked up the blanket that was covering my legs. Your sister claims she had no idea you were outside, so she assumed you were staying with a friend. Officer Ramirez consulted her notes, as she was present in the house and had never questioned your absence. Children's Services is looking into whether she should face charges as well. At the very least, they are assessing her fitness for custody of her own child. The thought did not give me any satisfaction. I'd spent the previous 4 days processing everything that had happened, trying to figure out how my parents could have valued me so little. Uncle Raymond had told me that I would be staying with him permanently. He had already contacted a lawyer about seeking custody. Your father posted bail this morning. Officer Ramirez proceeded. He is forbidden from contacting you, and there is a protective order in place. Your mother is still in custody. Her bail hearing is tomorrow. She did not even check on me. The words came out flatly. I saw her look at me through the window before turning away. I understand. Officer Ramirez's professional demeanor eased slightly. I have been doing this job for 14 years. What your parents did is one of the worst cases of neglect I've seen. The blizzard conditions, your age, and the premeditation. They did not forget you were there. They decided to leave you. Uncle Raymond appeared at the doorway. Detective, her parents' lawyer, is attempting to contact Haley. I've refused all calls. Good. Maintain the boundary. Officer Ramirez stood. Haley, I need to prepare you for something. This will become public. The story of a 15-year-old who was left outside during a record blizzard has already made headlines. There will be attention. The news broke that evening. My phone, which Uncle Raymond had retrieved from my parents' house along with my other belongings, was flooded with messages. Classmates who had barely spoken to me demanded more information. Adults at the school and in the neighborhood expressed shock and support. My story was picked up by national outlets after it first appeared on local news channels. The narrative centered on dramatic elements. The blizzard, the sleeping bag, my almost death from hypothermia, and Uncle Raymond's rescue. Reporters camped outside my parents' home. Madison gave one disastrous interview in which she claimed that the entire situation had been exaggerated and that families should be free to discipline their children without government intervention. That interview sealed several fates. Children's Services took immediate action to terminate her parental rights to her unborn child. The public backlash was swift and brutal. People who had previously sympathized with a pregnant woman abandoned by her husband saw her as complicit in nearly killing her younger sister. My mother's bail hearing was a media spectacle. She appeared in court looking depleted and perplexed. Her lawyer argued that she had simply made a terrible error in judgment. The prosecutor presented hospital records demonstrating my near-fatal hypothermia, police photographs of the conditions I had endured, and testimony from neighbors who had heard my parents express their intention to toughen up their younger daughter. Bail was denied. My mother wept, reaching for the gallery where my father sat. He looked away. The preliminary hearing occurred 7 weeks later. I testified via closed-circuit television from another room, answering questions about the events that led up to that evening. My voice remained steady as I described being locked outside, watching my family eat dinner through the window, and experiencing progressive numbness and confusion as hypothermia set in. Defense attorneys attempted to portray me as a troubled adolescent who had exaggerated typical parental discipline. The prosecution presented my school records: straight A's, perfect attendance until the week of the incident, and glowing teacher recommendations. They showed me my medical records, which documented the frostbite, hypothermia, and physical evidence that I was hours away from death. Uncle Raymond testified about what he discovered. My parents were casually preparing breakfast while their daughter froze outside, leaving me semi-conscious under a tree. His voice broke when he described how cold my skin had felt and how I hadn't recognized him right away. The defense argued that I could have entered at any time and that the door was not actually locked. The prosecution presented the lock that had been removed as evidence. It was a keyless deadbolt from the outside. There was no way I could have opened it from my backyard. Madison testified in her own defense and claimed ignorance. The prosecution disproved her story by presenting phone records. During those 3 days, she texted friends about how nice it was to finally have her own room and how well her parents looked after her. She posted social media updates from my bedroom, which is visible in the background. She hadn't once asked where I was. The public gallery erupted. The judge threatened to clear the courtroom. Madison left the stand in tears, with her lawyer requesting a break. During a break, the prosecutor approached Uncle Raymond and I in the waiting room. "They are going to plead. Your parents and sister. The evidence is overwhelming, and they are certain they will lose at trial." "What kind of plea?" Uncle Raymond's arm rested protectively on my shoulders. "Your father is looking at 7 to 11 years, your mother, aged 5 to 9. Your sister will most likely face probation and mandatory parenting classes, but she has lost custody rights. When the baby is born, it will be placed for adoption." I processed this information without emotion. These people had been my family. They raised me, supposedly loved me, and then discarded me like garbage when I became inconvenient. The fact that they were facing consequences felt right, but it didn't make anything better. The weeks following the preliminary hearing saw some unexpected developments. My parents' case had received significant media attention, prompting other people to come forward. A former neighbor contacted the prosecutor's office with photos from 2 years ago, showing me doing yard work in freezing temperatures while Madison sat inside. My middle school guidance counselor provided documentation of conversations in which I mentioned being hungry, sleeping in cold rooms, and feeling like I didn't matter at home. Each piece of evidence provided a clearer picture. This hadn't been a single bad decision during a stressful time. The neglect had been building for years, hastening after Madison's return home. I had simply been too young, isolated, and accustomed to their treatment to recognize it as abuse. Uncle Raymond's lawyer, a sharp woman named Ms. Dalton, worked to secure permanent custody while also educating me on my rights regarding any inheritance or family assets. It turned out that my parents had established a college fund when I was born. $32,000 was intended for my education. After Madison moved in, they had withdrawn $27,000 to renovate the basement into an apartment for her and the baby. "They can't do it," Ms. Dalton explained at one of our meetings. "That fund was created specifically for you. We are requesting that the entire amount be restored, as well as any damages." I sat in her office still processing. "They spent my college money on Madison without your permission or knowledge." "Yes." She took notes on her legal pad. "Given their criminal convictions, we have strong grounds for a civil lawsuit. They will most likely be ordered to repay the entire amount, plus interest and penalties." The thought of my parents owing me money seemed surreal. I did not want their money. I wished they had been different people. Parents who have valued, protected, and chosen me. But this was not reality. And Ms. Dalton was correct. I deserved to be compensated for what they had stolen. Uncle Raymond took me to physical therapy 3 times a week to treat my feet. The frostbite damage meant I'd need special orthotics for the rest of my life, and losing my toes had hampered my balance. Mr. Whitaker, the therapist, helped me rebuild strength and adapt my gait. "You're doing an excellent job," he told me during one session. "Most patients with this level of injury struggle significantly with acceptance. You're facing it head on." I did not feel brave. Most days I was angry, grieving for others and numb when neither anger nor sadness had any energy. My therapist, Dr. Naomi Chen, helped me understand that all of those emotions could coexist, that healing was not a linear process, and that taking steps backward was completely normal. School became my unexpected escape. My English teacher, Mrs. Gallagher, suggested that I join the creative writing club. Writing gave me a way to process everything without having to say it aloud. I wrote stories about survival, betrayal, and discovering family in unexpected places. Some weeks, I filled whole notebooks. My friend group has shifted dramatically. People I considered close friends before the incident turned out to be more interested in drama than genuine support. But new friendships formed with people who respected my boundaries, didn't demand details, and simply wanted to hang out and talk about normal teenage things. Riley, who sat next to me in chemistry, has become one of my closest friends. She had moved to our school district in January and only knew me as I was now, not the girl from the Blizzard story. We bonded over terrible science puns and our mutual love of mystery novels. She knew my history, as did everyone else, but she never made it the focal point of our friendship. "Want to come over on Saturday?" she inquired one afternoon in March. "My mother is making her famous lasagna, and we are having a movie marathon." The invitation caused unexpected anxiety. Going to someone else's house, meeting their family and observing their interactions. What if it hurts too much? What if seeing typical family dynamics reminded me of everything I had lost? I went anyway. Riley's house was delightfully chaotic. Her younger brothers argued about video games while her mother cooked and sang along to music. Her father told terrible jokes that everyone groaned at but secretly enjoyed. They welcomed me without fanfare, as if I had always been a part of their circle. Riley's mother mentioned during dinner that she had heard about my case on the news. My stomach clenched, bracing for probing questions or inappropriate sympathy. "That must have been extremely difficult," she stated simply. "I am glad you are safe now. Do you want more lasagna?" That was it. Acknowledgement without spectacle, compassion without intrusion. I ate 3 helpings of lasagna, laughed at Riley's dad's puns, and felt like a normal teenager for the first time in months. The civil lawsuit moved forward while the criminal case headed toward plea agreements. My parents' assets were frozen pending the outcome. The house they'd lived in for 20 years would likely be sold to pay legal fees and restitution. Madison had already been evicted from their home. She couldn't afford to maintain it, and the court refused to let her stay in a property that would be liquidated. She tried contacting me once, showing up at my school during lunch. Security intercepted her before she reached me, but I saw her from across the parking lot. She looked smaller, somehow, diminished. Her pregnancy had progressed visibly. She held a letter she'd apparently wanted to deliver personally. The school principal, Mr. Carlisle, brought me the letter afterward. "You don't have to read it. I can dispose of it if you prefer." I took it, but didn't open it for 4 days. When I finally did, late at night in my room at Uncle Victor's house, the content stunned me with their tone deafness. Madison had written about how difficult her life had become since everything happened. She mentioned losing her apartment, working at a fast food restaurant, facing judgment everywhere she went. She talked about how her advanced pregnancy made everything harder, how she couldn't believe things had escalated so far. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she acknowledge that I'd nearly died. The letter centered entirely on her suffering, her challenges, her victimhood. She ended by saying she hoped we could move past this once emotions settled down. I showed the letter to Dr. Naomi Chen during our next session. She read it carefully, her professional mask slipping briefly into obvious disgust. "How does reading this make you feel?" she asked, like she still doesn't understand what she did, what they all did. I twisted my hands together. She thinks this is about emotions, about drama, not about the fact that she watched them lock me outside and never questioned it. "Your sister's letter demonstrates a profound lack of insight and empathy." Dr. Naomi Chen set the letter aside. She's reframed herself as the victim of circumstances rather than an active participant in your abuse. That's a defense mechanism, but it's also deeply unfair to you. I didn't respond to Madison's letter. Ms. Dalton advised against any contact that wasn't court-ordered. Uncle Raymond filed the letter with the rest of the documentation, more evidence of the family dynamics that had nearly killed me. Spring brought my 16th birthday. Uncle Raymond asked how I wanted to celebrate, if I wanted to celebrate at all. The last birthday I'd had at my parents' house had been forgotten entirely. They'd been too focused on preparing for Madison's baby to remember I'd turned 15. Something small. I suggested maybe just dinner with you and a couple friends. He organized a perfect low-key celebration. Miles came over along with 2 other friends from school. We ordered pizza, watched movies, and Uncle Raymond presented me with a cake he baked himself. It leaned slightly to one side, and the frosting was uneven, but he tried. That effort meant everything. Make a wish, Riley encouraged as I faced the candles. I closed my eyes and wished for what I'd been wishing for months. Peace. Not forgetting, not even forgiving, but peace with what had happened and who I was becoming in its aftermath. My actual birthday had passed 11 months earlier, back in March of last year. Completely forgotten by my parents. They'd been too consumed with Madison's pregnancy news and her impending return home to remember I turned 15. Uncle Raymond had made sure this birthday, my real 16th, would be different. The criminal plea agreements were finalized in April. Both my parents accepted deals rather than face trial. The prosecution had built such an overwhelming case that their lawyers advised against gambling on a jury's sympathy. During one of the final court appearances before sentencing, I saw my father's parents for the first time since the incident. My grandparents sat in the back row looking devastated. Afterward, they approached Uncle Raymond in the hallway. "We didn't know," my grandmother said, tears streaming down her face. "We had no idea they were treating Haley this way." "If we'd known, you would have done what?" Uncle Raymond's voice stayed level but firm. "Your son nearly killed his daughter. Your daughter-in-law participated. You may not have known the specifics, but did you never question why Haley stopped coming to family gatherings? Why she looked thin and tired when you did see her?" My grandfather cleared his throat. "We thought she was going through typical teenage phases. They told us she was rebellious, difficult, and you believed them without asking me. I spoke up for the first time. I saw you at Thanksgiving. I barely had any food on my plate because they said I needed to earn seconds. You saw that and said nothing." The memory had surfaced in therapy. Thanksgiving? Just a month before the blizzard incident. I'd been allowed to attend family dinner, but subjected to humiliating restrictions. Madison had been served generous portions while I received minimal food. My grandmother had noticed my empty plate and asked if I was feeling well. I'd said I was fine because what else could I say with my parents watching? "I'm very sorry." My grandmother reached for me, but I stepped back. "Haley, please. You're still our granddaughter. We want to help." Where was that help when I needed it? The words came out harder than I'd intended. Where were you when I was sleeping in an unheated basement? When I was locked outside in a blizzard? You chose to believe their lies because it was easier than confronting the truth. They had no answer to that. Uncle Raymond guided me away, leaving my grandparents standing in the courthouse. I felt guilty for my harshness, then angry at myself for feeling guilty. They failed me too, in quieter but still significant ways. The formal sentencing happened in late spring. I attended, sitting in the front row beside Uncle Raymond. My parents entered in prison uniforms, looking older and grayer than I remembered. Madison sat separately, her pregnancy now obvious at 8 months. The judge's statement lasted 25 minutes, detailing the severity of the crime, the vulnerability of the victim, the callous disregard for human life. She noted that the blizzard had been forecast days in advance, meaning my parents had known exactly what conditions they were sending me into. She mentioned my age, my helplessness, the physical evidence of how close I'd come to dying. The courtroom had filled with people I'd never expected to see. Teachers from my school sat in the gallery, including Mrs. Gallagher, who'd encouraged my writing. Several neighbors testified earlier about the changes they'd noticed in how my parents treated me versus Madison. Even the paramedic who treated me that night attended, his presence a quiet reminder of how critical my condition had been. Before the judge announced the sentences, the prosecution presented their final evidence summary. They displayed photographs on a large screen, the soaked sleeping bag, the oak tree I'd huddled under, the locked deadbolt, my frost-bitten feet in the hospital. The courtroom fell silent as images of my near-death experience played out in clinical detail. The prosecutor, a stern woman named Ms. Harwood, addressed the court with controlled fury. Your Honor, this wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. The defendants had multiple opportunities to prevent this tragedy. They made deliberate choices repeatedly over the course of 3 days. They watched their minor child suffer and made the conscious decision to continue that suffering. She pulled up text messages between my parents recovered from their phones. Messages sent while I was outside freezing. My mother had texted my father. She's being dramatic as usual. A night outside will teach her gratitude. My father had responded. Good. Madison needs peace and quiet. The girl will survive one cold night. Those messages had been sent on the first night around 9:30 p.m., when my body temperature was already dropping into dangerous territory. The prosecution then showed messages from the second day. My mother to my father. She's still outside. Should we let her in? My father's response. Let her think about her attitude a while longer. Check on her this afternoon. That check never happened. Uncle Raymond had arrived before they'd gotten around to it. The messages demonstrated not just negligence, but active, ongoing decision-making to keep me in danger. The defense had no counter to that evidence. How could they explain away written proof of their client's indifference? My father's lawyer, a tired-looking man named Mr. Hutcherson, attempted to argue for leniency based on my father's lack of criminal history and his role as a provider. My client made a terrible error in judgment during a stressful family situation. He's a decorated veteran who served his country. A man who worked 2 jobs to support his family. This incident, while serious, represents a single aberration in an otherwise law-abiding life. Ms. Harwood stood immediately. Your Honor, the defendant's service and employment history don't mitigate the fact that he locked his 15-year-old daughter outside during a blizzard with inadequate protection, then ignored her for 3 days. His text messages show this wasn't impulsive. It was calculated. He's a danger to children, including any future grandchildren he might have contact with. My mother's attorney, a younger woman named Ms. Blake, tried a different approach. She painted my mother as someone under psychological duress from Madison's situation, someone who had been manipulated by her husband into going along with his decisions. Mrs. Reynolds was herself a victim of her husband's controlling behavior. She expressed doubts, as shown in her text message, asking if they should let Haley inside. She wanted to help, but felt powerless. The prosecution dismantled this immediately by showing my mother's response to her own question. After asking if they should let me in, she added, though I suppose another few hours won't hurt. Madison finally slept well. Another several hours. I remember those hours. The second morning, my 3rd day outside, when I had lost sensation in my extremities and coherent thought had become nearly impossible. My mother had casually decided that I could tolerate another few hours so that my adult sister could sleep comfortably. Judge Whitman, a woman in her 60s with steel gray hair, listened to all arguments with a blank stare. When both sides were finished, she took off her glasses and looked directly at my parents. I've presided over many difficult cases in my career, the judge said. Cases involving violence, theft, fraud, but few have disturbed me as deeply as this one. You didn't harm your daughter in a moment of rage or passion. You didn't make a split-second decision with unintended consequences. You methodically over multiple days subjected a child, your child, to life-threatening conditions while you remained warm and safe inside your home. She paused, allowing her words to settle over the courtroom. My parents both stared at the table in front of them, unable to meet her eyes. The evidence indicates that you prioritized your adult daughter's comfort over your minor daughter's survival. You had numerous opportunities to avoid harm. The weather forecast was clear. The temperature was documented. Your daughter's lack of protection was obvious, but you chose to put her in danger on multiple occasions. The judge shuffled papers on her bench. The court has reviewed Haley's medical records as well as testimony from medical professionals about her near-fatal situation. 3 hours, possibly shorter. That is how close you came to being charged with manslaughter rather than endangerment. My hands grasped Uncle Raymond's arm. He supported my hand with his steady and solid grip. Your actions have had a lasting impact on your daughter's life. She's lost her toes. She requires ongoing medical treatment. She has experienced trauma that will take years to resolve. And, perhaps most importantly, you have destroyed any chance of a healthy family relationship. You've taught her that the people who should be protecting her are actually the ones she needs to be protected from. Judge Whitman put her glasses back on and took out her sentencing document. The court finds that these crimes were committed with extreme disregard for human life against a particularly vulnerable victim over a long period of time. The aggravating factors far outweigh the mitigating circumstances. My father received 10 years. My mother got 8. Madison received 3 years of probation, 240 hours of community service, and a permanent entry on her child services record. All 3 were ordered not to contact me until I turned 19, and then only if I chose to initiate it. When the judge asked if I wanted to give a victim impact statement, I stood on trembling legs. I prepared remarks with my therapist, but they vanished when I confronted my parents directly. "You were supposed to protect me." My voice echoed throughout the quiet courtroom. This is what parents do. They keep their kids safe. Instead, you decided I wasn't important. You left me outside to die because my pregnant adult sister wanted my bedroom. My mother began crying. I ignored her. I still have nightmares about the cold, about watching you eat dinner while I froze, and about the next morning when you saw me at the door and turned away. I gripped the podium to keep myself steady. You did not forget about me. I'll never understand how you could have chosen that. Madison blushed as she stared at her hands. My father looked at the ceiling. My mother kept crying, and her lawyer offered tissues. The judge has already determined your punishment. I just wanted you to hear it from me. I am glad Uncle Raymond found me. I am glad you are going to prison. And I hope you spend every day reflecting on what you did and why your daughter will never forgive you. After I finished, the courtroom remained silent. I returned to my seat, my hands trembling. Uncle Raymond gently squeezed my shoulder. The judge concluded the proceedings. Bailiffs took my parents away through separate doors. Madison exited through the main entrance, surrounded by reporters shouting questions. Uncle Raymond and I waited for the crowd to disperse before leaving through a side exit. Life progressed in strange ways. Uncle Raymond officially adopted me that summer. I began therapy 3 times a week, addressing complex trauma and trust issues. The physical injury has healed. I lost 2 toes on my left foot, and my hands were still sensitive to cold. Overall, I recovered well. School proved difficult. Everyone knew my story. Some people treated me like glass, afraid to bring up winter, families, or anything else that might trigger me. Others wanted dramatic details that I wouldn't reveal. I eventually discovered my rhythm again. I discovered which friends were genuine and which simply desired proximity to tragedy. Madison gave birth in July to a healthy girl named Lily. I only knew about it because it appeared in the local news. A baby was born to a woman who had been convicted of endangering her sister. The child was placed with adoptive parents before leaving the hospital. Madison shared a single message on social media about the adoption, claiming she made the selfless decision to give her daughter a better life. The comment section quickly demolished that narrative. My parents wrote letters from prison, which I refused to read. Uncle Raymond saved them in a file, saying I might need them someday. I questioned it. What could they possibly say that was important? Sorry, but it wouldn't restore the toes I'd lost. Sorry wouldn't erase the nightmares or panic attacks I used to have during the winter. Sorry didn't change the fact that they were willing to let me die. The first anniversary of that December night came with fresh snow. Despite the cold, I awoke sweating and with my heart racing from a nightmare. Uncle Raymond found me in the kitchen at 2:30 a.m. making tea with shaky hands. A rough night. He sat across from me at the table. I dreamed I was back under the tree, but this time no one came. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug. In my dream, I fell asleep in the snow and did not wake up. But you awoke. You survived. He spoke quietly. Haley, what your parents did was monstrous. But you are still here. You are safe now. Safe? Some of the words still felt foreign. Uncle Raymond had turned his entire life upside down to provide me with stability, rearranging his work schedule, converting his home office into my bedroom, and attending all therapy appointments and school meetings. He had chosen to protect me while my parents had chosen the opposite. Thank you. The words seemed inadequate. Thank you for everything, for finding and keeping me. Your family, he said with absolute certainty. That is not conditional. Not based on convenience or the room you sleep in. You are my family, and I will always protect you. I believed him not because he said so, but because he proved it. He drove through a blizzard after a friend's mother expressed concern. He had searched until he found me. He requested assistance and guided me through the most difficult times. He had stepped up without hesitation. That's what family really meant. Not the people who shared your blood and then left you to freeze. but the person who arrived and refused to leave. The snow kept falling outside, peaceful and quiet. I watched it accumulate on the windowsill. I am no longer terrified. It was just cold, winter, and weather that I could enjoy from the comfort of my own home. My phone vibrated with a message from my therapist, confirming our appointment later that week. I had somewhere to go, someone who listened, and resources to help me process what had happened. Uncle Raymond had made sure I had support systems, stability, and a future. Meanwhile, my parents sat in prison cells, with my father serving 10 years and my mother 8. Madison lived in a small apartment across town, earning a minimum wage and seeing a court-appointed counselor. Lily, the niece I'd never meet, was growing up with parents who had chosen her on purpose, and who would welcome her into a home where she would be valued and protected. Different outcomes for different decisions. My parents prioritized their pregnant adult daughter's comfort over their minor child's survival. They chose to lock me outside in dangerous conditions rather than have an awkward conversation with Madison about temporary inconvenience. They chose repeatedly and deliberately, and now they were dealing with the consequences. I made a different choice. Choose therapy over bitterness. I chose to build a life with Uncle Raymond rather than allowing trauma to define me. I chose to move forward rather than stay frozen in that December night. The snow continued to fall, beautiful and cold, and completely harmless from inside my warm kitchen. I finished my tea, rinsed the mug, and returned to bed. Tomorrow I'll go to school, see my friends, and return home to Uncle Raymond for a dinner we'll prepare together. Normal, safe things. The life I've always deserved. Outside, the temperature dropped below 18 degrees. Terms. Named Officer Ramirez, who asked gentle questions about how long I'd been outside, whether this had happened before, and what my living situation was. I told her everything. The basement room, the gradual removal of my belongings to make room for Madison's baby items, and how meals had become optional for me while my parents made sure Madison ate regularly. The comments about me being old enough to fend for myself, whereas Madison required family support during a difficult time. Officer Ramirez's expression hardened with each detail. She went outside to make phone calls. I watched fresh snow fall outside my hospital room window. The storm had finally peaked, dumping a record 28 inches on our region. 4 days after Uncle Raymond discovered me. I sat in his guest room in borrowed clothes, my frostbitten toes bandaged and elevated. The doctor said I was about 3 hours from death when I was discovered. My body began shutting down, prioritizing vital organs over extremities. I would lose 1 or 2 toes on my left foot, the others would recover over time. Officer Ramirez arrived mid-afternoon with news. Your parents were arrested and charged with child endangerment and criminal neglect. Your father is facing additional charges for making false statements to police. Your mother is being charged separately for her involvement in the incident. What about Madison? I picked up the blanket that was covering my legs. Your sister claims she had no idea you were outside, so she assumed you were staying with a friend. Officer Ramirez consulted her notes, as she was present in the house and had never questioned your absence. Children's Services is looking into whether she should face charges as well. At the very least, they are assessing her fitness for custody of her own child. The thought did not give me any satisfaction. I'd spent the previous 4 days processing everything that had happened, trying to figure out how my parents could have valued me so little. Uncle Raymond had told me that I would be staying with him permanently. He had already contacted a lawyer about seeking custody. Your father posted bail this morning. Officer Ramirez proceeded. He is forbidden from contacting you, and there is a protective order in place. Your mother is still in custody. Her bail hearing is tomorrow. She did not even check on me. The words came out flatly. I saw her look at me through the window before turning away. I understand. Officer Ramirez's professional demeanor eased slightly. I have been doing this job for 14 years. What your parents did is one of the worst cases of neglect I've seen. The blizzard conditions, your age, and the premeditation. They did not forget you were there. They decided to leave you. Uncle Raymond appeared at the doorway. Detective, her parents' lawyer, is attempting to contact Haley. I've refused all calls. Good. Maintain the boundary. Officer Ramirez stood. Haley, I need to prepare you for something. This will become public. The story of a 15-year-old who was left outside during a record blizzard has already made headlines. There will be attention. The news broke that evening. My phone, which Uncle Raymond had retrieved from my parents' house along with my other belongings, was flooded with messages. Classmates who had barely spoken to me demanded more information. Adults at the school and in the neighborhood expressed shock and support. My story was picked up by national outlets after it first appeared on local news channels. The narrative centered on dramatic elements: the blizzard, the sleeping bag, my almost death from hypothermia, and Uncle Raymond's rescue. Reporters camped outside my parents' home. Madison gave one disastrous interview, in which she claimed that the entire situation had been exaggerated, and that families should be free to discipline their children without government intervention. That interview sealed several fates. Children's Services took immediate action to terminate her parental rights to her unborn child. The public backlash was swift and brutal. People who had previously sympathized with a pregnant woman abandoned by her husband saw her as complicit in nearly killing her younger sister. My mother's bail hearing was a media spectacle. She appeared in court looking depleted and perplexed. Her lawyer argued that she had simply made a terrible error in judgment. The prosecutor presented hospital records demonstrating my near-fatal hypothermia, police photographs of the conditions I had endured, and testimony from neighbors who had heard my parents express their intention to toughen up their younger daughter. Bail was denied. My mother wept, reaching for the gallery where my father sat. He looked away. The preliminary hearing occurred 7 weeks later. I testified via closed-circuit television from another room, answering questions about the events that led up to that evening. My voice remained steady as I described being locked outside, watching my family eat dinner through the window, and experiencing progressive numbness and confusion as hypothermia set in. Defense attorneys attempted to portray me as a troubled adolescent who had exaggerated typical parental discipline. The prosecution presented my school records: straight A's, perfect attendance until the week of the incident, and glowing teacher recommendations. They showed me my medical records, which documented the frostbite, hypothermia, and physical evidence that I was hours away from death. Uncle Raymond testified about what he discovered. My parents were casually preparing breakfast while their daughter froze outside, leaving me semi-conscious under a tree. His voice broke when he described how cold my skin had felt, and how I hadn't recognized him right away. The defense argued that I could have entered at any time and that the door was not actually locked. The prosecution presented the lock that had been removed as evidence. It was a keyless deadbolt from the outside. There was no way I could have opened it from my backyard. Madison testified in her own defense and claimed ignorance. The prosecution disproved her story by presenting phone records. During those 3 days, she texted friends about how nice it was to finally have her own room and how well her parents looked after her. She posted social media updates from my bedroom, which is visible in the background. She hadn't once asked where I was. The public gallery erupted. The judge threatened to clear the courtroom. Madison left the stand in tears, with her lawyer requesting a break. During a break, the prosecutor approached Uncle Raymond and I in the waiting room. "They are going to plead. Your parents and sister. The evidence is overwhelming, and they are certain they will lose at trial." "What kind of plea?" Uncle Raymond's arm rested protectively on my shoulders. "Your father is looking at 7 to 11 years. Your mother, aged 5 to 9. Your sister will most likely face probation and mandatory parenting classes, but she has lost custody rights. When the baby is born, it will be placed for adoption." I processed this information without emotion. These people had been my family. They raised me, supposedly loved me, and then discarded me like garbage when I became inconvenient. The fact that they were facing consequences felt right, but it didn't make anything better. The weeks following the preliminary hearing saw some unexpected developments. My parents' case had received significant media attention, prompting other people to come forward. A former neighbor contacted the prosecutor's office with photos from 2 years ago, showing me doing yard work in freezing temperatures while Madison sat inside. My middle school guidance counselor provided documentation of conversations in which I mentioned being hungry, sleeping in cold rooms, and feeling like I didn't matter at home. Each piece of evidence provided a clearer picture. This hadn't been a single bad decision during a stressful time. The neglect had been building for years, hastening after Madison's return home. I had simply been too young, isolated, and accustomed to their treatment to recognize it as abuse. Uncle Raymond's lawyer, a sharp woman named Ms. Dalton, worked to secure permanent custody while also educating me on my rights regarding any inheritance or family assets. It turned out that my parents had established a college fund when I was born. $32,000 was intended for my education. After Madison moved in, they had withdrawn $27,000 to renovate the basement into an apartment for her and the baby. "They can't do it," Ms. Dalton explained at one of our meetings. "That fund was created specifically for you. We are requesting that the entire amount be restored, as well as any damages. I sat in her office, still processing. They spent my college money on Madison without your permission or knowledge. Yes. She took notes on her legal pad. Given their criminal convictions, we have strong grounds for a civil lawsuit. They will most likely be ordered to repay the entire amount, plus interest and penalties. The thought of my parents owing me money seemed surreal. I did not want their money. I wish they had been different people, parents who have valued, protected, and chosen me. But this was not reality, and Ms. Dalton was correct. I deserved to be compensated for what they had stolen. Uncle Raymond took me to physical therapy 3 times a week to treat my feet. The frostbite damage meant I'd need special orthotics for the rest of my life, and losing my toes had hampered my balance. Mr. Whitaker, the therapist, helped me rebuild strength and adapt my gait. You're doing an excellent job, he told me during one session. Most patients with this level of injury struggle significantly with acceptance. You're facing it head on. I did not feel brave. Most days I was angry, grieving for others, and numb when neither anger nor sadness had any energy. My therapist, Dr. Naomi Chen, helped me understand that all of those emotions could coexist, that healing was not a linear process, and that taking steps backward was completely normal. School became my unexpected escape. My English teacher, Mrs. Gallagher, suggested that I join the creative writing club. Writing gave me a way to process everything without having to say it aloud. I wrote stories about survival, betrayal, and discovering family in unexpected places. Some weeks I filled whole notebooks. My friend group has shifted dramatically. People I considered close friends before the incident turned out to be more interested in drama than genuine support. But new friendships formed with people who respected my boundaries, didn't demand details, and simply wanted to hang out and talk about normal teenage things. Riley, who sat next to me in chemistry, has become one of my closest friends. She had moved to our school district in January and only knew me as I was now, not the girl from the Blizzard story. We bonded over terrible science puns and our mutual love of mystery novels. She knew my history, as did everyone else, but she never made it the focal point of our friendship. Want to come over on Saturday? She inquired one afternoon in March. My mother is making her famous lasagna, and we are having a movie marathon. The invitation caused unexpected anxiety. Going to someone else's house, meeting their family, and observing their interactions. What if it hurts too much? What if seeing typical family dynamics reminded me of everything I had lost? I went anyway. Riley's house was delightfully chaotic. Her younger brothers argued about video games while her mother cooked and sang along to music. Her father told terrible jokes that everyone groaned at but secretly enjoyed. They welcomed me without fanfare, as if I had always been a part of their circle. Riley's mother mentioned during dinner that she had heard about my case on the news. My stomach clenched, bracing for probing questions or inappropriate sympathy. That must have been extremely difficult, she stated simply. I am glad you are safe now. Do you want more lasagna? That was it. Acknowledgement without spectacle. Compassion without intrusion. I ate 3 helpings of lasagna, laughed at Riley's dad's puns, and felt like a normal teenager for the first time in months. The civil lawsuit moved forward while the criminal case headed toward plea agreements. My parents' assets were frozen pending the outcome. The house they'd lived in for 20 years would likely be sold to pay legal fees and restitution. Madison had already been evicted from their home. She couldn't afford to maintain it, and the court refused to let her stay in a property that would be liquidated. She tried contacting me once, showing up at my school during lunch. Security intercepted her before she reached me, but I saw her from across the parking lot. She looked smaller somehow, diminished. Her pregnancy had progressed visibly. She held a letter she'd apparently wanted to deliver personally. The school principal, Mr. Carlisle, brought me the letter afterward. You don't have to read it. I can dispose of it if you prefer. I took it, but didn't open it for 4 days. When I finally did, late at night in my room at Uncle Victor's house, the contents stunned me with their tone deafness. Madison had written about how difficult her life had become since everything happened. She mentioned losing her apartment, working at a fast food restaurant, facing judgment everywhere she went. She talked about how her advanced pregnancy made everything harder, how she couldn't believe things had escalated so far. Not once did she apologize. Not once did she acknowledge that I'd nearly died. The letter centered entirely on her suffering, her challenges, her victimhood. She ended by saying she hoped we could move past this once emotions settled down. I showed the letter to Dr. Naomi Chen during our next session. She read it carefully, her professional mask slipping briefly into obvious disgust. "How does reading this make you feel?" she asked, like she still doesn't understand what she did, what they all did. I twisted my hands together. She thinks this is about emotions, about drama, not about the fact that she watched them lock me outside and never questioned it. Your sister's letter demonstrates a profound lack of insight and empathy. Dr. Naomi Chen set the letter aside. She's reframed herself as the victim of circumstances rather than an active participant in your abuse. That's a defense mechanism, but it's also deeply unfair to you. I didn't respond to Madison's letter. Ms. Dalton advised against any contact that wasn't court-ordered. Uncle Raymond filed the letter with the rest of the documentation, more evidence of the family dynamics that had nearly killed me. Spring brought my 16th birthday. Uncle Raymond asked how I wanted to celebrate, if I wanted to celebrate at all. The last birthday I'd had at my parents' house had been forgotten entirely. They'd been too focused on preparing for Madison's baby to remember I'd turned 15. Something small. I suggested maybe just dinner with you and a couple friends. He organized a perfect low-key celebration. Miles came over along with 2 other friends from school. We ordered pizza, watched movies, and Uncle Raymond presented me with a cake he baked himself. It leaned slightly to one side and the frosting was uneven, but he tried. That effort meant everything. "Make a wish," Riley encouraged as I faced the candles. I closed my eyes and wished for what I'd been wishing for months. Peace. Not forgetting, not even forgiving. But peace with what had happened and who I was becoming in its aftermath. My actual birthday had passed 11 months earlier, back in March of last year. Completely forgotten by my parents. They'd been too consumed with Madison's pregnancy news and her impending return home to remember I turned 15. Uncle Raymond had made sure this birthday, my real 16th, would be different. The criminal plea agreements were finalized in April. Both my parents accepted deals rather than face trial. The prosecution had built such an overwhelming case that their lawyers advised against gambling on a jury's sympathy. During one of the final court appearances before sentencing, I saw my father's parents for the first time since the incident. My grandparents sat in the back row looking devastated. Afterward, they approached Uncle Raymond in the hallway. "We didn't know," my grandmother said, tears streaming down her face. "We had no idea they were treating Haley this way." "If we'd known, you would have done what?" Uncle Raymond's voice stayed level but firm. "Your son nearly killed his daughter. Your daughter-in-law participated. You may not have known the specifics, but did you never question why Haley stopped coming to family gatherings? Why she looked thin and tired when you did see her?" My grandfather cleared his throat. "We thought she was going through typical teenage phases. They told us she was rebellious, difficult, and you believed them without asking me. I spoke up for the first time. I saw you at Thanksgiving. I barely had any food on my plate because they said I needed to earn seconds. You saw that and said nothing." The memory had surfaced in therapy. Thanksgiving? Just a month before the blizzard incident. I'd been allowed to attend family dinner but subjected to humiliating restrictions. Madison had been served generous portions while I received minimal food. My grandmother had noticed my empty plate and asked if I was feeling well. I'd said I was fine because what else could I say with my parents watching? "I'm very sorry." My grandmother reached for me but I stepped back. "Haley, please. You're still our granddaughter. We want to help." Where was that help when I needed it? The words came out harder than I'd intended. Where were you when I was sleeping in an unheated basement? When I was locked outside in a blizzard? You chose to believe their lies because it was easier than confronting the truth. They had no answer to that. Uncle Raymond guided me away, leaving my grandparents standing in the courthouse. I felt guilty for my harshness, then angry at myself for feeling guilty. They failed me too, in quieter but still significant ways. The formal sentencing happened in late spring. I attended, sitting in the front row beside Uncle Raymond. My parents entered in prison uniforms, looking older and grayer than I remembered. Madison sat separately, her pregnancy now obvious at 8 months. The judge's statement lasted 25 minutes, detailing the severity of the crime, the vulnerability of the victim, the callous disregard for human life. She noted that the blizzard had been forecast days in advance, meaning my parents had known exactly what conditions they were sending me into. She mentioned my age, my helplessness, the physical evidence of how close I'd come to dying. The courtroom had filled with people I'd never expected to see. Teachers from my school sat in the gallery, including Mrs. Gallagher, who'd encouraged my writing. Several neighbors testified earlier about the changes they'd noticed in how my parents treated me versus Madison. Even the paramedic who treated me that night attended, his presence a quiet reminder of how critical my condition had been. Before the judge announced the sentences, the prosecution presented their final evidence summary. They displayed photographs on a large screen, the soaked sleeping bag, the oak tree I'd huddled under, the locked deadbolt, my frostbitten feet in the hospital. The courtroom fell silent as images of my near-death experience played out in clinical detail. The prosecutor, a stern woman named Ms. Harwood, addressed the court with controlled fury. Your Honor, this wasn't a momentary lapse in judgment. The defendants had multiple opportunities to prevent this tragedy. They made deliberate choices repeatedly over the course of 3 days. They watched their minor child suffer and made the conscious decision to continue that suffering. She pulled up text messages between my parents recovered from their phones. Messages sent while I was outside freezing. My mother had texted my father. She's being dramatic as usual. A night outside will teach her gratitude. My father had responded. Good. Madison needs peace and quiet. The girl will survive one cold night. Those messages had been sent on the first night around 9:30 p.m., when my body temperature was already dropping into dangerous territory. The prosecution then showed messages from the second day. My mother to my father. She's still outside. Should we let her in? My father's response. Let her think about her attitude a while longer. Check on her this afternoon. That check never happened. Uncle Raymond had arrived before they'd gotten around to it. The messages demonstrated not just negligence, but active, ongoing decision-making to keep me in danger. The defense had no counter to that evidence. How could they explain away written proof of their client's indifference? My father's lawyer, a tired-looking man named Mr. Hutcherson, attempted to argue for leniency based on my father's lack of criminal history and his role as a provider. My client made a terrible error in judgment during a stressful family situation. He's a decorated veteran who served his country, a man who worked 2 jobs to support his family. This incident, while serious, represents a single aberration in an otherwise law-abiding life. Ms. Harwood stood immediately. Your Honor, the defendant's service and employment history don't mitigate the fact that he locked his 15-year-old daughter outside during a blizzard with inadequate protection, then ignored her for 3 days. His text messages show this wasn't impulsive. It was calculated. He's a danger to children, including any future grandchildren he might have contact with. My mother's attorney, a younger woman named Ms. Blake, tried a different approach. She painted my mother as someone under psychological duress from Madison's situation, someone who had been manipulated by her husband into going along with his decisions. Mrs. Reynolds was herself a victim of her husband's controlling behavior. She expressed doubts, as shown in her text message, asking if they should let Haley inside. She wanted to help, but felt powerless. The prosecution dismantled this immediately by showing my mother's response to her own question. After asking if they should let me in, she added, "Though I suppose another few hours won't hurt." Madison finally slept well. Another several hours. I remember those hours. The second morning, my third day outside, when I had lost sensation in my extremities, and coherent thought had become nearly impossible. My mother had casually decided that I could tolerate another few hours so that my adult sister could sleep comfortably. Judge Whitman, a woman in her 60s with steel gray hair, listened to all arguments with a blank stare. When both sides were finished, she took off her glasses and looked directly at my parents. I've presided over many difficult cases in my career, the judge said. Cases involving violence, theft, fraud, but few have disturbed me as deeply as this one. You didn't harm your daughter in a moment of rage or passion. You didn't make a split-second decision with unintended consequences. You methodically over multiple days subjected a child, your child, to life-threatening conditions, while you remained warm and safe inside your home. She paused, allowing her words to settle over the courtroom. My parents both stared at the table in front of them, unable to meet her eyes. The evidence indicates that you prioritized your adult daughter's comfort over your minor daughter's survival. You had numerous opportunities to avoid harm. The weather forecast was clear. The temperature was documented. Your daughter's lack of protection was obvious, but you chose to put her in danger on multiple occasions. The judge shuffled papers on her bench. The court has reviewed Haley's medical records as well as testimony from medical professionals about her near-fatal situation. 3 hours, possibly shorter. That is how close you came to being charged with manslaughter rather than endangerment. My hands grasped Uncle Raymond's arm. He supported my hand with his steady and solid grip. Your actions have had a lasting impact on your daughter's life. She's lost her toes. She requires ongoing medical treatment. She has experienced trauma that will take years to resolve. And perhaps most importantly, you have destroyed any chance of a healthy family relationship. You've taught her that the people who should be protecting her are actually the ones she needs to be protected from. Judge Whitman put her glasses back on and took out her sentencing document. The court finds that these crimes were committed with extreme disregard for human life against a particularly vulnerable victim over a long period of time. The aggravating factors far outweigh the mitigating circumstances. My father received 10 years. My mother got 8. Madison received 3 years of probation, 240 hours of community service, and a permanent entry on her child services record. All 3 were ordered not to contact me until I turned 19, and then only if I chose to initiate it. When the judge asked if I wanted to give a victim impact statement, I stood on trembling legs. I prepared remarks with my therapist, but they vanished when I confronted my parents directly. You were supposed to protect me. My voice echoed throughout the quiet courtroom. This is what parents do. They keep their kids safe. Instead, you decided I wasn't important. You left me outside to die because my pregnant adult sister wanted my bedroom. My mother began crying. I ignored her. I still have nightmares about the cold, about watching you eat dinner while I froze, and about the next morning when you saw me at the door and turned away. I gripped the podium to keep myself steady. You did not forget about me. I'll never understand how you could have chosen that. Madison blushed as she stared at her hands. My father looked at the ceiling. My mother kept crying, and her lawyer offered tissues. The judge has already determined your punishment. I just wanted you to hear it from me. I am glad Uncle Raymond found me. I am glad you are going to prison. And I hope you spend every day reflecting on what you did, and why your daughter will never forgive you. After I finished, the courtroom remained silent. I returned to my seat, my hands trembling. Uncle Raymond gently squeezed my shoulder. The judge concluded the proceedings. Bailiffs took my parents away through separate doors. Madison exited through the main entrance, surrounded by reporters shouting questions. Uncle Raymond and I waited for the crowd to disperse before leaving through a side exit. Life progressed in strange ways. Uncle Raymond officially adopted me that summer. I began therapy 3 times a week, addressing complex trauma and trust issues. The physical injury is healed. I lost 2 toes on my left foot, and my hands were still sensitive to cold. Overall, I recovered well. School proved difficult. Everyone knew my story. Some people treated me like glass, afraid to bring up winter, families, or anything else that might trigger me. Others wanted dramatic details that I wouldn't reveal. I eventually discovered my rhythm again. I discovered which friends were genuine and which simply desired proximity to tragedy. Madison gave birth in July to a healthy girl named Lily. I only knew about it because it appeared in the local news. A baby was born to a woman who had been convicted of endangering her sister. The child was placed with adoptive parents before leaving the hospital. Madison shared a single message on social media about the adoption, claiming she made the selfless decision to give her daughter a better life. The comment section quickly demolished that narrative. My parents wrote letters from prison, which I refused to read. Uncle Raymond saved them in a file, saying I might need them someday. I questioned it. What could they possibly say that was important? Sorry, but it wouldn't restore the toes I'd lost. Sorry wouldn't erase the nightmares or panic attacks I used to have during the winter. Sorry didn't change the fact that they were willing to let me die. The first anniversary of that December night came with fresh snow. Despite the cold, I awoke sweating and with my heart racing from a nightmare. Uncle Raymond found me in the kitchen at 2:30 a.m., making tea with shaky hands. A rough night. He sat across from me at the table. I dreamed I was back under the tree, but this time no one came. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug. In my dream, I fell asleep in the snow and did not wake up. But you awoke. You survived. He spoke quietly. Haley, what your parents did was monstrous. But you are still here. You are safe now. Safe? Some of the words still felt foreign. Uncle Raymond had turned his entire life upside down to provide me with stability, rearranging his work schedule, converting his home office into my bedroom, and attending all therapy appointments and school meetings. He had chosen to protect me while my parents had chosen the opposite. Thank you. The words seemed inadequate. Thank you for everything. For finding and keeping me. Your family, he said with absolute certainty. That is not conditional. Not based on convenience or the room you sleep in. You are my family, and I will always protect you. I believed him not because he said so, but because he proved it. He drove through a blizzard after a friend's mother expressed concern. He had searched until he found me. He requested assistance and guided me through the most difficult times. He had stepped up without hesitation. That's what family really meant. Not the people who shared your blood and then left you to freeze, but the person who arrived and refused to leave. The snow kept falling outside, peaceful and quiet. I watched it accumulate on the windowsill. I am no longer terrified. It was just cold, winter, and weather that I could enjoy from the comfort of my own home. My phone vibrated with a message from my therapist, confirming our appointment later that week. I had somewhere to go, someone who listened, and resources to help me process what had happened. Uncle Raymond had made sure I had support systems, stability, and a future. Meanwhile, my parents sat in prison cells, with my father serving 10 years and my mother 8. Madison lived in a small apartment across town, earning a minimum wage and seeing a court-appointed counselor. Lily, the niece I'd never meet, was growing up with parents who had chosen her on purpose, and who would welcome her into a home where she would be valued and protected. Different outcomes for different decisions. My parents prioritized their pregnant adult daughter's comfort over their minor child's survival. They chose to lock me outside in dangerous conditions rather than have an awkward conversation with Madison about temporary inconvenience. They chose repeatedly and deliberately, and now they were dealing with the consequences. I made a different choice. Choose therapy over bitterness. I chose to build a life with Uncle Raymond rather than allowing trauma to define me. I chose to move forward rather than stay frozen in that December night. The snow continued to fall, beautiful and cold and completely harmless from inside my warm kitchen. I finished my tea, rinsed the mug, and returned to bed. Tomorrow I'll go to school, see my friends, and return home to Uncle Raymond for a dinner we'll prepare together. Normal, safe things. The life I've always deserved. Outside, the temperature dropped below 18 degrees. My parents forged a deed and brought movers to evict me from my $3.8 million estate. They didn't know my lawyer, and cops were in the kitchen waiting. Hi there, Reddit. Now, envision this image. For the entirety of your life, you have been under the impression that the concept of family genuinely carries some significance. Then, one day, your biological parents, who hardly raised you, walk up on your porch with these smug, predatory smiles, thinking that they have just taken the entire $3.8 million bequest that your beloved grandparents left behind right out from under you. When they look you in the eye, they present you a piece of paper and tell you that you are going to be fired by Friday. Nevertheless, I must tell you that the look of complete and utter dread that appeared on their faces when they returned with those movers and saw exactly who was waiting on the doorstep. Unquestionably irreplaceable. This is Marcus. Despite the fact that I am 29 years old and work as a financial analyst, I never in a million years imagined that I would be fighting my own blood over something that my grandparents had spent their entire lives constructing. When I received my degree in finance, my very first goal was to make certain that their $3.8 million estate was secured in such a way that it could not be breached by anything, not even a nuclear weapon. This was my extremely first priority. How come? The reason for this is that I had been observing the vultures circle for 20 years. My mother, my father, and my younger sister were the vultures that were responsible for this. You need to know the complete history in order to have a complete understanding of why I went to such severe and neurotic lengths. This is not merely a tale about wealth or belonging to a luxurious home. This is about 23 years of being manipulated, feeling suffocated by entitlement, and witnessing people who were supposed to be my family treat the most kind and kind-hearted people I have ever met, like a bottomless ATM. Put on your seatbelt and get something to drink, because this is about to become quite nasty. During the time when I was 6 years old, my grandparents, Arthur and Eleanor Vance, were responsible for my upbringing. To chase massive career opportunities in Florida, my biological parents, Richard and Brenda, practically left me at their doorstep in Boston. They were determined to pursue these opportunities. But in all honesty, on the other hand, what they were really looking for was a life that was completely free from the responsibilities of parenthood, and they were bouncing around crazily between various schemes to become wealthy quickly. Every single one of their projects was a complete and utter failure despite their best efforts. Still to this day,
I can vividly recall the day when they left me behind. When I was 6 years old, I was standing on the brick path that encompassed the driveway of my grandparents. At the time, I was holding a stuffed golden retriever and a little luggage that had seen better days. In the meantime, my father, Richard, was just tapping his foot and checking his watch while my mother, Brenda, was acting out these dramatic, fake tears for the neighbors to witness. They kept saying, "It's just temporary, buddy," over and over again, just until we get settled in our new executive roles. The executive roles in question entailed the sale of various health supplements that were imported and not regulated, which ultimately turned out to be a gigantic pyramid scheme. They were completely deprived of everything within a span of 8 months. But by the time they reached their lowest point, I had already reached a point of profound contentment with Arthur and Eleanor. They were already being referred to as Grandpa and Grandma by me. During the little time that I had spent with my biological parents, I had already experienced feelings of more safety, security, and love than I ever had before. Not just any house, but the house I grew up in was special. It was a stunning brownstone that had been built in the 1890s and lived in a historic neighborhood in Boston. Original mahogany woodwork, enormous stained glass windows in the stairs, and a library with bookshelves that reached from floor to ceiling and one of those rolling ladders were all features associated with this property. Since the beginning of time, Grandpa Arthur's family had owned and lived in the house. The structure was constructed by his grandfather, who had been a prosperous maritime businessman. Over the course of several decades, it was scrupulously preserved and passed down. It wasn't simply the brownstone that was involved. As well as that, there were rental properties. A magnificent townhouse in Cambridge and a gigantic triple-decker in Somerville are both available for purchase. Grandpa had purchased them in the late 1970s, when the real estate market in Boston was very different from what it is today. He brought them back to life with his own 2 hands and rented them out to families from the working class as well as graduate students at prices that were extremely affordable. He was not a slumlord interested in extorting every last penny from people. Rather, he merely desired a consistent and dependable source of income. The value of those properties alone is around $1.4 million at the present time. Then there were the things that were invested. Grandpa Arthur had worked for 40 years as an actuary at a major insurance firm. His lifestyle was unassuming. He drove a sedan that was 10 years old, and he was a diligent saver. Index funds, municipal bonds, and blue-chip stocks were the components that he included in his investment portfolio. No Bitcoin, no day trading, and nothing flashy to talk about. Simply growth that is steady, calculated, and solid. I was a senior in high school when I discovered that their portfolio had a value of more than $1.2 million. By the time you factor in the brownstone, the total value of the estate was somewhere near $3.8 million. There is no insignificant alteration. On the other hand, I solemnly declare that the money was never an issue for me. For me, that brownstone served as a paradise. I gained an understanding of what it is like to experience love that is not conditional. Every morning, when I woke up, I would be greeted by the aroma of Grandma Eleanor's freshly baked goods and coffee. Blueberry scones were served on Tuesdays, cinnamon buns were served on Fridays, and sourdough pancakes were served on Sundays. She adhered to this strict schedule. Even before I made the decision to pursue a career in finance, she would call up the stairs, "Rise and shine, my little calculator." During my childhood, this nickname was given to me when I was 8 years old, and I spent an entire Saturday sorting my Pokemon cards solely based on their hit point ratios and attack statistics rather than actually playing the game. Within that library, Grandpa Arthur instructed me on how to play the game of chess. He had an infinite amount of patience, despite the fact that I was a hyperactive child who frequently knocked down pieces. "Risk assessment, Marcus," he would say as he reset the board for the 5th time. "Look, 3 moves ahead, anticipate what the other guy wants, and protect your king. Rushing only leads to ruin." For many years, Sunday dinners were a tradition. When Grandma would prepare enormous roasts, we would sit at the long dining table for a considerable amount of time. We discussed topics such as history, politics in the area, and the subjects that I was studying in middle school. I was never made to feel inferior by them. My viewpoints were taken into consideration by them. I gained a knowledge of honesty from them. My grandfather often said to me, "A man's word is his only true currency, Marcus. Once you bankrupt your reputation, you can never earn it back." While everything was going on, my connection with my real parents and my younger sister, Chloe, was a poisonous wasteland. They would appear once or twice a year at most. Most of the time, it is just around the time of the holidays, when expensive presents are anticipated, or it might be at any time during the middle of summer, when they have exhausted their financial resources and require a bridge loan. By the time I was 10 years old, I had already learned to recognize their excruciating rhythm. When my father would contact me a few days before my Little League games, he would suddenly become extremely engaged in them and act as if he were the father of the year. First, they would show up. In the beginning, there were the smothering and theatrical hugs. Following that, the empty compliments. Then there was the matter of casually strolling around the house, making passive-aggressive remarks about how much the brownstone must be worth at this point in time, or dropping clues about Grandpa's stock holdings. Last but not least, the most impressive part of the visit, the weeping and frantic pitch. The transmission blew on their leased BMW. The chronic migraines that my mother suffered from class tear, which, for some reason, vanished while she was drinking wine, resulted in medical costs. There was a exclusive investment opportunity in luxury timeshares, and all that was required was a $10,000 investment for them to become billionaires. Always in a hurry. All the time, a crisis. On top of that, the loans were never, ever paid back. Over the course of 23 years, not a single penny. When I was 14 years old, my father spent Thanksgiving in the kitchen encircling my grandfather and asking him for $8,000 so that he could invest in a revolutionary cryptocurrency mining firm. Father pleaded with his son, "This is the big one, Arthur," when he was sweating through his inexpensive dress shirt. In order to persuade him to leave the house, so that we could eat turkey without any disturbances, Grandpa wrote him a check for $4,000. This is generational wealth. This startup's founders were indicted by the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, for wire fraud 6 months later. After that, Dad never brought it up again. I asked Grandpa why he gave him the money, and he just sighed, appearing suddenly very old. I was so surprised by his response. "Sometimes, Marcus, you pay money just to learn exactly who someone is. I learned my son is a fool." Up to the time that I graduated from high school, my father had filed for bankruptcy 3 times. In order to give the impression that they were prosperous, they lived extravagantly above their means, rented a luxury apartment that they were unable to afford and publicizing it all over Facebook. This milieu of delusion was the one in which my younger sister, Chloe, who was 7 years younger than I, was brought up through her childhood. She took some of their worst characteristics and turned them into weapons. As soon as she was 16 years old, she had become a nightmare of entitlement. When I was home from college for the winter break, I remember arriving home. These historic pearl necklaces, which were family treasures dating back to the 1920s, belonged to Grandma. Although it is not worth millions of dollars, it is priceless in terms of sentiment. A VIP pass to a music festival was purchased by Chloe after she took 2 of them from Grandma's vanity, pawned them for $400, and then used the money to purchase the pass. When Grandma discovered that they were missing, Chloe instantly fell into uncontrollable sobs and pointed the blame at me, stating that she had seen me snooping around in the bedroom. Almost immediately, my parents stood up for her. "Marcus is in college. He probably needs beer money," Dad shouted out. After Grandpa made his way down to the neighborhood pawn shop, he discovered the slip that contained Chloe's false ID signature on it. This was the moment when the truth was revealed. "Is this how my parents feel? She's just a kid, Arthur. She didn't know the value. Don't be so hard on her." Grandpa paid to retrieve them so that they might be returned to him. On that day, I witnessed a portion of his heart breaking. As my grandparents entered their senior years, the relationship went from being merely bothersome to being quite sinister. As a college student, I was attempting to balance a full course load in finance, working a part-time internship, and racing home to assist with the care of my parents. Dad began phoning them on a weekly basis, not to inquire about how they were feeling but rather to inquire about their estate planning, their will, and the specific names of their financial consultants with the purpose of asking extremely pointed questions. The stairs in the brownstone are just too dangerous for them now. We should sell the house and use the cash to put them in a home. Translation: sell the house, dump them in a cheap facility, and pocket the remaining million. Mom would casually email me links to assisted living facilities, saying, "We should sell the house and use the cash to put them in a home." College was an agonizing experience. Congestive heart failure was a devastating condition that Grandpa developed. The early symptoms of vascular dementia were beginning to manifest in Grandma. Because I wanted to be close to home, I decided to commute to a nearby institution. When I was presented with a significant opportunity to study in London, I declined it. I woke up every day at 5:30 in the morning to organize Grandpa's 10 different pills, prepare breakfast for them, commute to class, rush back at noon to check on them, and then study at the kitchen table until 2 in the morning while listening to make sure Grandma didn't wander out. Sadly, my social life failed. Relationships were a joke. However, I did not care. During the time when my parents were abandoning me, they had given up their golden years in order to raise me. Authentic families behaved in this manner. You are present. During my entire life, the day of my graduation was the most bittersweet time. The morning of May was brisk and clear. I was successful in transporting Grandpa there in a medical transport van that I chartered, complete with his portable oxygen tank along with him. I looked over at Grandma, who was sitting next to him and holding his hand. She occasionally forgot the purpose of the ceremony, but she was beaming with pride anytime I looked in her direction. Oh, and Chloe, and my parents? There is no trace of either. Months earlier, they had responded with a yes. I received a text message from my mother at 6:45 inches the morning, which said, "Car trouble, so sorry, so proud of you though, catch up soon, car problems have a reason." The following day, I discovered that they were staying at a casino resort in Connecticut by looking at Chloe's Instagram story. Nevertheless, when I came across that stage and saw Grandpa Arthur crying, with actual tears flowing down his cheeks as he clapped his weak hands, I was immediately overcome with emotion. I came to the realization that I did not require the assistance of my parents. My biological parents were right there with me. Grandpa drew me in close to him that evening, when we were back at the brownstone. His breaths were faint and labored. With a wheezing sound, he said, "Your parents are hollow people, Marcus. They have no center. Don't ever let them hollow you out." After a period of 4 weeks, Grandpa Arthur's heart finally stopped beating while he was sleeping. Within the library, I discovered him sitting in his armchair with a book on his lap. I am unable to adequately express the level of devastation that I experienced. It seemed as if the very basis upon which my universe was built had been shattered. After exactly 5 months had passed, Grandma Eleanor continued to follow him. I am aware of the reality, despite the fact that the physicians referred to it as a quick deterioration, owing to the dementia. Due of a broken heart, she passed away. To put it simply, she did not wish to live in a world that was devoid of Arthur. On one of the few days that she was still conscious, she seized my hand with a horrifying amount of force. "Marcus," she murmured, her eyes gleaming with brilliant clarity. While I was sobbing into her blankets, I made a promise to her. "Arthur and I fixed it. We fixed the house. We fixed the future. They can't touch it. Promise me you won't let them touch it." After a period of 3 days, she passed away. Funeral services were like a circus. When they arrived, my dad and Chloe were dressed in fashionable black, and they were acting out the character of a family that was distraught and grieving. When my grandfather was cornering my grandparents' friends, he was nearly shaking hands like a politician. He wanted to know if they knew when the will reading was going to take place. The fact that I had already been working behind the scenes for more than a year was something that Richard, Brenda, and Chloe were already unaware of. He had his estate attorney, a bright and ruthless woman named Victoria, come to the bedside during one of Grandpa's hospital stays. Victoria was there to represent his estate. The Arthur and Eleanor Vance Family Trust was formed by our organization. Each and every asset, including the brownstone, the Somerville triple-decker, the Cambridge townhouses, the investment portfolios, and the bank accounts, was placed directly into the trust. I was appointed as the only trustee, without any disputes, and I have complete and total power over all of the assets. In a specific section, it was stated that my parents and sister were purposely excluded from inheriting the property since they had been subjected to financial abuse throughout their entire lives. There was a shark named Victoria. "This trust is bulletproof," she explained to me. "If they try to contest it, they'll be laughed out of probate court." A meeting with Victoria was something that my parents insisted on having after the burial. The explosion was biblical when she calmly informed them that all of the assets were in a private trust and that they were not beneficiaries of the trust. Dad's face turned purple, and he yelled that I had deceived an elderly guy who was nearing the end of his life. A glass of water was hurled at the wall by the mother. Victoria simply glanced at them over her glasses and urged them to go before she phoned building security. Chloe yelled that I was a thief, and that she was going to sue me for her fair share. Victoria then called building security into action. After they passed away, the harassment continued unabated for the first 8 months after their passing. In addition to working at my finance career, and attempting to get over my sadness, I was living by myself in the brownstone. Each day, my phone would explode. Father's text messages threatening to take legal action. They were in danger of being evicted, and Mom left voicemails in which she begged for just one of the rental properties to be assigned to them. Chloe showed up to my door at 11 o'clock at night, pounding on the wood and yelling that I was keeping their treasure that had been saved for generations. I acted on the recommendation of my closest buddy, Julian, who also happens to be an attorney specializing in real estate. I wrote down every single detail, every single message, every single voicemail, and every single Ring camera captured video of Chloe yelling on my porch. A month or so later, there was a complete and utter lack of activity. There were no calls. There are no texts. What I should have understood is that when swindlers remain silent, it only indicates that they are planning. It was necessary for me to travel to Chicago for a 3-day financial conference that I had to attend. There was a Friday afternoon when I arrived back in Boston. After hauling my suitcase up the brick steps of the brownstone, I ultimately decided to take an Uber home. I was fatigued. Chloe and my dad were enjoying a glass of lemonade as they were seated on the sofa on my porch. They were all wearing smirks that were both horrible and triumphant, and they were all pasted together. "Marcus," the father said as he stood up and held his arms out, as if he were the rightful owner of the property. "Welcome home. Or should I say, welcome to our home." I became numb. "What the hell are you talking about, Richard?" As a matter of fact, Mom laughed out loud. "We know about the trust, sweetie. But we also know that trust can be dissolved when the trustee realizes they've made a mistake. We've taken care of the paperwork." Chloe reached into her luxury bag and pulled out a manila folder. She then flopped it down on the patio table nearby. "We transferred the deed, Marcus. A judge agreed the trust was fraudulent. The house is in Dad's name now. It's all filed with the county. You have until next Friday to pack your crap and get out. We're moving in." The sound of my heart beating could be heard in my ears. The folder was opened by me. A photocopy of a quitclaim deed was found within the package. The property was shown to be transferred from the Vance Family Trust to Richard Vance based on the information provided. In addition, my signature was clearly visible at the bottom, right next to a notary stamp. All the same, I had never signed it before. "This is a forgery," I replied, my tone of voice being dangerously calm. "You forged my signature." The scowl came from my father as he entered my personal space. "Prove it. It's filed with the Suffolk County Registry of Deeds. It's public record now, boy. The house is mine. It was always supposed to be mine. You're out by Friday, or I'm having you trespassed by the police." The two of them strolled off the porch, with Chloe giggling as she purposefully bumped into me on the shoulder as she went by. As she sneered, "Enjoy the street, you loser," she said. I didn't freak out about it. Immediately after entering the building, I shut the door and then contacted both Victoria and Julian. At the beginning of the Monday morning, Julian and I went to the Suffolk County Registry of Deeds to do our business. It was the official public record that we retrieved. Indeed, when I looked, there it was. The previous Wednesday, a quitclaim deed was submitted for filing. Although there was a reasonable amount of my handwriting in the signature, the notary stamp was that of a man whose license had expired 3 years prior to the signing being made. Julian's enthusiasm was so intense that he was virtually vibrating. "Marcus, they didn't just forge a document, they filed a forged deed, with a government entity. That is felony uttering, felony forgery, and real estate fraud." However, when Julian proceeded to delve deeper into the county records, he noticed that his face had turned absolutely pale. "Oh my God, Marcus, look at this." It was a secondary filing that was attached to the new deed that he retrieved. The house had not been taken by my parents in order for them to reside in it. Dad had used the brownstone as collateral to obtain a $250,000 hard money bridge loan from a predatory private lender on the very same day that they filed the falsified deed. The loan comes with a high interest rate and is secured by the brownstone. "They cashed out," I said, and I felt sick to my stomach. Julian exclaimed, worse, with his eyes wide open. "They committed wire fraud and bank fraud. They took out $250,000 against a house they don't own, using forged documents. This isn't just a civil dispute anymore. This is federal-level criminal fraud." Immediately, we made our way to Victoria's workplace. Immediately, she submitted a notice of pending action, sometimes known as an emergency lis pendens, in order to freeze the title, and she also submitted an injunction in order to nullify the fraudulent deed. The next thing she did was call a contact she had in the white-collar crime unit of the Boston Police Department that she had previously established. The delivery of everything took place during the course of Tuesday and Wednesday. Documents pertaining to the initial trust, examples of my actual signature, the video footage from the Ring camera showing my father making threats against me, and evidence of the fake bridge loan. Those who were investigating were drooling. It was almost humiliating to crooks worldwide that the paper trail was so glaringly evident that it was almost disrespectful. On Wednesday evening, my father sent me a text message that read, "Movers will arrive tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. Have your boxes on the curb or they will be thrown away." In response, I sent a text message that read, "Understood. See you at 9. This morning, Thursday." 23 years of complete and utter lunacy culminated in this moment. I woke up at 5 in the morning. The coffee that Grandma Eleanor enjoys drinking the most was made by me. The chessboard was in front of me as I sat in the chair that Grandpa Arthur had given me in the library. Think about the next 3 steps. You must guard your king. That is just what I had done. Both Victoria and Julian showed up at my residence around 8:30 inches the morning. At 8:45 inches the morning, a police SUV that was not marked pulled into my alleyway, which was hidden from view from the street. My kitchen was invaded by 2 investigators from the fraud squad who were drinking coffee and making idle chatter about the Red Sox. A large moving truck rumbled along the old street at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, attempting to squeeze through the spaces between the parked automobiles. It pulled up in front of the brownstone and parked down there. The vehicle that was pulled up behind it was Dad's recently leased Mercedes, which was undoubtedly sponsored by the fake bridge loan of $250,000. My parents and Chloe were able to escape. The attire that they wore was exquisite. While Chloe was gazing up at the brownstone, her mother was wearing enormous sunglasses, her father was smoking a cigar, and Chloe was taking a video on her phone, most likely for TikTok. The ramp was lowered by 3 tough movers who jumped out of the truck and lowered it. As he climbed the brick steps, my father hammered on the hefty oak door that was on my door. "Time's up, Marcus. Let's go." I walked out onto the porch after opening the door and stepping out. A single box was not packed by me at any point. A mug of coffee was in my hand at the time. It took a moment for Dad's smug smile to stumble down. "Where's your stuff? I told you, if it's not packed, the movers are throwing it out." "I'm not leaving, Richard," I responded in a manner that was smooth. A snort came from the bottom of the stairs as Mom laughed. "Don't make this harder than it has to be, Marcus. The house is ours. We have the deed." As Victoria emerged from the corridor to take a position next to me, she asked, "You mean the forged quitclaim deed?" She was carrying a briefcase, while wearing a suit that was as sharp as a razor. On my opposite side, Julian emerged from his house. The expression on Dad's face changed. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Victoria Harrington, the executor and legal counsel for the Vance Family Trust, and this is Julian Reyes, Marcus's personal attorney. We're here to inform you that your fraudulent deed has been voided by an emergency court order as of 8 a.m. this morning." Chloe ceased recording the audio. "Dad, what is she talking about?" The voice of the father trembled as he attempted to exhale from his chest. "You can't do that. A judge signed off on it. I have rights. I'm the son." "No judge gave their approval to anything," Julian stated with a smile on his face. "You forged a signature, used an expired notary stamp, and filed a fraudulent document with the county, which is a felony." "We didn't forge anything," Mom shouted, her voice reverberating down the street as she stood there. "He signed it. He's lying." "That's going to be very hard to prove," I replied, sipping a cup of coffee. "Considering you also used that forged deed to take out a $250,000 bridge loan from Apex Lending. Where is that money, Richard?" The expression on Dad's face gradually lost all of its color. A look on his face suggested that he was about to throw up right there on the brick steps. With a surprise, Mom looked at her father. "Richard, what bridge loan? What is he talking about?" "It was a secret from him. He falsified the deed, took out the loan, and concealed the funds from his own wife, all while he was doing it." Victoria smiled and said, "Oh, things are going to get better. Because you defrauded a licensed financial institution across state lines using a wire transfer, you've escalated this from local real estate fraud to federal wire and bank fraud." Taking a step back, Dad came dangerously close to falling down the stairs, screaming in a panic. "Movers," he cried. "Pack it up. We're leaving, now." A low voice could be heard coming from within the home, saying, "In all honesty, you are not going anywhere." When the 2 detectives emerged onto the porch, they were wearing badges that were attached to their belts. It is the first time in my entire life that I have ever witnessed a human being deflate in the manner that my father did at that very instant. There was a real buckle in his knees. The cigar fell out of his mouth and rolled down the stairs into the ground below. Richard Vance, Brenda Vance, the lead detective, who was walking down the stairs, said to Brenda Vance, "You're both under arrest for forgery, uttering a false document, and real estate fraud. Mr. Vance, we also have a warrant regarding the fraudulent procurement of a $250,000 loan." When the movers realized they were in the middle of a major crime scene, they literally threw their hands in the air, ran back to their truck, and then walked out of the building without uttering a single word. This caused Mom to begin hyperventilating. She was immediately selling out her husband in order to save herself. No, I didn't know about the loan. I just signed the deed. He told me to sign it," she exclaimed. First, the police officers placed Dad in handcuffs. In fact, he didn't even fight. The realization that he had spent his entire life engaging in fraudulent activities finally dawned on him, and he did nothing except gaze blankly at the ground. Mom, who was crying uncontrollably, was the 3rd person to be placed in handcuffs. Her pricey sunglasses were accidentally dropped upon the brick path, where they broke. Afterwards, there was Chloe. She remained trembling as she stood by the Mercedes, holding her phone in her hand, the entire time. It was then that she yelled out, "Wait," as they were loading our parents into the back of the unmarked SUV. "What about me? Where am I supposed to go? My stuff is in their apartment." The investigator turned his gaze to her. "Are you Chloe Vance?" "Yes. We have evidence you were present when the notary stamp was procured. You're not under arrest right now, but we strongly suggest you don't leave the state. We'll be in touch. Dad peered out the window of the SUV and looked at me as the doors slammed shut completely. Neither anger nor rage could be seen in his eyes. Just a void of terror that is empty. I whispered softly, "Enjoy the street, Chloe," and I repeated her exact words from the previous week. I retraced my steps, entered the building, and closed the massive oak door behind me. Over the course of the past few months, the aftermath has been a non-stop whirlwind. Due to the overwhelming amount of evidence, the legal system moved at a startlingly rapid pace. In light of the fact that the $250,000 cash was discovered concealed within a cryptocurrency wallet, Dad was not granted bail because he was deemed to be a flight risk. He could be sentenced to up to 15 years in federal prison at this time. Even though Mom accepted a plea bargain and testified against him, she is still facing a sentence of 3 to 5 years in prison for her role in the forgery. Due to the fact that they immediately defaulted on the fraudulent bridge loan, the private lender went after their personal assets. It was confiscated everything that they owned. Everything from their bank accounts to the Mercedes that they loaned out. About a month ago, Chloe made an attempt to call me while crying and stating that she was living on the couch of a friend and that she needed money to pay her rent. I reminded her that Grandpa's rule remains in effect, which states that rushing is the path to disaster, and that she ought to have looked 3 steps ahead. After that, I blocked her voicemail. It is still the brownstone where I make my home, now that it's quiet. Sometimes, when I'm sitting in the library, I swear I can smell Grandma's cinnamon rolls or hear the soft clack of Grandpa's chess pieces. I just can't find the words to describe it. During the past week, I completed something that Victoria and I had been working on together. In order to establish the Arthur and Eleanor Vance Foundation, I used a portion of the rental income that was generated from the properties in Somerville. Children who are making their transition out of the foster care system in Boston are eligible for full-ride scholarships and mentoring in the area of financial literacy. Children who do not have parents on whom they can rely. Children who cannot live without Grandpa Arthur in their lives. A significant portion of my parents' lives was spent attempting to steal wealth that they had not earned. At the end of the day, they gave me the perfect opportunity to put them away for good, and they didn't even realize that they were doing it, not a chance. My parents funneled millions to cover up my brother's crimes, while I slept on the streets, so I walked into their 30th gala, and let the FBI raids begin. Know what cold feels like? I thought so too. You become used to the biting wind cutting through your jacket in Boston, which makes your eyes water and lungs burn. I felt cold that night, the night my life ended and brutally restarted for more than just the weather. The bone-deep, stifling chill of realizing your protectors were wielding the knife. Tuesday started like any other in the Vanguard home. Trent, my older brother, the golden child, the high school quarterback who could do no wrong, was pacing the living room like a caged beast. He was 23 and lived at home, partying until 4 a.m. and driving the beautiful cars my parents got him to look good ahead of his big break into the pros. I was 19, a ghost at home, trying to finish college calculus homework at the kitchen table. Trent snapped at me, "Elias, I need you to write that email to the sports recruiter. Now. Tell him I was sick last week. Tell him I had the flu. That's why I missed the private tryout." Note. I didn't look up from my textbook. My parents made me work a part-time campus job to build character, even though Trent had never worked. I was exhausted. Do it yourself, Trent. I have a massive final tomorrow. I don't have time to cover for your hangovers. Silence filled the room, ear-ringing silence. You never rejected Trent at home. Arthur, and Beatrice, my parents, created a toxic environment around his fragile ego. He was sun, and I was soil he trod on. What the hell did you just say? Trent lowered his voice. Walking over, his big boots thudded ominously on the costly wooden floor. I said no, I murmured, nervously holding my mechanical pencil. You missed the tryout, because you were blackout drunk. I'm not lying for you anymore. I'm done. That started it. Trent didn't argue. He didn't argue. He replied with his usual explosive violence. He violently yanked my wooden dining chair backward. I crashed to the floor after flying. He kicked me in the ribs before I could rise. I exhaled violently. You ungrateful little rat, he screamed, furious. You think you're better than me because you get straight A's? Nobody cares about your grades, Elias. Nobody cares about you. You're nothing. I attempted to stand, adrenaline rushing. At least I'm not a pathetic leech, I shouted. A terrible mistake. Trent lunged. He violently twisted my left arm behind my back, pressing it into my shoulder blades. My pain made me scream. Say you're sorry, he growled, his breath smelling of alcohol. No. Snap. It was sickeningly loud, like a heavy, dry tree branch cracking in a peaceful jungle. I felt searing pain in my forearm. I kneeled, gripping my arm against my chest, gasping for air as tears blurred my vision. My radius was broken completely. My parents entered then. Beatrice, my mother, wore her distinctive pearl necklace after a high society charity dinner. Arthur, my father, adjusted his gold cufflinks nonchalantly. They saw me writhing on the floor with a disfigured arm and Trent standing over me, his chest heaving. What in God's name is going on here? My father shouted above the arched ceilings. Trent quickly pointed at me and said, Elias attacked me. He went crazy, Dad. He tried to hit me with the chair because I asked him to turn down his stupid music. I had to defend myself. Pain made me nauseated and my eyesight blurred as I glanced up at them. He's lying. I wheezed, spitting. He broke my arm because I wouldn't write his email. Mom, please. I need a hospital. I need a doctor. Mother gazed down at me. Then she regarded Trent. It was cold, mechanical calculation in her eyes. It wasn't about truth. Truth was never important in this house. The issue was image. Trent represented Vanguard family legacy. I was a waste. Stop being so incredibly dramatic, Elias, my mother remarked, coldly. She brushed imaginary dust off Trent's strong shoulder as she passed me over my legs. Are you hurt, sweetie? Did he scratch you? My knuckles hurt from where I had to block his punches. Trent lied brilliantly, caressing his hand. You see what you've done? My father looked red-faced at me. You come into my house, eat my food, sleep under my roof, and then you try to assault your brother? The one who actually has a future? I am. Dad, my arm is literally broken, I said, holding it. The angle was absolutely off. The flesh stretched over the jagged bone, while twisted. Don't you dare raise your voice at me, he shouted, approaching. I have had it with your pathetic jealousy. You've been trying to sabotage Trent since the day you were born. I will not have a violent, unhinged thug living under my roof. I was shocked. I was bleeding on the floor. I was the villain in their twisted, egocentric reality despite having a broken limb. Get out, my father shouted, shaking, pointing to the foyer. What? You heard me, get out, tonight. I'm done paying for your existence. I'm done dealing with your attitude. It's pouring rain outside, I gasped, dread overwhelming the pain. It's barely 30 degrees. Where am I supposed to go? That is not my problem, my mother said without looking at me. She was too busy inspecting Trent's absolutely flawless hand for bruises. Maybe a night out on the streets will teach you some much-needed gratitude. My father grasped my thin t-shirt collar. He roughly dragged my limp body to the massive front door. My damaged arm received painful electrical shocks from every floorboard bump. I fought to regain my feet, but he was huge and I was in shock. He wrenched open the thick oak door. A fierce winter wind blew sheets of cold rain into the great foyer. Wait, my stuff. My laptop. I bellowed. My mother entered from the hall. She carried my middle school blue gym bag, which was worn and frayed. My warm garments weren't packed. She didn't bring my laptop. She literally shoveled my room's loose trash into it. The bag sailed past my head. It splashed pathetically in a cold driveway puddle. Here, she scoffed. Take your trash with you. Father pushed me hard in the chest. The damp concrete on the front steps caused me to fall backward and crash hard on my good shoulder. The chilly rain saturated my clothing instantaneously. Biting, numbing cold felt like a million tiny needles stabbing my flesh. I looked up from the driveway. The doorway's warm, golden light silhouetted my family. Except for their harsh looks, it was a beautiful greeting card. Trent advanced. A set of keys was removed from his pocket and twirled around his finger. Porch light illuminated the silver Ferrari keychain. This was his birthday gift from last month. Have a nice walk, loser, Trent said, laughing sickly. Don't worry about your bedroom, I'm going to tear it down and turn it into my new trophy case. My mother gently stroked Trent's shoulder. Come inside, Trent, you don't want to catch a cold talking to him. Dad glanced down at me one last time. His eyes were filled with disgust, not regret. If you call the police, Elias, I will make sure you never step foot in a college again. I will ruin you. I have corporate lawyers who can bury you in paperwork before you even finish dialing 911. Do you understand me? I remained silent. I couldn't. My mouth was clenched, and my teeth chattered so loudly I thought they may break. The big oak door banged. Gunshot-like sound boomed through the rainy night. Then the big deadbolt slid in. Click. I was alone. I carefully rose up, holding my broken arm against my chest to prevent it from moving. I felt hot tears and freezing rain. Walked to the puddle and grabbed my worn bag. Waterlogged totally. Everything inside was wrecked. Looking back, I saw the multi-million-dollar estate. I saw them through the huge living room window. My mother poured a pricey red wine. Trent laughed hysterically and mimed throwing me across the room. They appeared content. They appeared relieved. That was my breaking point. It snapped louder than my arm bone. I no longer felt winter's chill. The arm throbbing didn't hurt. The dead center of my chest burned with a white-hot, all-consuming wrath. It went beyond fury. This was fuel. A bloody pledge. I left the house's warm glow and walked down the long, curving driveway to the pitch-black street. Lacking a coat. I had no phone. I had no money. As I marched into the darkness, I silently vowed to the chilling rain, I'll survive. I'll return sometime. I won't yell, I won't fight, I will buy your land and bury you. They assumed they'd emptied the trash. They didn't realize they'd carefully crafted their worst enemy. First 48 hours were a haze of unfathomable pain. I trekked 4 miles in Boston's frigid slush to the nearest public ER. The triage nurse feared I was having a neurological seizure as I shivered in the plastic waiting room chair, dripping wet. When the doctor inquired what happened, I lied through my teeth. I had to. I heard my father's army of lawyers threat loudly. I understood Arthur Vanguard's influence in this metropolis. He called judges and hired police chiefs. I said I slipped and fell down concrete park stairs. My arm was cast in hefty fiberglass. The doctor felt sorry for me with my soaking clothes and ripped bag, but he didn't press the issue. The hospital social worker gave me a printed list of nearby homeless shelters and a plastic bottle of inexpensive painkillers when I was discharged in the morning. "Good luck, son," she whispered. My huge inheritance. A Xerox list of overcrowded homeless shelters and generic ibuprofen. I had waking nightmares for 6 months. I slept under a concrete overpass near industrial train tracks since city shelters were filled or dangerous. A kid with a broken arm in a sling is a prime target on the streets. I learnt quickly. I fought for food leftovers. A dirty, run-down cafe gave me a warm spot to stand and leftover clam chowder for washing dishes from midnight until 6 a.m. I thought about them every night while I stared at the chilly, damp concrete underbelly of that bridge. Trent revving his Ferrari to VIP clubs came to mind. I imagined my mother nonchalantly spending $10,000 on silk drapes while her youngest son slept on wet cardboard. Hatred was my only comfort. The diner counter stool next to me was occupied by a man one rainy night. He read a thick corporate tax law textbook in a ragged but tailored suit, perhaps in his 50s. He was Mr. Vance. He noticed me reading a soggy, discarded newspaper with one good hand. He said, "You're a sharp kid," without looking up from his book. "What the hell are you doing washing dishes for minimum wage?" "Surviving," I whispered. "Survival is for animals," he said, closing his book and staring at me. "Men build." I asked, "What do you want to build?" "A coffin," I answered coldly. "For a dynasty." He grinned. Shark smiles weren't warm. "Then you better learn exactly how the law works, kid. It's the only weapon in the world that leaves absolutely no blood on your hands." I was saved by Mr. Vance. The smart, disbarred attorney had lost his license to a horrible gambling addiction, but his mind was steel. I learned everything from him. He helped me traverse the complicated legal procedure to obtain emancipation and federal financial aid as an independent minor. I obtained my GED in 3 weeks. Then, community college. I worked 3 horrible jobs: nighttime janitor, weekend security guard, and evening delivery driver. Wasn't asleep. Not dated. I avoided parties. I had no enjoyment. Just worked. I fat off. The same place stayed, in your jiver. Because of spite, I ran like a machine. I received a full academic scholarship to a top state university. Forensic accounting and pre-law were my majors. At 3 a.m., I compulsively studied corporate fraud, shell company structures, and offshore tax havens in the library as my peers did keg stands and complained about finals. The influx of money captivated me. Money fueled the globe. If you knew how to track it, you could kill any beast by cutting off its supply. A decade passed. Graduated first in my class. In law school, I aced the bar exam on my first try. I chose the Department of Justice's premier financial crimes division in Washington, D.C., over the lucrative private sector. My initial salary wasn't big, but my jurisdiction was federal and my influence was expanding dramatically. I silently built a Vanguard family shadow file at my workstation every night after my DOJ shift. Finding the fractures was easy once you understood where to tap the hammer. My father, Arthur, ran the Vanguard Foundation, a large, well-known charity. It seemed saintly on paper. Maybe they established orphanages, funded inner-city schools, and helped disabled soldiers. After digging into public tax records and cross-referencing them with offshore banking breaches, the numbers seemed radioactive. Tens of millions left the charity for untraceable Swiss shell corporations. Then Trent. Trent never joined NFL. He blew up his leg in a drunken jet ski accident a year after they kicked me out. Karma manifests poetically. He was now a Vanguard Foundation senior consultant, earning $450,000 a year. There was no evidence of him working. No emails, project logs, nothing. I used federal databases to investigate. I noticed sealed police reports that had vanished from local precincts. Suddenly dropped aggravated assault accusations against Trent. Massive payouts to young ladies, secretly classified NDA consulting fees in Foundation secondary ledgers. Not only were my parents abusive, high-level crooks, they bribed local police chiefs, silenced sexual assault victims, and funded their nasty, opulent lifestyle with charity money for sick children and veterans. They stole from orphans for Ferraris and Rolexes. The understanding hit me like a chest punch. They aggressively threw me out into the freezing rain for ruining the family image, while they ran a massive criminal organization from their living room. I needed more than questionable tax returns. The smoking gun was needed. I needed tangible proof of bribes. Being promoted to special prosecutor for a federal task force pursuing large-scale charity fraud was my big break. Director Hayes, my bright, hard-nosed supervisor, invited me into her corner office. "Elias," she said, dropping a large manila file on her glass desk. "We have a confidential whistleblower from a mid-sized charity operation up in Boston. Claims the owners are laundering millions for a South American cartel and paying off local judges to look the other way. It's a massive mess. I need someone who knows the area to go in quietly, assess the situation, and build a bulletproof RICO case." Looking down, I saw the file label, "The Vanguard Foundation." A second passed without my heart pumping. The end. I received nuclear launch codes from the universe, not simply a sword. "I'll take it," I responded, trying to speak clearly. "I know the area extremely well." "Good." Director Hayes replied, reclined. "You go in deep cover as an independent state auditor. Do not let them know you're with the DOJ until you have the federal handcuffs ready to snap on their wrists. We want to catch them completely with their pants down." I started packing that night in my little, poorly decorated flat. I didn't bring a worn blue gym bag. My custom-made midnight blue Italian suit was packed. Packing my federal badge. My stack of blank subpoenas was hefty. I faced my bathroom mirror. The skinny, scared, shivering youngster with the broken arm was gone. He stared at me with icy, dead eyes and a granite jawline. I spent 10 years crawling through dirt, eating rubbish, and bleeding over textbooks to return through their front door without knocking. "I'm coming home, Mom and Dad," I muttered. "And I'm bringing the hurricane with me." Update 1. Driving back to my affluent hometown was weird. The streets were the same, with enormous oak trees and manicured lawns, but the interior felt different. I was no longer helpless. I was the top predator. I booked into the city's best luxury hotel. Ironically, my father's expensive 50th birthday party occurred at the same place. My black sedan was sleek and modest. Professional. No flash. I wasn't showcasing my success. I worked here. My cover story was elegantly simple. I performed routine tax-exempt status compliance checks for the state tax board as a high-level forensic auditor. It was a tedious process that angered rich individuals, but didn't deter them. I wanted to enter the foundation's headquarters, access their systems, and uncover the local bribe's digital link. I needed to see him first. Must see Trent. I knew where he would be. Trent presided at the Beacon Hill Club, an obscenely exclusive country club where the town's elite drank scotch and stroked each other's egos every Friday afternoon. After parking my vehicle, I entered the mahogany-lined lounge. I watched from a dark corner booth with a sparkling water. There he was. Trent aged poorly. He was swollen at 33. But his once perfect hair was thinning and his face was swollen and red from years of alcohol abuse. He shouted, slammed his huge hand on the table, and laughed at his own bad jokes. Stupid sycophants sat around him because he paid for the pricey champagne. His diamond-encrusted watch probably cost more than my first year of college. I saw it outside on the lot. The bright green 488 Ferrari. It was rudely parked in 2 handicap areas. Typical Trent. I observed him for an hour. I noticed his angry finger snap at the waitress. His possessive grip on a young woman who respectfully left his table was obvious. He was unchanged. My arm was broken by the same aggressive bully. I finished my water, tipped generously, and went. I heard a thundering V8 engine growl as I crossed the vast parking lot. The brilliant green Ferrari sped wildly around the corner in a pedestrian zone. I stopped walking. I didn't react. I stayed steady in his route. The automobile slowed violently, smoking, with the bumper inches from my kneecaps. Tinted window rolled down. Trent showed his sweaty, red face. "Watch where the hell you're walking, you absolute idiot," he shouted, spitting. "This paint job costs more than your miserable life." I wasn't recognized. Why would he? He last saw me as a thin, crying kid bleeding in the rain. The 6'2" broad-shouldered man in the impeccable cut suit standing calmly before him was unfamiliar. I carefully bent down, laying my hands on his priceless car's roof, staring at his bloodshot eyes. "Nice car, Trent," I remarked, dangerously calm. "It'd be a shame if the feds seized it." He squinted, confused and uneasy by my fearlessness. "Do I know you, pal?" Mr. Vance taught me the shark smile. "Not yet," I smiled. "But you will." Walked toward my sedan after pushing off the car. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are?" He shouted out the window, hurt. "Do you know my father?" I did not turn around, but waved my hand dismissively. "Trent, I know your father. I know he can't afford bail for what's coming." The next morning, I arrived at the Vanguard Foundation headquarters, a gigantic glass monstrosity in the downtown financial sector. I confidently showed my false credentials to the receptionist. I said, "I'm here to see Mr. Vanguard regarding the state tax audit," smoothly. 5 minutes later, my father exited the glass elevators. Arthur Vanguard was older and had grayer hair, but he still had that arrogant, untouchable swagger. He extended a hand and smiled like a millionaire politician. "Mr. Is it Vance?" he asked, looking at my middle name business card. "My secretary said you were here for the compliance check. We usually provide these files to the state via business counsel." "I prefer to be really thorough, Mr. Vanguard," I responded, shaking his frail hand. "New state regulations. Check the physical assets on site and compare philanthropic outlays to the recipient database." He frowned briefly. "That seems excessive. We do great charity here. We just raised $3.5 million for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund last month." "I'm sure you did," I responded, neutrally. "That's one of the state's monies I need to investigate. There were some irregular disbursements." "Irregularities?" His phony smile went instantly. "Looking, son, whoever sent you down here, the Vanguard name is immaculate in this town. We are community cornerstones." "I'm sure you are," I responded gently. "So you have nothing to conceal, right?" He stared at me, and for a moment, I thought he recognized me. Maybe it was the bridge of my nose or the shape of my jaw, but his arrogance quickly dismissed it. To Arthur Vanguard, his pathetic son Elias was either dead or rotting in a gutter. His brain couldn't imagine that the cold, professional auditor standing before him in a $2,500 suit was the same boy he had thrown away. "Fine," he replied, agitated. "My assistant will place you in the secondary conference room. Be quick. U.S. I don't want state pencil pushers interfering with our huge 30th anniversary gala this weekend." "Oh, don't worry," I answered calmly. "I'd definitely attend your gala. The night will be remembered, I hear." I was in. I had the castle keys. He mumbled dismissively and left. I spent the next 3 days locked in that windowless conference room, but I wasn't just looking at the sanitized paper files they handed me. I had plugged a discrete USB drive into their network port and was hacking their highly secured internal network using a brute force decryption program I developed with a DOJ cybersecurity friend. Only Thursday night, when the building had deserted, did I crack their primary server's encrypted hidden disk. There was the holy grail, the shadow ledger. They were funneling millions of dollars of raw drug cash from a South American cartel through the charity, washing it clean as anonymous donations, and taking a 15% laundering cut. They were paying off federal judges and the state zoning commission. I discovered the Trent folder. A tightly controlled subfolder held hundreds of scanned canceled checks and wire transfers. Memo: assault NDA, $75,000 to Chloe Jenkins. Memo: evidence destruction, DUI hit and run. $150,000 to Police Chief Miller. Memo: paternity litigation, out-of-court settlement, $300,000. I was appalled. They had spent millions of dollars to cover up for him, while I had eaten out of garbage cans with a broken arm. A smart defense counsel may argue the servers were hacked or the files created, therefore I needed a human witness to swear under oath to the malevolent intent. I diligently searched the payroll records and found a name: Clara Higgins, head housekeeper. 20 years of service. Terminated 3 years ago, without severance. Clara, the sweet, quiet woman who was the only person in that vast estate to ever show me kindness, would slip me warm biscuits or surreptitiously bandage my wounded knees when my parents weren't watching. I found her present address, a run-down, unsafe apartment complex on the edge of town. I traveled there late that night in the rain, remembering that night 10 years earlier. An elderly woman opened her peeling door, gazing uneasily through the metal chain upon my quiet knock. "Yes?" "Frail spoken," she inquired. "Clara," I said, drawing back my hood. "Elias." "Elias Vanguard." After unlatching the chain with her shaky hands, she threw the door open and gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. "Oh my sweet boy," she whispered, tears falling down her wrinkled cheeks. "We all assumed you were dead." She embraced me fiercely, still smelling like lavender soap and old paper. It was the first time a mother figure had touched me in 10 years. I swallowed a lump in my throat. I drank cheap tea at her small, rickety kitchen table and told her I was okay and had created something of myself before leaning close and asking the million-dollar question. "Clara, why did they fire you?" Fear marred her features. "Elias, I saw something wrong. Late at night, I entered the study. Your mother burned heaps of papers in the fireplace. She dropped one. It didn't burn, a heavy leather notebook. I pulled it from the ashes after she went to bed. My ribs were hammered by my heart. Do you still have it?" "I kept it," she said. "I always knew they were nasty. I stashed it under my mattress in case you returned." She slowly came from her bedroom with a burnt black leather notebook. I opened it and saw my mother's cursive handwriting. It was a physical diary of the unlawful payments, including cash bribes and cartel meetings. Turning the page revealed the night they kicked me out. "Arthur threw Elias out, so we can focus on Trent's career without any pathetic distractions. Arthur paid Police Chief Miller $10K tonight to disregard Elias's 911 calls about the broken arm." The devastating weight of the weapon I was holding made my hands tremble as I carefully closed the book. "Thank you, Clara." I stood up and stroked her shoulder. "You saved the world." "Elias, what will you do?" she asked, eyeing me with wide eyes. I'm going to the gala, I said, speaking coldly. And I'll give a little speech. Update 2. With Clara's diary and the decrypted digital shadow ledger, I had enough evidence to imprison the Vanguard family for life, but I wanted total, public destruction. I wanted to so thoroughly, violently destroy their pristine reputation that even the sewer rats wouldn't want to be associated with Vanguard. I summoned my strike team 24 hours before the main gala. Director Hayes, I said into my encrypted federal phone, green light, all their company and personal assets must be frozen at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I need judge-signed federal warrants. Bring the FBI SWAT team. The site has heavily armed private protection. You got it, Elias, she exclaimed, but be very careful. If they discover your identity before the raid teams breach, you're in grave danger. They won't, I mused. They're vastly too busy celebrating their own greatness to notice the guillotine hanging over their necks. The next day, I secretly met with the shadow file victims, starting with Chloe Jenkins at a quiet coffee shop. She was beautiful, but Trent had scarred her eyes physically and emotionally. When I showed her my DOJ badge and told her what I was doing, she broke down and cried into her hands. I thought I was alone, she cried. Your parents. They threatened to kill my little sister if I spoke out to the press. They threw money at me and had me sign a scary contract. That paper is legally void, I gently assured her, slipping a federal subpoena across the table. Chloe, fight back. You never have to fear them again. I'm the law, and they can't hurt you again. 5 young ladies whose lives Trent had deliberately devastated were willing to give me their sworn, videotaped affidavits for justice. I didn't ask them to attend the gala because it would be too traumatic and risky. By Saturday night, all chess pieces were in place. I bought a midnight black, razor-sharp, perfectly tailored tuxedo at a high-end boutique to look like the Prince of Darkness coming to collect a decades-old debt. I looked at the gold-embossed invitation I stole from my father's desk, the Vanguard Foundation, 30 years of unmatched excellence, black tie required. I drove to the Ritz-Carlton Grand Ballroom, where the valet parking lot was full of Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Trent's ugly bright green Ferrari, parked arrogantly on the red carpet. I parked my rental sedan in the dark back alley. I met Detective Miller, a clean, uncorrupted state police officer I had covertly looped in to sidestep the corrupt local police chief. The shadows whispered, "We have the entire perimeter thoroughly protected, Agent Vanguard. My guys are inside in ordinary clothing, posing as catering servers, just waiting for your signal." The signal is when I drop the microphone, I added, carefully adjusting my cufflinks. I patted the inside pocket of my tuxedo jacket, feeling the thick stack of federal arrest warrants and taking a long intake of frigid Boston air. Let's go crash a party. Massive crystal chandeliers the size of small cars hung from the vaulted ceiling, casting a warm, golden glow over the grand ballroom. The tables were draped in imported white silk, and every table had a towering bouquet of rare white orchids, my mother's favorite. The room smelled of expensive French perfume, roasted filet mignon, and hypocrisy. At least 300 important people, the mayor, 3 local judges, rich business tycoons were present. They had seen my family destroy the community for decades. I watched silently in the dark shadows at the rear of the room. My father held a microphone on the brightly lit stage, looking regal in his bespoke tuxedo. My mother stood beside him, beaming, holding a massive bouquet of red roses. Trent was there too, looking bored, texting quickly on his phone, leaning against the mahogany podium like he owned the universe. "Thanks, everyone," Arthur roared across the enormous audience, his charisma magnified. 30 years is long. Beatrice and I created our charity with a simple dream, an all-helping communal dream. The wealthy applauded politely while sipping champagne. "We have experienced numerous obstacles," he said calmly. "But we always put family first." Looking at my eldest son, Trent, standing beside me now, I know this foundation's future is in great hands. He motioned grandly to Trent, who waved to the throng lazily. "Over $3.5 million raised tonight," Arthur triumphed. "And I'm glad to report every penny will go to good organizations." That was my signal. After emerging from the shadows, I carefully walked down the middle aisle on the soft red carpet, my body heavy. "Actually, Arthur," I yelled, piercing through the ovation like a blade. "Is that true?" The ballroom fell silent when the music stopped. 300 eyes focused on me. My father tried to see me through the stage spotlights. "Excuse me? Who's that?" "Security, take charge." "That." I kept walking steadily and deliberately until I reached the stage's base light. "Dad, you don't recognize me?" I asked with a sour grin. 10 years have passed. I somewhat looked different without the broken arm and bloodied face. My mother shrieked and dropped her big bouquet, scattering red roses across the stage floor. Her manicured palm shot to her throat, her face drained of color. "Elias," she said into the mic. Rich people gasped at the lost kid, violent runaway, and family dishonor. "Elias," my father exclaimed, shaking with shock and wrath. "What are you doing here? Leave my sight." Security, remove this trespassing lunatic now. Two huge, hefty private security guys ran at me, grasping for their radios. FED agent, anyone who touches me will be charged with assaulting a federal officer and obstruction of justice, I said, reaching under my jacket and displaying my gold DOJ badge. Stand back. The guards stopped, looked at my bright badge, and looked up at my father. They slowly retreated, raising their hands. They weren't paid enough to fight the federal government. I gently climbed the carpeted steps to the stage, 5 feet from them, much like that rainy night in the foyer 10 years earlier. But now I was in charge. This garbage? Trent approached, inflating his chest, intimidating me. You think a costume shop badge scares us? Get lost, pitiful loser. I ignored him and seized the microphone from my father's quivering fingers, staring out at the large elite crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I began, my voice icy cool off the walls. I'm Elias Vanguard. The U.S. Department of Justice appointed me special prosecutor. Tonight, we celebrate a different anniversary. Number 1. CNDHI. I pointed a little remote clicker from my tuxedo pocket at the big projection screen behind them, which was showing the Foundation's exquisite logo. Click. The logo disappeared and the screen became a large, comprehensive spreadsheet, the Shadow Ledger. This, I pointed to the screen, is a thoroughly documented record of Vanguard Foundation unlawful payments over the last decade. Massive South American drug gang money laundering. Cash bribes to Judge Stevens are 6 figures. Chief of Police Miller's monthly compensation. The police chief, sitting in the front row, turned ghastly pale and got up, hurrying toward the emergency exit. Sit, Chief, my federal agents are already securing the doors, I said into the mic. FBI SWAT agents in full tactical gear stormed through all 4 double doors, weapons lowered but ready, lining the ballroom perimeter on cue, causing panicked gasps, cries, and the sound of breaking glass as someone dropped their champagne flute. I turned to my parents, who looked tiny and afraid. Their arrogance was gone. You lied to everyone in this room. I snarled. You told them I was a violent runaway. You called me crazy. To protect him, you brutally kicked an injured, bleeding 19-year-old out into the freezing rain. I pointed a hard finger at Trent. A serial abuser. Click. Trent stupidly assumed he had uninstalled the concealed dashboard camera of his Ferrari, but the cloud never forgets. The big screen showed Trent sitting in the driver's seat, laughing wildly with a friend. Trent on video. I struck her. So what? Who cares? My dad paid her with $50,000 from the charity money. Bro, I can do whatever I want. And Vanguard. We literally own this ridiculous place. Shouting followed a collective gasp of disgust. Trent went insane and screamed as he lunged at me, throwing a tremendous right hook at my jaw. As he violently swung, I smoothly sidestepped, grabbed his thick wrist using the same martial arts move he used to break my arm years earlier and twisted it sharply. I swept his leg, slamming his heavy body face first onto the stage floor. I planted my knee firmly into his spine, pinning him down as he thrashed helplessly. You have the right to be silent, I whispered into his ear. But keep shouting. Music to my ears. Detective Miller stormed the stage and forcibly cuffed Trent's wrists, pulling him up. I rose, fixed my tie, and faced my parents. My father was shaking, his chest heaving, and my mother was crying real, ugly, snot-nosed cries of sheer despair. Elias, my father sputtered, extending his hands in a pitiful surrender. Son, we can discuss this privately. We can negotiate. Millions are mine. You get half of everything. Just shut off the screen and call the dogs. I stared at him, the man who had dragged my broken body across the floor. I don't want your filthy money, Arthur, I whispered, I want your legacy. I grabbed the hefty warrant stack from my jacket and slapped it on his chest. Arthur and Beatrice Vanguard. Racketeering, enormous money laundering, obstruction of justice, and charity fraud have landed you both in federal custody. Your bank accounts are frozen. Swiss authorities seized your offshore assets. Completely broke. The show concludes. My mother grabbed me, her manicured hand shaking frantically. Elias, please. Me, your mommy. You were mine. Please don't hurt your family. I stared her dead in the eye, feeling just chilly closure. Family? No family, I asked, bending my head. I remember a rude woman who dumped my damaged gym bag into a frigid puddle and called me garbage. Beatrice, your last decision was that night. I'm making mine tonight. Nodding to FBI agents, take them away. The tactical police led my wildly sobbing parents off the stage in heavy handcuffs, and the local press captured every agonizing second of their public humiliation. I didn't feel giddy joy or the urge to laugh. I just felt a heavy, profound, deep satisfaction. It felt like finally setting down a 1,000-pound weight I had been carrying for a decade. I saw the scared crowd staring at me in startled, breathless stillness. Enjoy the dessert, everyone, I replied. I hear it was paid for with stolen cartel money. Ass. My microphone fell to the hardwood stage floor with a loud bang. The raid was swift and brutal. Because I heavily involved the federal government, there was no corrupt local judge to quietly bail them out. They were denied bond due to extreme flight risks thanks to the offshore Swiss accounts I meticulously uncovered and locked in federal holding cells. I stood on the pavement outside the enormous Vanguard estate the next morning and saw U.S. Marshals marking everything in the house and professional movers moving precious oil paintings, marble statues, and antique furniture. Next came vehicles. While drinking coffee, I watched a huge tow truck tow Arthur's Rolls-Royce Phantom up the metal ramp, covered in dust. My father loved that car more than he loved me. The bright green Ferrari, the outrageous emblem of Trent's ultimate impunity, was placed onto a flatbed truck and auctioned by the state to repay fraud victims. Clara, the old housekeeper, quietly stepped up alongside me. She said, "You really did it, Elias," wiping her tear. "You brought down the castle." I corrected her, "We did it, Clara," throwing an arm around her fragile shoulders. 2 days later, I drove to the Federal Detention Institution for psychological closure, even though I wasn't required. I visited Trent first. He was in solitary confinement because he had arrogantly tried to fight a prison guard over his food tray. He looked pitiful in a bright orange jumpsuit without his expensive hair gel, diamond watch, or father's money to protect him. He lifted the weighty phone and stared at me through the bulletproof plexiglass. "You think you won?" The sneering voice was tinged with panic. "When I leave here, I swear to God, I'll find you. You're not getting out, Trent," I whispered calmly, leaning into the microphone. "I found cartel drug money logs. Mandatory federal minimum sentence. 20 years. I revived 5 assault accusations against you, so you'll be 60 before you see the sun again. Nobody will remember your name by then. Your ghost." His face crumbled as he realized I wasn't bluffing. He started yelling incoherently and forcefully, smashing his huge fists on the reinforced glass like a caged animal. I didn't flinch. I simply hung up the phone, turned my back on his tantrum, and left. Then I visited my folks. They sat upon a chilly metal table in a dark gray interrogation chamber, shrunken and aged 15 years and 48 hours from the stress of losing their empire. When I boldly entered the room, my father stood up, urgently seeking to regain his old, dominating power. "Elias," he rasped, "repair this now. Call the governor. Declare the audit a mistake. Tell them you fabricated the ledger." "It wasn't a mistake, Arthur," I murmured, carefully sitting across from them. "It was perfect justice. We gave you life. How can you be so ungrateful?" My mother cried, slamming her palms on the table. "We dressed you. You were fed. You gave me life," I nodded slowly, "then you deliberately tried to kill it. You picked a violent monster over your son because he could throw a football and I was a math nerd. You prioritized public appearance over morals." I slowly reached into my leather briefcase and pulled out a slightly faded, glossy photo of me from Thanksgiving 10 years ago. I was painfully skinny, my face was dirty, my arm was in a filthy sling, and I was holding the same tattered blue gym bag. I moved the photo carefully across the metal table. "You brutally pushed me out into the cold with a bag of trash," I replied, glaring at my father. "I'm repaying the favor." The mansion vanished. Vehicles are gone. Foundation gone. Cartel money is seized. You have nothing. Both of you will die in federal jail. My father looked down at the photo and shook uncontrollably. For the first time in his arrogant life, he realized he was a pitiful old criminal who had vastly underestimated his victim. "Why?" A tear fell from his eye as he murmured, "Why go this far? Why trash everything?" "Because I stepped up, calmly buttoning my fitted jacket. You said I'd never be anything. I wanted to prove that I became the only thing you couldn't buy." Turning, I approached the massive steel door. "Elias," my mother cried out, her voice echoing off the concrete walls. "Elias, wait, please, what should we do?" I rested my fingers on the chilly metal doorknob and peeked over my shoulder at them one final time. "I don't know," I answered, repeating her vicious comments from that frigid, rainy night. "That's not my problem." I left, the heavy door snapped shut behind me, like a deadbolt falling into place, but this time, I was free. I left the prison and emerged into the bright sunlight. The Boston air was warm and the sky was a dazzling, clear blue. I took a deep breath and exhaled. The haunting ghost of that freezing night was gone. 10 minutes felt like 10 years as I was shivering under that concrete bridge, yet the year after my family's incarceration flowed like a river, washing away all my past pain and grime. The federal trial was the media circus everyone expected. My parents, Arthur and Beatrice, turned on each other with a viciousness that shocked even the most tough tabloid reporters. Loyalty in the Vanguard family was a financial transaction, as I always suspected. Once the bank accounts were frozen and the lavish lifestyle stopped, the fake love vanished. My mother aggressively claimed she was a terrified victim of my father's controlling, abusive nature. My father loudly claimed she was the mastermind behind the cartel money laundering and bribes. Watching them tear each other to bloody shreds in court, desperately blaming each other to avoid a longer sentence, was the final confirmation I needed. Their pitiful performance was rejected by the jury. Trent was sentenced to 25 years in federal prison with a binding requirement that he wouldn't be eligible for parole until he was nearly 60 due to his multiple violent assaults. Each of my parents served 15 years in maximum security prisons. I recall sitting silently in the back row of the courtroom when the judge's wooden gavel fell. I didn't celebrate or smile, I just exhaled. It was a breath I'd been holding since I was 19. The real story is what I did with my eventual freedom, not them suffering in prison. After the trial, the DOJ offered me a massive, highly publicized promotion to be the face of the anti-corruption unit in Washington, D.C. It included a beautiful corner office, a six-figure salary, and enough political prestige to erase my painful past. I declined. Director Hayes believed I was insane. Elias, she paced her office, you are the department's golden boy. You shut down cartel money laundering. You can write a ticket anywhere in the country. I'm deeply tired of golden boys, I informed her. I have real work to do back here. As the lead whistleblower and federal investigator who uncovered the massive tax fraud, I was legally entitled to a percentage of the recovered funds. It's a standard government incentive program designed to incur. The federal check arrived in the mail, and I stared at it for a long time. It was more money than I had ever seen, my stolen inheritance given out in the ashes of their ultimate ruin. I wanted to burn it immediately since the money felt cursed from bribes, fear, cartel blood, and innocent people like Chloe Jenkins suffering. But then I remembered what Mr. Vance, the discredited lawyer who taught me to fight, said over cheap diner coffee, money has no soul, child, it just absorbs the hand's essence. I cleaned the money and gave it a new soul. I bought a building, not a sprawling, obnoxious mansion in the suburbs, but an old, massive, abandoned brick warehouse on the gritty east side of town, near the overpass where I used to sleep on wet cardboard. I hired dozens of local contractors, passionate teachers, and trauma therapists. We proudly called it Times the Beacon. It was more than a homeless shelter, it was a massive resource center for at-risk youth who were aging out of the broken foster system or fleeing abusive, wealthy homes that looked perfect but were rotting inside. We provided free, vigorous legal representation for kids in hard custody fights and enormous college fund scholarships for intelligent kids with great grades but no money. We gave them what I never had, an ironclad safety net. I was walking through the busy main hall on a rainy afternoon 6 months after we opened the doors when I saw Sam, a 16-year-old skinny kid in a faded hoodie 3 sizes too big. He was holding his left arm awkwardly against his chest, wincing every time he moved. I strolled up and sat quietly on the bench next to him. Hey, I purred. I'm Elias. He recoiled. I didn't steal anything from the kitchen, he murmured. I know you didn't, is your arm hurt? Looking at his worn footwear, he said, my stepfather. He was furious because I didn't wash his truck properly. I felt that familiar wrath in my chest, but I quickly suppressed it. Calculated action would assist this kid. You know, I continued, slowly rolling up my dress shirt sleeve to show him the faint, jagged surgical scar on my forearm where surgeons had to put metal pins to repair my bone years earlier. I had a really bad break just like that when I was a little older than you. Looking at the scar, he gawked. Yeah. It hurt so much, I smiled. The bone healed. It healed stronger than before its break. I looked him in the eye. Sam, you're secure. We employ a bulldog lawyer that specialized in imprisoning stepfathers. You will never return to that house. I swear. Watching Sam get the medical cast he needed and eat a big lunch without looking over his shoulder was greater than any trial victory I had ever had. I didn't construct it alone. Chloe, the brave young woman who had testified against Trent and stood by me when the case got tough, became my true partner when she quit her soulless corporate job to run the free legal clinic at the Beacon full-time. We spent our chaotic days aggressively fighting for broken kids and our quiet nights trying to cook dinner in our tiny kitchen without burning the apartment down. We bought a modest fixer-upper, a small, cozy 2-bedroom house with a big wooden wraparound porch. I traded the sleek black government sedan for a used Ford F-150 truck. It wasn't fast, flashy, or a Ferrari, but it could haul heavy lumber for the center and massive loads of groceries for the food bank. It was a bright summer evening when Chloe and I sat on the porch swing and watched the sun set over Boston in purple and burnt orange. You got a letter in the mail today, Chloe whispered, handing me a crumpled white envelope. My mother's hurried, looping handwriting was instantly recognizable, and the corner return address was the Federal Women's Correctional Facility in Danbury. I didn't open it. I didn't even hesitate. I took a silver lighter from my pocket, the one I used to light the backyard grill, and calmly set the envelope corner on fire. I dropped the burning paper into a metal ashtray on the table and watched it quickly turn into useless black ash. Don't want to know what she said? Chloe asked quietly, head on my shoulder. I already know exactly what it says, I said, letting the flames flicker out. She wants commissary money, phony forgiveness, or to blame me for her wrecked life. It's irrelevant. My mind no longer contains them. Their rent is free. You're a really good man, Elias Vanguard. Chloe smiled and squeezed my hand. Saying, "I'm working on it," I reached deep into my jacket pocket. I had been nervously carrying a small, velvet box for 3 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. There were no paparazzi cameras, grand, expensive gestures, or Rolls-Royce waiting to whisk us away. There was only a quiet wooden porch, a neighbor's dog barking, and the incredibly strong woman who had seen me when I was invisible. "Chloe," I whispered, sliding off the wooden seat and kneeling. Her hands flew to cover her mouth as she gasped, shedding tears instantly. "I don't have a massive dynasty or a corrupt empire to offer you," I added, staring up at her. "I swear to never leave you in the chilly rain." "Will we wed?" She didn't answer yes right away, but she hugged me so hard I nearly fell off the porch into the bushes. Sam, my proud ring bearer, wore a suit we bought him, and Clara, the old housekeeper who saved the diary in my life, sat in the front row, crying happy tears into a lace handkerchief. It was the city's poorest wedding financially, but the world's richest in love. As I danced slowly with Chloe under the cheap, glowing string lights, I realized that my parents were wrong about everything. They foolishly thought that power came from inducing fear, that respect could be bought with a checkbook, and that a legacy was just your arrogant name on a glass building. They were rotting in tiny concrete cells, divorced, alone, and morally bankrupt. Their wealthy pals left them the moment the federal indictment fell. I was dancing in a grassy backyard with people who would take a bullet for me because I served them. I looked down at my wrist and saw a $50 Timex, not a diamond Rolex. It was time to cut the cake. I was free. I drove my beat-up pickup to the old, wealthy area after telling Chloe I had one more, deeply personal errand a few weeks ago. When you're a terrified, bleeding kid, the world looks like a massive labyrinth of untouchable giants. When you're a grown man who has faced massive corruption and won, it just looks like quiet, boring suburbs. I arrived at 1402 Oakwood Drive. The massive home was gone. After the federal bank seized the property, they tried to sell it on the open market, but the house's dark reputation, cartel money, FBI raids, House of Secrets made no one want to live there. Eventually, a massive commercial developer bought the land just for the lot value and violently bulldozed the entire structure. The grand, marble foyer was gone, the second-story window where Trent mocked me was empty, and the long, winding driveway where my father brutally dragged me by my collar was cracked, broken, and overgrown with tall weeds. I stopped the truck and stepped outside. The air was crisp, but it wasn't raining. I slowly walked to where I estimated the heavy oak front door used to be, closed my eyes, and listened. I half expected to hear my father's haunting echoes or feel my left arm's phantom throbbing pain. There was nothing but the wind rustling the oak trees, and a neighbor's lawnmower buzzing far away. In the story, the scary monster was fictional. I stood there and thought about the psychological concept of the golden child. My parents had sacrificed everything, their core morality, their finances, their freedom, and their other son to build a massive, golden altar to Trent. They poured all their delusional hopes, rampant narcissism, and insatiable greed into him. They aggressively protected him from every consequence. They utterly destroyed him. Trent never learned empathy, mental resilience, or hard labor. He was just a produced product, and when the product became flawed, the factory closed. I was lucky in a deeply twisted, ironic way. By violently throwing me out into the cold and breaking my bones, they forced me to rebuild myself from scratch. They gave me the ultimate gift of struggle by teaching me how to survive the freezing cold. They replaced any sense of entitlement with a burning, insatiable hunger. I kicked a stray piece of concrete rubble into the dirt where the enormous multi-car garage used to be. I remembered the brilliant green Ferrari, a flashy, garish symbol of everything wrong with my rotten family. I realized right then that I didn't hate them anymore. Hate requires massive emotional energy and care. What I felt looking at that empty dirt lot was profound, distant, clinical pity. They were pathetic, tragic figures in a play they didn't know was a tragedy. They thought they were the untouchable kings and queens of the world, but they were foolish jesters. An SMS from Chloe vibrated my phone in my pocket. Sam's community college acceptance letter arrived. We're ordering 3 huge pizzas to celebrate. Come home. Come home. I valued those 2 simple words more than the Vanguard wealth. Last, I inspected the empty, overgrown dirt lot. Goodbye, I muttered into the wind, not to my imprisoned parents, but to the terrified, bleeding boy who used to live here. The boy who thought he was worthless and begged for affection from hollow adults who were just for transactional greed. I turned around and walked back to my truck, started the engine, and drove away. I didn't look in the rearview mirror once as I left the neighborhood because there was nothing behind me worth looking at. The road ahead was wide open, the sun was shining, and I was driving for the first time in my life. My girlfriend stole my medical samples so her friend could get pregnant. When she demanded child support, my lawyer handed her a felony charge. I, 32 male, had been dating Chloe, 28 female, for about 2.5 years. We had been living together in a nice townhouse in Chicago for the last 8 months. Our relationship was, by all standard metrics, completely normal. We talked about the future, we split the bills, we had a dog, and we were generally happy. I work as a senior data engineer, and Chloe worked in medical billing for a massive healthcare network in the city. To understand how this nightmare started, you need to know about Chloe's best friend, Harper, 28 female. Harper was one of those people whose entire personality revolved around wanting to be a mother. She was single, worked as a receptionist at a boutique veterinary clinic, and constantly complained about her biological clock ticking. I'd met her maybe half a dozen times. She was fine, just very intense. Harper wanted a baby desperately but absolutely refused to wait for a partner, and she certainly couldn't afford the $18,000 fees that local fertility clinics charged for donor sperm and IUI treatments. I sympathized with her, but it wasn't my problem. At least, I didn't think it was. Last Tuesday, I was sitting on the couch in our living room, finishing up some code on my laptop. It was raining outside, a totally mundane evening. The front door unlocked, and Chloe practically danced into the house. She dropped her purse on the floor, didn't even bother taking off her wet coat, and threw herself onto the couch next to me. She had this massive, unsettling grin on her face. "I have the most amazing news," she said, her eyes wide with excitement. I closed my laptop, smiling back cautiously. "Did you get a promotion?" "Better," she beamed. "You know how Harper has been struggling so much with wanting a baby, and how she's been so depressed about the clinic prices?" "Yeah," I said, my brow furrowing. I had no idea where this was going. "Well, I helped her out." Chloe clapped her hands together. "Remember those samples you gave at the urologist last year when you had that weird infection scare and they wanted to freeze some just in case?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. My blood went completely cold. My heart started hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack them. "What about them, Chloe?" She was still smiling, completely oblivious to the panic rising in my chest. "I work in medical billing, right? So I have access to the overarching lab system for the whole hospital network. I went down to the storage facility, and I convinced a technician I know to let me have one of your frozen vials. I told her it was for us, for our future family planning, and she just signed it over. Then I gave it to Harper. She did an at-home insemination last month, and she just took a test. It worked. She's pregnant. Congrats, babe, you're going to be a biological dad." I stared at her. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the sound of the rain hitting the window. My brain literally could not process the words she had just spoken. It felt like a horrible, twisted prank. "You? What?" I whispered. "I helped Harper get pregnant with your sperm," she repeated, speaking slower as if I were a child who didn't understand basic English. "She couldn't afford the $18,000 for a clinic donor. So, I figured, since we're probably going to have kids together anyway in a few years, why not just help her out? You've always said you like helping people." The room started spinning. The sheer audacity, the absolute violation of my bodily autonomy, hit me like a freight train. "Chloe, that is my biological material. You can't just take that. You can't just give that away, that is highly illegal." She rolled her eyes, her smile finally faltering, replaced by a look of profound annoyance. "Oh my God, please don't be dramatic. It's literally just some cells. You weren't even using it. It was just sitting in a freezer. And now Harper gets to be a mom. Isn't that a beautiful thing?" "No," I said, my voice was eerily calm, entirely detached from the absolute inferno of rage and terror burning inside me. "That is reproductive theft. That is medical fraud. That is probably half a dozen state and federal crimes." "Crimes?" She laughed, a sharp, mocking sound. "You're being ridiculous. It's a favor between best friends. Nobody got hurt. You're making a big deal out of nothing." I didn't say another word. I stood up, pulled my phone out of my pocket, opened the camera app, and hit record. I pointed the lens right at her face. "Chloe, I need you to explain to me, right now, on camera, exactly what you just did. Why are you recording me?" She snapped, batting at the air. "Because what you just admitted to is multiple felonies, and I need absolute documentation of your confession before you realize how much trouble you're in and try to change your story." Her face changed. The smugness evaporated, replaced first by confusion, and then by a deep, ugly anger. "Are you serious right now? I did something nice. I helped my best friend become a mother. You should be honored." "Honored?" I yelled, my calm finally breaking. "Honored that you stole my genetic material and used it without my consent? That you committed medical fraud? To access my private records? That you potentially just made me legally and financially responsible for a child I never agreed to father for the next 18 years? You're overreacting," she screamed back. "It's not your kid, it's Harper's." "I'm calling a lawyer," I said. I turned on my heel, walked into the master bedroom, and slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking violently. I could barely type. I opened Google and frantically searched for reproductive rights attorney Chicago and paternity fraud lawyer. I found a firm with stellar reviews, clicked on the emergency contact number, and left a frantic, breathless voicemail explaining the situation and begging for an emergency consultation. Next, I found the number for the urology clinic. It was after hours, but I mashed the dial pad until I got the emergency on-call answering service. I demanded to speak to the clinic administrator. When they finally patched me through to a very tired-sounding manager, I explained exactly what my girlfriend had just confessed to. The silence on the other end of the phone was terrifying. Then, the manager's voice came back, completely devoid of sleep and laced with absolute panic. "Mr. Reeves, stay on the line. I am patching in our legal department and the facility director right now." Within 20 minutes, I had confirmed with the hospital's legal team that they were launching an immediate, emergency internal investigation into how my sample was accessed, who authorized the release without my signature, and how it was physically removed from the premises. They promised to call me first thing in the morning. When I finally unlocked the bedroom door and walked back out, Chloe was pacing the living room, talking on her phone. "I don't know, Mom, he's totally freaking out. He's being such a massive jerk about this," she whined into the receiver. I walked into the kitchen, grabbed a trash bag, walked into the living room, and started throwing her shoes, coats, and whatever else was lying around into it. She hung up the phone and glared at me. "My mom thinks you're being incredibly selfish." "Your mom doesn't understand the law," I replied, not looking up. "What you did is theft. And depending on how Harper used the sample, there could be massive additional charges. If she forged any documents claiming I consented, that's fraud for her, too." "Oh my God, stop," Chloe screamed, stomping her foot like a toddler. "You sound like such an asshole right now. Harper is over the moon. She's finally going to have the baby she's always wanted. Why can't you just be happy for her?" "Because I did not consent to fathering her child, Chloe. Consent matters. It matters in everything. It's not like you have to raise it," she yelled back. "She's not asking you for money or anything. That is not how the law works," I shouted. "And even if it was, that is entirely beside the point. You violated my bodily autonomy. You stole a part of me. You committed federal crimes to do it." She stood there, chest heaving, staring at me like I was the villain. Then she grabbed her keys off the counter. "I can't deal with your toxic energy right now. I'm going to Harper's. Maybe you'll calm down and act like a normal human being by the time I get back." She slammed the door behind her. I stood in the quiet house, my heart racing, feeling utterly violated. I felt sick to my stomach. I went to the bathroom and threw up. Then, I went back to my laptop. I started documenting everything. I wrote down the exact date I gave the sample. I wrote down everything she had just said. I backed up the video recording to 3 different cloud drives. At 9 p.m., my phone rang. It was the lawyer I had called, Marcus. He had been practicing family and reproductive law for over 20 years. I spent 45 minutes explaining the entire nightmare to him. When I finished, I heard him let out a long, heavy sigh. "Holy hell. Okay, Elias, listen to me very carefully. First thing tomorrow morning, you are going to the police precinct. You need to file a formal police report. This is reproductive coercion, genetic theft, medical fraud, and massive HIPAA violations on the part of the medical facility. Second, we need to get ahead of any potential paternity claims immediately. Third, we need to start preparing for civil damages." "What are the actual consequences here?" I asked, my voice trembling. "For her, criminal charges that could absolutely result in prison time," Marcus said bluntly. "For you? You need a legal shield against any future claims on that child. The fact that she is pregnant does not retroactively make this legal. You had no knowledge. You gave no consent. We are going to establish a paper trail so thick a bullet couldn't get through it. Do not speak to her without recording it. Better yet, kick her out." "Way ahead of you," I said. Update 1. Wednesday morning, I walked into the local police precinct. I sat down with a detective, Detective Miller, and laid out the entire story, handing over a flash drive with the video confession. The look on Miller's face was something I will never forget. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I've seen reproductive coercion cases before," he muttered, "women poking holes in condoms, men secretly flushing birth control pills. But I have never seen anything quite like this. The fact that she used her employment access to bypass medical security makes this a whole different beast. That's federal territory. HIPAA, medical records fraud, wire fraud if she used a computer system. I'm kicking this straight to the district attorney's office. We'll be in touch." I took the rest of the week off work. I couldn't focus. I spent Wednesday afternoon packing the rest of Chloe's belongings into cardboard boxes and stacking them by the front door. At 6 p.m., Chloe unlocked the door and walked in. She saw the boxes and froze. "What is this?" "You need to leave," I said from the kitchen island. "Are you kidding me? You're kicking me out over a fight? You committed multiple felonies, Chloe." "Yes, I am kicking you out. Your name is not on the lease. I own this townhouse. You paid me a flat rate for rent. Here is a cashier's check for the prorated amount for the rest of the month. Take your boxes and get out." She stared at me, then looked down at her phone, which had just buzzed. All the color drained from her face. Harper just texted me, she whispered, her voice shaking. Detectives showed up at the veterinary clinic. They pulled her out of work and questioned her in front of her boss. Good, I said coldly. What the hell, Elias? What did you think was going to happen? She shrieked. I thought the police would investigate the crimes you committed. You stole medical samples and fenced them to your friend. It was a favor. It was theft. 20 minutes later, a car screeched into my driveway. It was Chloe's mother, Brenda. Brenda is in her late 50s, and works as an office manager for a real estate firm. You'd think she'd have some grasp of legal liability. You'd be wrong. Brenda barged through my front door without knocking. This is absolutely absurd, Elias, she yelled. Chloe was standing in the corner, sobbing hysterically now. Chloe was trying to help someone. You are going to ruin her life over a technicality. She ruined her own life by committing fraud and theft, I replied, crossing my arms. She didn't hurt anyone. Brenda screamed, pointing a finger in my face. She stole my genetic material. She violated my reproductive rights. She committed wire fraud to access restricted medical records. Those are serious felonies, Brenda. Nobody sees it that way. It's just a favor between friends. The police see it that way. The district attorney sees it that way. And honestly, I don't give a damn how you see it. Take your daughter and get off my property before I have you both trespassed. And, what about Harper's baby? Brenda demanded. You're going to ruin an innocent woman's life, too. Harper participated in the fraud. She used stolen genetic material. If she signed any clinic documents claiming I consented, that's further fraud. She made her choices. Brenda glared at me with pure hatred. You are a cold, heartless bastard. That baby is innocent. That baby is also not my responsibility, I fired back. I never agreed to father it. When this goes to court, that will be established. Chloe's head snapped up. When this goes to court, you're suing us? My lawyer is already drawing up a cease and desist for Harper. I said calmly. She is not to contact me. She is not to list me on any birth certificate. She is not to make any claims of paternity. If she violates that, there will be a massive civil suit. As for you, Chloe, the criminal charges are entirely out of my hands now. The DA is handling that. My phone rang. It was Marcus. I answered it on speakerphone. Elias, Marcus's voice boomed. Just got off the phone with my contact at the DA's office. They are taking this incredibly seriously. They've found probable cause for multiple felony charges. They're getting warrants for the hospital's server logs right now. Understood. Thank you, Marcus. I hung up. Chloe was staring at me, her mouth open in horror. You actually hired a lawyer for this? Yes. Brenda grabbed Chloe's arm. Come on, honey, we're leaving. Let him rot in his own miserable, self-righteous life. They started hauling the boxes out to Brenda's SUV. Before walking out the door for the last time, Chloe turned to look at me, tears streaming down her face. Harper's baby deserves a father. You are going to regret abandoning your own child. It's not my child. I never consented to create it. Have a nice life, Chloe. I locked the door, slid down against it, and put my head in my hands. The adrenaline left me all at once, and I just sat there in the quiet hallway, shaking uncontrollably. The next few days were an absolute blur of legal meetings and police interviews. I gave my official statement. I provided all the texts, the video, and my medical records. The urologist's office called me. Their tone was incredibly apologetic and fearful. They confirmed that the sample was accessed improperly. Chloe had used her billing credentials to log into the lab network, found my file, and convinced a junior lab technician that she was picking it up for our upcoming IVF appointment. The technician had been fired immediately. The hospital's massive legal team informed me they were cooperating fully with the police and had completely overhauled their security protocols. They also heavily hinted at a very generous financial settlement if I agreed not to sue the hospital network. Marcus told me not to sign anything yet. On Friday afternoon, my phone rang from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was Harper. Her voice was trembling, thick with tears. Elias. It's Harper. Please, I am so sorry. I swear to God I didn't know Chloe didn't have your permission. She told me you guys had talked about it for weeks and that you were totally fine being a donor. She said you just didn't want to go through the paperwork at the clinic. Please don't press charges. I'm 9 weeks pregnant. I can't go to jail. I can't lose this baby. Please, Elias, please call me back. I forwarded the voicemail directly to Marcus. 10 minutes later, Marcus called me. This is gold, Elias. She is admitting on tape that she knew exactly where the sample came from. It shows prior knowledge. It destroys any defense that she thought it was anonymous clinic sperm. It establishes intent. What happens now? I asked, staring out my window at the rain. The DA decides on the charges. For Chloe, it's going to be a bloodbath. The medical facility angle makes it a massive liability. As for Harper, if she knew the source and participated in bypassing standard legal donor protocols, She's liable for conspiracy and receiving stolen property. What about the child, Marcus? Seriously, what happens when it's born? That is complicated, Marcus admitted. But legally, you have an incredibly strong case for zero parental rights and zero obligations. The child was conceived without your consent using stolen genetic material. It's the definition of reproductive coercion. You are not legally the father. If Harper tries to claim you are, we take her to family court and bury her under the criminal evidence. You will be fine. Update 2. 2 weeks later, the district attorney officially filed charges. It made the local news. Chloe was charged with felony theft, felony computer fraud, unauthorized access of medical records, and severe HIPAA violations. Harper was charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and receiving stolen property. Chloe's defense attorney sent Marcus a furious letter, claiming the charges were excessive and vindictive, and accusing me of weaponizing the legal system against a woman who made a misguided attempt to help a friend. Marcus's response letter was a work of art. He outlined every single statute they broke, cited state and federal case law regarding reproductive rights and bodily autonomy, and ended with, "Your client committed calculated, premeditated felonies. Mr. Reeves is the victim of a severe bodily violation and is entitled to pursue all legal and civil remedies available to him." Then, the situation escalated again. On a Thursday evening, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find a middle-aged woman holding a clipboard and wearing a lanyard with a state ID. "Mr. Reeves? I'm Darlene from Child Protective Services. We need to talk about the welfare of the child that is going to be born in approximately 6.5 months. I felt a spike of pure rage, but I kept my face blank. I let her in and offered her a seat in the living room. "I've read the police reports, Mr. Reeves," Darlene said, pulling out a pen. "I'll be honest, this is entirely unprecedented in my 20-year career, but my job is to establish the child's welfare situation. Miss Harper is claiming that you are the biological father and that you are preemptively abandoning your child. I am not the father," I said firmly. "Not legally, not morally. The sample was stolen from a medical facility. I never consented to its use. I was the victim of a crime." "I understand that is your position," Darlene said, using that soft, patronizing tone social workers perfect. "But biologically, if this baby is born and a DNA test shows you are the genetic father, there are welfare considerations. The state has an interest in ensuring the child is provided for. Those considerations should be addressed to the person who premeditated the theft of my genetic material, and the person who willingly used it knowing it was stolen." I replied, "That's not how CPS works, Elias. We are concerned with the child's well-being. And I am concerned with the absolute violation of my reproductive rights," I shot back, leaning forward. "I have zero legal or financial obligation to this child. I never agreed to father it. If a woman had her eggs stolen from a clinic and implanted in another woman without her consent, would you be sitting in her living room demanding she pay child support?" Darlene blinked, clearly taken aback. She made a note on her pad. "Have you considered that once this child is born, they might want to know their biological father? That they might need you? That child can know that their biological father was the victim of a felony," I said coldly. "They can know that their mother participated in medical fraud. They can know that none of this was consensual." "You seem very detached and angry about an innocent baby," she noted. "Because I am detached," I said. "This child is not mine in any meaningful way. It is the product of theft. The court will decide that. I have extensive documentation, police reports, and a DA prosecuting the mothers. We are done here." She left shortly after. Marcus assured me it was standard procedure, just the state trying to figure out who to stick the bill to. He told me not to let them guilt me. The harassment from Chloe's family continued. Brenda sent me a long, unhinged Facebook message. "You are going to burn in hell for what you are doing to that innocent baby. Harper is struggling financially and emotionally because of your legal threats, and you are making it worse. Be a real man and take responsibility for your seed." I screenshotted it, sent it to Marcus to add to the harassment file, and blocked her. 2 days later, Harper's lawyer, a cheap strip mall attorney she must have scraped together money for, sent a demand letter. Harper wanted $3,000 a month in child support starting immediately, full coverage of her prenatal medical expenses, and a legally binding guarantee that I would sign the birth certificate. Marcus literally laughed out loud when he read it to me over the phone. "She is absolutely delusional. She is facing criminal conspiracy charges and she thinks she has leverage. Let me handle this." His response to her lawyer was brutal. "Your client participated in medical fraud to acquire stolen genetic material. She has absolutely zero legal claim to anything from Mr. Reeves. Any further harassment or extortion attempts will result in an immediate civil lawsuit for emotional distress and legal fees. Your client should be vastly more concerned with the very real possibility of giving birth in a state penitentiary." That apparently pushed them over the edge. The following Tuesday, Chloe and Harper showed up at my office building. I was sitting at my desk when security called me down to the lobby. I stepped off the elevator to find a complete scene. Chloe was screaming at the front desk guard, and Harper, who was noticeably showing now, was standing behind her, crying loudly, "Look at her." Chloe screamed the second she saw me, pointing at Harper's stomach. "Look at what you're doing, Elias. She is pregnant with your baby and you are acting like she doesn't even exist. You are a monster." Co-workers in the lobby were stopping to stare. My face burned with humiliation, but I kept my voice dead level. "You both need to leave immediately," I said. "You are both under strict orders from my attorney not to contact me. That baby needs a father." Harper sobbed, stepping forward. "I can't do this alone. I can't afford a baby alone. You should have thought about the financial realities of motherhood before you participated in felony fraud to steal sperm," I said loudly, making sure everyone in the lobby heard the context. "I didn't know," Harper wailed. "Chloe said you agreed." "That is between you and the thief you trusted," I replied. I turned to the guard. "Please escort them off the property. If they resist, call the police." "No. No." Security physically ushered them out the sliding doors. I immediately went back upstairs, called Marcus, and filed another police report for violating the no-contact order. Marcus used the incident to secure a permanent restraining order against both of them. The preliminary criminal hearings were set for 6 weeks out. It was going to be a long, grueling process. Marcus explained that criminal trials take time, and the civil issues regarding paternity would be handled separately. "What is the absolute best-case scenario here?" I asked him one afternoon in his office. "Best case? Criminal convictions for both of them. A clear, binding family court ruling establishing you have zero parental rights or financial obligations. A civil settlement where they pay your legal fees. And a restraining order that lasts for decades. And the worst case? They plead down to lesser misdemeanors to avoid jail time. You still get your parental rights clarified, but they walk away with a slap on the wrist. Harper raises the kid on her own. You're free, but it's messy." "I can live with messy," I said. "As long as I am free." Top comments. User 1, "This is the most insane violation of bodily autonomy I have ever read on this site. If a man stole a woman's eggs and implanted them in his new wife, he would be crucified in the town square. Your ex is a complete psychopath, and her friend is just as bad. Do not give them a single inch. Fight this to the Supreme Court if you have to." User 2, "The absolute audacity of the friend demanding $3,000 a month after stealing your genetics. The entitlement is off the charts. Thank God you had the presence of mind to record the confession immediately. That video saved the rest of your life. Keep us updated on the criminal trial." User 3, "CPS trying to guilt trip you is infuriating but unfortunately standard. The state doesn't care about justice, they just want a name on a piece of paper so they don't have to pay for the kid's welfare. Stick to your guns, you are a victim of a crime. That child is not yours." Final update. It has been roughly 10 months since my world exploded. I wanted to give everyone a final update now that the legal dust has mostly settled. The criminal trial never actually made it to a jury. 4 months into the process, facing a mountain of irrefutable evidence, the video confession, the hospital server logs, the fired technician's testimony, and Harper's own voicemail admitting guilt, their defense completely collapsed. Chloe pleaded guilty to reduced charges, felony theft and misuse of medical records. Her lawyer managed to work out a plea deal to keep her out of prison. She was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation, a massive $8,000 fine, 500 hours of community service, and a permanent felony record. Harper pleaded guilty to conspiracy and receiving stolen property. She got 2 years of probation and a $5,000 fine. Both of them are now convicted felons. The hospital network, terrified of a massive public relations nightmare and a federal lawsuit regarding their HIPAA violations, settled with me out of court for a very substantial, undisclosed sum. The civil case against Chloe and Harper was swift. They were ordered to pay my legal fees, which amounted to $22,000, split evenly between them. More importantly, as part of the legal proceedings, Harper was forced to sign legally binding documents permanently waiving any and all claims of paternity, child support, or involvement from me. The baby was born 3 months ago, a little girl. I only know this because the final court order from the family judge mentions it. I am legally not the father, my name is nowhere near the birth certificate. I have absolutely zero parental rights, and zero financial obligations. The judge's final order specifically states that the conception was non-consensual, the result of criminal activity, and that I am completely severed from the child in the eyes of the law. Harper's life has imploded. When the criminal charges became public, the veterinary clinic fired her. She is currently living with her parents, who are essentially raising the baby while she works at a fast food restaurant to pay off her court fines. Chloe's situation isn't much better. She was obviously fired from the healthcare network and blacklisted from the entire medical billing industry. She's living in her childhood bedroom with Brenda, working temp jobs in warehouses because no corporate office will hire someone with a felony conviction for data theft and fraud. My own mother called me a few weeks ago. She thinks I was too harsh. That baby didn't do anything wrong, Elias, She kept repeating, crying on the phone, "She's still your flesh and blood." Neither did I reminded her firmly. I was the victim of a premeditated crime. My flesh and blood was stolen. I ended up going low contact with my parents over this. I lost a few mutual friends, two people who subscribed to the toxic belief that I should step up and be the bigger person, completely ignoring the fact that my fundamental human rights were violated. Apparently, my boundaries and consent don't matter as much as a baby that wouldn't even exist if not for multiple felonies committed against me. My therapist says I am handling the trauma remarkably well, considering the circumstances. She says most people couldn't process this level of profound violation without completely breaking down. The nightmares are finally starting to fade. I used to wake up in cold sweats, panic that I was going to be served with child support papers or that Harper was going to show up at my door with a baby stroller. Dating is completely off the table for the foreseeable future. It is incredibly hard to trust anyone after the person you shared a bed with, the person you loved and trusted, used your own body against you. Because that is exactly what it was. She used my body, my genetic material, without my permission. She violated me in one of the most intimate, fundamental ways a human being can be violated. Marcus, my lawyer, has assured me that the settlement agreement is ironclad. If Harper ever tries to contact me, or if she tries to make any claims in the future, we go straight back to court, and she faces immediate penalties and potential jail time for violating the order. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I do wonder about the kid. Not because I feel any paternal instinct, I truly don't. But because I know that little girl is going to grow up, and eventually, she is going to ask questions. She is going to find out exactly how she was conceived. She is going to learn that her existence started with her mother participating in a criminal conspiracy. She is going to learn that her biological father wanted absolutely nothing to do with her because he never consented to creating her. That is incredibly sad. It breaks my heart for her. But it is not my responsibility to fix it. I did not create that situation. Chloe and Harper did. They played God with my genetics, and they have to live with the consequences of their actions. I sold the townhouse in Chicago last month. I couldn't stand being in the rooms where it happened. I packed up my life, transferred to my company's office in Denver, and moved across the country. New city, new job title, new apartment, new everything. I couldn't risk running into them at a grocery store. I couldn't risk Harper deciding 5 years from now that she wants me involved after all and stalking me. My new therapist in Denver says my desire to flee is entirely understandable. She reminds me weekly that I am allowed to protect my peace, that I am allowed to enforce my boundaries, and that I am not a bad person for walking away, even when society tries to tell me otherwise. The whole ordeal still feels surreal sometimes, like a dark, twisted movie that happened to someone else. But then I look in my desk drawer. I see the thick stack of court documents, the settlement agreement, the permanent restraining orders, the hospital's payout paperwork. It's all very real. It is physical proof that two people I trusted committed heinous crimes against me, all while convincing themselves they were doing something beautiful. Chloe actually sent a letter last week. She didn't send it to me. She knows the restraining order would trigger an arrest, but she sent it to Marcus, who forwarded it to me as per protocol. It was 4 pages of handwritten apologies. She wrote that she finally understands what she did was wrong. She said she is in intensive therapy, that she hates herself for ruining our life together, and that she hopes, maybe years down the line, I can find it in my heart to forgive her. I won't. Forgiveness is for people who make mistakes. Leaving the stove on is a mistake. Forgetting an anniversary is a mistake. What Chloe did was not a mistake. It was the deliberate, calculated, premeditated theft of my genetic material for someone else's benefit. She actively chose her friend's selfish desires over my fundamental human rights. She lied, she manipulated, and she committed fraud. That wasn't a lapse in judgment. That is simply who she is at her core. And honestly, I am incredibly glad I found out exactly who she was before we got married, before we combined our finances, before we had children of our own together, before I legally tied my entire life to a woman who fundamentally does not understand or respect the concept of consent. The legal battles are finally over. The emotional recovery is going to take a lot longer, but I am free. I have no child support payments draining my accounts. I have no custody battles to fight. I have no ties to the people who violated me. That is the win here. It's not a fairy tale happy ending. It's not closure, because I don't think you ever fully close the door on something this bizarre and traumatic. It is just freedom, and as I sit here in my new apartment, watching the sun set over the mountains in Denver, I realize that some days, freedom is more than enough. My wife demanded a strict prenup to protect her assets. 3 years later, I won a $6.8 lottery jackpot, and used her own contract to destroy her own life. I, 34 male, married my now ex-wife, Chloe, 32 female, 3 years ago. We had been dating for 2.5 years before tying the knot, and for a long time, I genuinely believed she was the absolute love of my life. Chloe was everything I thought I wanted: fiercely intelligent, incredibly ambitious, and she had her entire life meticulously organized. She worked as a senior corporate tech recruiter for a massive firm in Seattle, pulling in about $105,000 a year, not including her substantial quarterly bonuses. On top of her lucrative career, she lived in a stunning, sleek downtown loft that she owned completely outright, a generous inheritance from her late grandmother. I, on the other hand, am a high school English teacher. At the time we got engaged, I was making roughly $65,000 a year. I loved my job, I loved my students, but I was definitely not swimming in cash. About 6 months before our wedding date, Chloe sat me down at the expensive mahogany dining table in her loft. Her tone was incredibly serious, the kind of tone that makes your stomach drop. I honestly thought she was going to tell me she was pregnant, or maybe that she was having second thoughts about the wedding. Nope. "We need a prenup," she said, her voice completely devoid of emotion as she slid a thick, heavy manila folder across the polished wood. I wasn't inherently opposed to the idea of a prenuptial agreement. Given our massive income disparity, I figured she just wanted to protect her loft and her existing savings. It made logical sense. "Okay, sure," I replied, trying to keep the mood light. "We can look into hiring a lawyer together and figure out what works for both of us." I already had my attorney draft it. She interrupted, tapping the folder. Was that a red flag? Absolutely. But I was blindingly in love with her, and honestly, what did I even have to protect? My assets consisted of a 2014 Toyota Corolla with a dented bumper and exactly $240 sitting in my modest savings account. I opened the folder. This document wasn't just a standard agreement, it was a terrifyingly thorough, 4-2-page legal fortress. The key points were brutally clear. Her downtown loft remains her sole and separate property. Her inheritance, and any future inheritance she might receive, stays entirely hers. All assets acquired before the marriage remain separate. Any assets acquired during the marriage through individual means remain the sole property of the acquirer. Income earned during the marriage goes into completely separate bank accounts. We would split our household bills 65/35, based strictly on our income ratio. And then, there was one highly specific clause buried on page 14. Any lottery winnings, gambling proceeds, or windfall gains acquired by either party remains the sole and separate property of the winner. I actually chuckled when I read that part out loud. "Babe, I buy maybe one scratch-off ticket a year when I'm feeling exceptionally lucky. This seems a little excessive, don't you think?" Chloe didn't even crack a smile. "My attorney insisted on it," she said flatly. "It protects both of us." Both of us? I literally had nothing to my name. Exactly. So, in my naive mind, I had absolutely nothing to lose by signing it. To make matters worse, her mother, Brenda, suddenly emerged from the kitchen holding a cup of tea. Another glaring red flag that I foolishly ignored. "Sweetie, this is just smart financial planning," Brenda said, looking down her nose at me. "You understand, right? My daughter has worked incredibly hard for what she has. She needs absolute protection." "Look." I shrugged, feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion. "Fine, let me just have my own lawyer review it first before I sign anything." Chloe's face immediately twisted into a mask of hurt, mixed with sharp annoyance. "Why? Don't you trust me?" "It's not about trust," I countered. "It's about being smart, exactly like you just said." She sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes. "Fine, but let me be perfectly clear. If you don't sign this exact document, there is no wedding. I absolutely cannot marry someone who refuses to respect my financial boundaries." The next day, I took the massive stack of paper to a lawyer buddy of mine, Dave, who owed me a favor from our college days. Dave sat in his office, skimmed through the pages, and literally started laughing out loud. "Dude." Dave chuckled, tossing the packet back onto his desk. "She is aggressively protecting assets you don't even have access to. This contract is so wildly one-sided it's almost comical. But, hey, you aren't losing anything you currently possess. If you really love this woman and want to marry her, just sign it." So, I signed it. We had a beautiful, expensive wedding, and we officially became husband and wife. For the next 3 years, things were fine. Not spectacular, not incredibly warm, but fine. True to the prenup, she kept her money entirely separate. I kept my meager earnings separate. We opened a single joint checking account strictly for household bills, which we both diligently contributed to every month. Chloe made it painfully clear early on in the marriage that the loft was hers. Even though I lived there, slept there, and paid 35% of the utilities, I wasn't allowed to redecorate, paint a wall, or even hang a picture frame without her explicit, written-like approval. Then, about 4 months ago, everything changed. I was driving home from a long, exhausting day of parent-teacher conferences. It was raining heavily, and I stopped at a random gas station to grab a coffee. On a complete whim, feeling a strange urge, I bought a $3 Powerball ticket. I shoved it into my wallet, and completely forgot about it. 3 days later, I was sitting at the kitchen island, grading a massive stack of sophomore English essays, when I suddenly remembered the ticket. I pulled up the winning numbers on my phone. I matched 5 numbers, plus the Powerball. I didn't win the massive billion-dollar grand prize, but I hit a secondary jackpot. I sat there in the quiet loft, staring at my phone screen, my heart hammering against my ribs. I checked the numbers. Then I checked them again. And again. I must have sat completely paralyzed for 30 minutes. Finally, I called the state lottery office. After a tense conversation, they verified the serial number. It was real. I had won $6.8 million before taxes. After taxes, taking the lump sum, I would be looking at roughly $4.2 million deposited directly into my bank account. It was absolute, undeniable, life-altering money. When Chloe came home from work that evening, I couldn't contain myself. We sat down for dinner, and I just blurted it out. I won the lottery. She looked up from her salad, annoyed. You're joking. That's not funny. I'm not joking, Chloe. I verified it with the state office 3 times today. I have to go downtown to claim it tomorrow morning. She dropped her fork, the metal clattering loudly against her porcelain plate. Her eyes went wide. Oh my God, we're rich. We can finally buy that summer house in the San Juan Islands. Well, I said, leaning back in my chair, keeping my voice perfectly level. I am definitely comfortable now. I'll be absolutely fine. Chloe stopped smiling. What do you mean, you'll be fine? This is our money. I slowly shook my head, feeling a strange sense of calm wash over me. Actually, no, it isn't. Do you remember the prenuptial agreement you forced me to sign? Section 4, Clause 12. Any lottery winnings, gambling proceeds, or windfall gains acquired by either party remain the sole and separate property of the winner. I took a sip of my water. Your attorney was incredibly specific about that. Chloe's face drained of all color, going stark white before flushing a deep, furious crimson. That clause was meant to protect my future assets. It says either party just as legal jargon. Legal jargon that includes me, I replied calmly. But you don't have anything, she screamed, slamming her hands on the table. That clause was written for me. Babe, it is in writing. It is a legally binding contract. The one you said meant there would be no wedding if I didn't sign. She leaped up from the table, practically sprinting into her home office. I heard drawers slamming and papers shuffling. A minute later, she emerged, holding the original prenup. I watched her frantically flip through the thick pages until she found the exact clause. I watched her eyes dart back and forth as she read her own trap over and over again. This isn't fair, she yelled, her voice cracking. I didn't mean it like this. What exactly did you mean it like, Chloe? I meant if I won something, or inherited more money, it would remain mine. You were never supposed to actually win anything. You're a high school teacher. The sheer, unadulterated entitlement radiating from her was absolutely breathtaking. So, I said, standing up to meet her gaze, the contract is only fair and valid when it exclusively benefits you? Don't you dare twist this, she cried out. We are married. We are partners. We are supposed to share everything. Oh, really? I laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. Like how we shared your grandmother's inheritance. Like how we shared this beautiful loft that I'm not even allowed to hang a poster in. Like how we shared your completely separate savings accounts and massive corporate bonuses. She had absolutely no response to that. She just stood there, clutching the paperwork, staring at me like I had just stabbed her in the back. The very next morning, I took the day off work, drove to the lottery headquarters and claimed my winnings. I took the lump sum. By the end of the week, I had set up a marathon meeting with a top-tier fiduciary financial advisor, got my taxes squared away, and secured the funds in private accounts. I didn't file for divorce immediately, but I didn't stay in that loft another night. I packed my clothes, my books, and my meager belongings, and I moved out. I found a gorgeous, luxury apartment across town and paid for a full 12 months of rent upfront in cash. I also submitted my formal notice of resignation to the high school, effective at the end of the academic year. I loved my students, and I wanted to finish out the semester with them, but I was done working for a paycheck. The real, unhinged drama started when her toxic family finally found out. Update 1, 2 weeks later. The last 14 days have been an absolute, living nightmare, and I am meticulously documenting every single interaction because this is rapidly crossing into criminal territory. 4 days after I moved into my new apartment, Chloe's mother, Brenda, organized what she delusionally called a family intervention. I was sitting in my living room when there was an aggressive pounding on my door. I opened it to find Chloe, Brenda, Chloe's father, Tom, and her arrogant older brother Derek. How the hell did you get my address? I demanded, blocking the doorway. Chloe looked down. I followed you from the high school yesterday. That is incredibly creepy, but whatever. What do you want? Brenda violently pushed past my shoulder and marched into my apartment, looking around at the high-end furnishings with a sneer. We need to have a serious discussion about this disastrous situation you've created. I didn't create any situation, I said, leaving the door open to signal they weren't welcome to stay. I won money. The legally binding prenup that your daughter demanded says the money is mine. End of discussion. Derek, who has always acted like he's God's gift to the world, stepped forward. Don't play dense, man. You know damn well that clause wasn't meant for you. The text says either party, but the intent was for Chloe. I am a party to the marriage, I replied coolly. Therefore, it applies to me. That's how contracts work, Derek. Her father, Tom, who had always been a quiet, henpecked man, finally spoke up. Son, please be reasonable here. You were making a teacher's salary when you signed that document. The entire spirit of the agreement was to protect existing family wealth. The spirit? I laughed. Tom, it's a legal document. The actual words printed on the page matter, not the spirit. Chloe suddenly burst into theatrical, sobbing tears. How can you be so incredibly cold to me? I thought you loved me. I did love you, I said, looking her dead in the eye. But you made it explicitly clear from the moment we got engaged that our finances were completely separate. I am literally just following the strict rules that you established and forced upon me. Brenda's face turned purple. This is financial abuse. You are maliciously withholding marital assets from your wife. I couldn't help it. I laughed right in her face. Your lawyer drafted that prenup. Your lawyer inserted that specific, undeniable clause about lottery winnings. I am just abiding by it. That's when Derek lost his temper. He stepped aggressively into my personal space, his chest puffed out. You're really going to screw over my little sister like this, after everything she has done to support you? Support me? I challenged. Like what, exactly? Letting me pay 35% of the bills while living in a condo where I couldn't even pick out a rug. Real generous of her. Derek shoved me. It wasn't hard enough to knock me over, but I stumbled back a step. Big mistake. Get out, I growled, pointing at the door. All of you. Right now. We are not leaving until you agree to divide that money fairly, Brenda screeched. Fairly? Like how it was fair that her massive inheritance was completely off limits to me? Get out. I pulled my phone from my pocket. I am dialing the police. You have exactly 30 seconds before I report a home invasion. They finally scrambled out, but not before Brenda turned around in the hallway and spat. You are going to regret this. We will see you in court, you parasitic loser. Well, they weren't bluffing about the court part. 3 days ago, I was officially served with a massive stack of legal papers. Chloe is suing me, attempting to argue that the entire prenuptial agreement should be thrown out because she claims I signed it under duress, and that the lottery clause itself is legally unconscionable. I immediately met with Dave, my lawyer buddy, who is now officially on my payroll. Dave read through the lawsuit, reviewed the original prenup, looked at the timeline of events, and just started grinning from ear to ear. Mark, this is absolutely beautiful, Dave said, practically glowing. She drafted this contract herself? Her lawyer drafted it, yes. Even better. She had professional legal representation. You had legal representation. There is absolutely zero grounds for a duress claim here. And unconscionable? She is the one who demanded the separate property provisions. She cannot legally cherry-pick which clauses apply based on who wins. So, I'm completely safe? I asked, feeling a weight lift off my chest. You are golden. Dave confirmed. In fact, we are going to countersue for the full cost of this frivolous, harassing lawsuit, plus all attorney fees. But the legal battle isn't even the worst part. The financial manipulation Chloe attempted behind the scenes is staggering. Yesterday, I received an urgent phone call from the manager at my former bank. Apparently, Chloe marched into the branch, claimed there was massive fraud on our joint checking account, which currently holds exactly $5,100 my share of the bills for the next few months, and attempted to completely freeze all the funds. The bank manager caught the discrepancy immediately because I had already provided them with a certified copy of the prenup when I moved my lottery winnings to a different, private institution. The prenup clearly stated our finances were separate, and she had zero authorization to make unilateral decisions regarding my deposits. But it gets crazier. Chloe also aggressively demanded emergency access to my new, private accounts at the other institution, claiming she was my wife and I was maliciously hiding marital assets from her. The bank shut her down hard, telling her she needed a signed court order to even look at the account names. The manager told me Chloe had a full-blown, screaming meltdown right there in the lobby. They have the entire tantrum on security footage. An hour after the bank incident, I got a call from Mr. Harrison, my high school principal. Chloe had contacted the school administration, tearfully claiming that I was experiencing a severe mental health crisis and needed to be forced into an immediate leave of absence. She told them I had come into sudden money and was making erratic, dangerous decisions. Thankfully, Mr. Harrison has known me for 6 years and knows I am perfectly sane. I just wanted to give you a heads up, Mark, he said over the phone. We aren't taking any action on this nonsense, but you need to document everything she is doing. The absolute kicker? 2 nights ago, I was going through my old laptop, transferring files, and I found something incredibly damning. Remember how Chloe claimed her lawyer insisted on the lottery clause? I found an old email chain from 3 years ago, right before our wedding. Chloe had used my laptop to print some documents and forgot to log out of her email. She had specifically emailed her attorney, demanding the lottery clause be included. I quote from her email, "I occasionally buy big lottery tickets when the jackpot gets high. If I ever win big, I want ironclad protection so he doesn't think he is entitled to a single penny of it." She deliberately wanted that protection exclusively for herself. She just never, in a million years, imagined it could apply to me. I forwarded the entire email chain to Dave. He called me 10 minutes later, laughing so hard he was wheezing. Since the lawsuit was filed, Chloe has been texting me nonstop. The messages are a wild roller coaster. First, they were apologetic, then angry, then desperate. Now they are just unhinged. "Mark, please, we can work this out privately. I'll drop the lawsuit immediately if you just agree to share 50%. Okay, 40%. Please, I made a huge mistake. Can we just sit down and talk? You are destroying our entire marriage over money. My mom's lawyer says we have a very strong case. They are willing to settle for 30%. I haven't responded to a single message." Dave ordered strict no contact. The preliminary court hearing is scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Her lawyer requested an emergency meeting with the judge to discuss the validity of the prenup. Dave's official response? "Bring it on." Update 2, 1 month later. The courtroom drama that unfolded last week wildly exceeded my highest expectations. Her legal team genuinely thought they had a winning strategy. They were so incredibly wrong. We met in front of a strict, no-nonsense judge for the preliminary hearing. Chloe showed up flanked by her mother, Brenda, her brother, Derek, and not one, but 2 expensive lawyers. Apparently, she hired a secondary specialist who deals exclusively in unconscionable family contracts. I showed up wearing a sharp new suit, standing next to Dave, carrying a heavy briefcase full of undeniable documentation, and possessing absolutely zero patience for their circus. Her primary lawyer stood up first. "Your Honor, my client firmly believes this prenuptial agreement should be immediately voided due to several mitigating factors. First and foremost, the specific clause regarding lottery winnings is unconscionable, as it was never, ever intended to apply to the respondent." The judge, an older woman with a piercing stare, held up a hand, stopping him dead. "Counselor, did your client have professional legal representation when drafting and signing this agreement?" "She did, Your Honor, but did the respondent have legal representation?" The judge pressed. "Yes. However, was there any documented evidence of coercion, fraud, or duress involved in the signing of this document?" Her lawyer hesitated, sweating slightly. "Not in the traditional physical sense, Your Honor. But my client was deeply in love and did not fully comprehend the long-term implications of the wording." The judge raised an eyebrow. "So, let me get this straight. Your client, a highly educated corporate professional, signed a legal document, with her own lawyer present, of her own free will?" "Yes, Your Honor. And this prenuptial agreement was entirely drafted by her own attorney, correct?" "That is correct, Your Honor, but the specific lottery clause was meant to protect her future assets from—" "Counselor." The judge cut him off sharply, her voice echoing in the quiet room. "I have thoroughly reviewed this document. The language is crystal clear. Either party means both parties. That is fundamental, first-year contract law. Do you have any actual legal precedent suggesting otherwise?" He didn't. He stammered nervously through some vague nonsense about the spirit of a marital partnership and how my actions were financially cruel. Then, it was Dave's turn. Oh man, Dave was magnificent. "Your Honor." Dave began smoothly, "I would like to submit several pieces of concrete evidence for the court's review. First, Exhibit A, an email chain from before the marriage, wherein the plaintiff specifically, in her own words, requested this exact clause to protect her own potential lottery winnings from my client." He handed the printed emails to the bailiff. Chloe's primary lawyer looked like he had just been punched in the stomach. Second, Exhibit B, detailed financial documentation showing that for the entire 3-year duration of this marriage, the plaintiff aggressively insisted on completely separate finances, strictly per her own demands. Third, Exhibit C, banking records proving she never contributed a single dime to his separate accounts, nor did she ever allow him access to hers. Fourth, sworn affidavits confirming the plaintiff's own mother stated the prenup was designed strictly to protect what is hers. Dave laid it all out flawlessly. Every hostile email, every strict bank statement, every text message where Chloe explicitly told me, "My money is my money, your money is your money." The judge slowly turned her gaze to Chloe. "Ma'am, you had this ironclad agreement drafted specifically to keep your assets entirely separate. You insisted your husband sign it, or there would be no wedding. Is that correct?" Chloe stood up, her hands trembling violently. Yes, Your Honor. But I never thought. You never thought he would acquire assets worth protecting?" The judge finished for her, her tone dripping with disdain. "That is not how the law works, ma'am. Her secondary lawyer desperately jumped in. Your Honor, we argue the prenup should be voided because the initial consideration was wholly inadequate. My client brought significantly more wealth to the marriage, and she wanted to keep it separate, which this document allows her to do. You cannot have it both ways, counselor, the judge snapped. Then came Dave's nuclear option. He pulled out the final folder. Your Honor, we would also like to submit Exhibit D, an attempted fraud report from the defendant's banking institution. The plaintiff maliciously attempted to claim fraud on their joint account to freeze my client's funds. Furthermore, Exhibit E, documentation showing she contacted my client's employer, falsely claiming he was mentally unstable and a danger to himself. We believe this demonstrates a severe, ongoing pattern of financial manipulation, harassment, and vindictive retaliation. The judge's expression shifted from annoyed to absolutely furious. She glared at Chloe's legal team. Is this true? Chloe's primary lawyer looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him whole. Your Honor, my client was highly emotional and made some highly regrettable, impulsive decisions. Some regrettable decisions? The judge thundered. Counselor, attempting to illegally freeze someone's bank account and contacting their place of employment with fabricated medical claims isn't regrettable, it is potentially criminal. Her lawyer tried one last, pathetic Hail Mary. We would like to formally request a continuance to better prepare our arguments. Request denied, the judge stated firmly, banging her gavel. This prenuptial agreement is entirely valid, legal, and fully enforceable. Case dismissed with prejudice. Just like that, it was over. But the toxic family wasn't done yet. As Dave and I were walking to our cars in the courthouse parking garage, Derek and Tom suddenly stepped out from behind a concrete pillar, blocking my path. They weren't overtly physically threatening, but their body language was incredibly aggressive. Tom pointed a shaking finger at me. You really did this. You actually screwed over my daughter in a court of law. I followed the exact legal agreement she demanded I sign, Tom, I replied, not backing down an inch. Derek sneered, stepping closer. Legal doesn't mean it's right, you piece of garbage. You know damn well she needs that money right now. Needs? I scoffed. She makes $105,000 a year and owns a luxury downtown loft completely outright. She doesn't need anything. Tom sighed heavily. She has massive expenses, Mark. Big plans. She was going to heavily invest in a massive business opportunity this quarter. With my money? I laughed incredulously. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Derek shoved his hands in his pockets. Family takes care of family, Mark. You're supposed to be a man. Then where the hell was this energy when she refused to let me put even a single photograph on the wall of her condo? I fired back, my voice echoing in the empty garage. Where was this family energy when she made absolutely sure every single penny she earned stayed locked away from me? Tom looked genuinely confused, blinking rapidly. That was completely different. She earned that money. And I acquired this. Same exact principle, according to the very contract she forced down my throat. Derek spat on the ground near my shoes. You're making a massive mistake, Mark. When she is wildly successful and you're just some broke, pathetic teacher again, don't come crawling back to us. I'm not a teacher anymore, Derek, I smiled coldly. I quit. And I won't be crawling anywhere. Have a nice life. They hated that, but they finally backed off and left. 2 days after the spectacular court victory, Dave called me laughing. Chloe had hired a third lawyer, who contacted Dave with a formal settlement offer. My client would like to propose a generous settlement to avoid further messy litigation. The new lawyer had said. She is willing to drop all future claims and appeals in exchange for a one-time payment of $950,000. I almost dropped my phone. $950,000? For what? For pain and suffering, severe emotional distress, and to preserve the sanctity of the marriage, Dave quoted, barely containing his laughter. The marriage where she kept everything hidden? Tell your client I am willing to give her exactly what the prenup entitles her to, absolutely nothing. Because that is exactly what I got from her. Dave relayed the message. The opposing lawyer called me cold and vindictive. Dave responded by officially filing our massive countersuit for legal fees, targeted harassment, attempted bank fraud, and severe defamation of character for contacting my school principal. We asked for $150,000 in strict damages. But the discovery phase of our countersuit revealed the absolute best, most poetic justice of this entire saga. Here is what Dave uncovered. 1. Exactly 3 weeks before I won the lottery, Chloe secretly took out a massive, high-interest personal loan for $60,000. She used it to invest in a shady crypto and lifestyle coaching MLM scheme run by a friend of hers. She was entirely banking on her next corporate bonus to pay it off quickly. The bonus never happened because her recruiting metrics tanked. She was drowning in debt, which is why she was so insanely desperate for my lottery money. 2. She has been running a massive smear campaign, telling all our mutual friends, family, and her coworkers that I am maliciously stealing her life savings. Thankfully, several people reached out to me, heard the actual truth, and immediately blocked her number. 3. Brenda hired a sleazy private investigator to follow me around Seattle, presumably to catch me doing something illegal or blowing the money on drugs. The PI actually contacted Dave, laughing, saying he would be more than happy to testify in court that I have done absolutely nothing but attend meetings with a fiduciary and tour open houses in quiet, boring neighborhoods. The final straw happened last week. I walked out of my apartment complex to find my brand new car, an Audi I treated myself to, completely vandalized. The windshield was entirely smashed in with a baseball bat, and the word thief was deeply carved into the driver's side door paint. Total damages, $3,400. Fortunately, the very first thing I did when I moved was pay the building manager to upgrade my designated parking spot's security camera. The high-definition footage clearly showed Derek, wearing a hoodie but perfectly identifiable, smashing my car at 2 a.m. I immediately handed the footage over to the police. Derek was arrested at his office the next afternoon. Chloe called me, absolutely hysterical, sobbing so hard she was hyperventilating. "Mark, please. Please drop the criminal charges. He's family, he just made a stupid mistake because he's angry. He committed a felony." "Chloe," I said coldly, "please, he will completely lose his corporate job if he gets a criminal conviction on his record. He really should have thought about his career before he took a baseball bat to my windshield." "I'll pay for the repairs," she begged. "I swear, I'll pay for everything." "With what money, Chloe?" I asked softly. "With the $60,000 you owe to that crypto scam? Or from your separate, untouchable bank account that I was never allowed to look at?" She went dead silent. She couldn't respond. I hung up the phone and blocked her number for good. I am completely done being the nice, accommodating guy who gets walked all over. Final update, 2 months later. It is officially over. Let me wrap up this insane saga once and for all. I filed for divorce 6 weeks ago. Given the ironclad nature of the prenup, the proceedings were incredibly straightforward and brutally fast. We had absolutely no shared assets beyond that single joint checking account with $5,100 in it. The judge ordered it split exactly 50/50. During the final divorce hearing, Chloe's lawyer tried to claim she deserved substantial monthly alimony because she had become accustomed to a certain marital lifestyle. The judge, the exact same judge from the preliminary hearing, literally laughed out loud. "Ma'am, according to the meticulous financial records you provided, you kept your finances completely separate for the entire duration of your marriage. You consistently earned significantly more money than your husband. You contributed to exactly one joint account for basic utilities. There is absolutely no lifestyle he provided that you became accustomed to. You provided your own lifestyle. Divorce granted, clean break." I walked out of that courthouse a completely free, wealthy man. Our countersuit was settled out of court last week. Her newest lawyer finally managed to convince her that going to a full jury trial would bankrupt her further. She agreed to pay me $95,000 for my legal fees, the targeted harassment, and the school defamation claim. Her homeowner's insurance surprisingly covered the defamation payout, but the massive legal fees came straight out of her rapidly dwindling pocket. Because that $60,000 crypto MLM investment went completely belly up, she lost every single penny. She is now massively underwater on that high-interest personal loan, and her once perfect credit score has absolutely tanked because she missed 3 consecutive payments. The poetic irony is beautiful. She desperately tried to steal my money to quietly cover up her catastrophic financial decisions, and ended up completely ruining herself in the process. As for Derek, he pled guilty to felony vandalism to avoid a much more serious destruction of property charge. He was sentenced to 150 hours of grueling community service and was court-ordered to pay $3,400 in direct restitution for my Audi repairs. Exactly as Chloe feared, his company fired him immediately, citing their strict zero-tolerance policy for violent criminal convictions. Brenda called me from an unknown number to scream that I had destroyed her perfect son's life. I calmly reminded her that Derek destroyed his own life the second he picked up a weapon on camera. I hung up and blocked that number too. The most surprising twist in all of this: the toxic family has completely imploded. Tom, my now ex-father-in-law, quietly called me about a month ago. "Mark, I owe you a massive apology," he said, sounding incredibly tired. "I honestly didn't know how deeply cruel and controlling Chloe had become. Her mother, Brenda, has enabled and rewarded this toxic, selfish behavior her entire life. I tried to warn Brenda years ago that the prenup was far too hostile, but she completely steamrolled me." Tom and I ended up talking for over an hour. It turns out he had been deeply miserable in his own marriage for nearly 30 years, constantly bending to Brenda's insane demands and financial control. Watching me stand my ground, fight back, and win against their manipulation was a massive wake-up call for him. 2 weeks ago, Tom officially filed for divorce from Brenda. Brenda, naturally, blames me entirely for destroying her perfect family. Chloe had to rent out her beautiful downtown loft to afford her mounting legal and loan debts. She moved back into Brenda's house. According to mutual acquaintances, She is absolutely miserable. Her friend group completely iced her out after the actual court documents became public knowledge. The few people who still speak to her told me privately that she is completely insufferable, constantly playing the ultimate victim and refusing to take an ounce of accountability. She sent me one final, pathetic email last week from a new address. I hope you are happy, sitting all alone with your money. I didn't reply. But honestly, yes, I am incredibly happy. I bought a beautiful, 3-bedroom house in a quiet, heavily wooded neighborhood outside of Seattle. I paid in full. In cash. It is completely mine, with absolutely no strings attached. I can paint the walls whatever color I want. I can hang whatever pictures I want. I didn't go back to teaching, but I didn't abandon education. I took $600,000 of my winnings and started a massive, fully funded scholarship trust for low-income high school students in my old district, helping them afford college tuition. The rest of my millions are heavily invested in conservative, diversified index funds, managed by my fiduciary. I am comfortably living off the substantial interest, volunteering 3 days a week at a local youth community center, and actually enjoying my life for the very first time in years. I realized something profound during this entire nightmare. Chloe never actually saw me as a true partner or a husband. To her, I was just a convenient roommate who helped subsidize her utility bills and didn't interfere with her glamorous life. The absolute second I possessed something of real value, she felt completely, undeniably entitled to it, while fiercely keeping everything of hers locked tightly away. The ironclad prenup she demanded wasn't about protection. It was entirely about control. She wanted the absolute freedom to keep everything separate, while simultaneously enjoying the safety and societal security of having a loyal husband. She just never, in her wildest dreams, expected that strict arrangement to suddenly benefit me instead of her. People always show you exactly who they are, you just have to be willing to look. Chloe showed me repeatedly that she valued her money, her assets, and her superiority far above our marriage. I just willfully ignored the bright red flags. When she forced that prenup on me, when she treated me like a guest in our own home, when she kept her accounts hidden, those weren't just quirky personality traits, they were glaring warnings. The lottery money didn't change who I am. It just brilliantly illuminated exactly who she was. And you know what? That $3 Powerball ticket was the absolute best investment I have ever made in my entire life. Not just because of the massive jackpot, but because it bought my freedom. It showed me the ugly truth before I wasted another decade of my life with a woman who saw me as an accessory rather than a human being. Some people on Reddit might say I should have been the bigger person and shared the wealth. They say marriage is about compromise, grace, and generosity. And they are absolutely right, a real marriage is about those things. But our marriage never was. She made legally sure of that. I don't regret the divorce. I don't regret enforcing her own rules against her. And I absolutely do not regret putting my foot down and destroying her malicious attempts to steal what was rightfully mine. The best revenge isn't just living well. The absolute best revenge is living authentically, on your own terms, completely free from toxic control. I am more than good, I am finally free. And the very contract she demanded to protect herself from me ended up protecting me from her instead. Beautifully. Perfectly. Exactly as written. Thanks for following this wild journey, Reddit. Time to move forward.
For 6 years, my mother-in-law ruined our Valentine's Day. You chose her over your mother, she screamed. This time, she paid the price. Evelyn had practiced timing for 5 years. A problem would arise 45 minutes before Ethan and I were supposed to eat dinner every February 13th. In year 2, her car broke down. We had our anniversary at a mechanic. Strange stomach bugs forced Ethan to stay the night in year 3. I ate alone takeout. In 4th grade, she needed him to break a window to escape. The year before last was my favorite. We discovered her neighbor's cat had knocked down a lamp when she called screaming about a break-in. That year, I planned. I changed our dinner reservation to lunch and told Evelyn we were going out the following weekend. Valentine's Day. We were getting ready when his phone rang at 11:32 a.m., saying, "Don't answer it." He watched the screen. It's Mom. Let it go to voicemail. 3 more calls. Then mine rang. He asked, "What if it's really serious?" It's never serious. We ordered bar snacks. Ethan's sister's text vibrated his phone. Mom is hospitalized. Heart attack. Arrive now. The color left his face. Dinner was abandoned and we drove to the county general. Claire, his sister, was waiting, looking at her phone without crying or worrying. Where is she? Ethan demanded. Claire wondered. Mom. Who? What? You texted she had a heart attack. No, I didn't. Ethan showed her his phone. Claire's eyes widened. I've been at brunch all morning. A nurse asked. Are you here for Evelyn? Is she okay? Ethan asked. She's fine, said the nurse. She checked herself in and claimed to have chest pains. All testing came back normal. She has been asking for you for the past hour. Claire grabbed Ethan's arm. Show me your phone. She checked her messages. I did not text you. My previous message was 3 days ago. So how? Mom has access to my iCloud, Claire said, because I had phone problems last year. Evelyn used Claire's account to text, stage an emergency, and get hospitalized. She was sitting up in bed in room 418 with her saddest expression. Oh, thank God you're here, she exclaimed. I was so scared. Mom, I said. Her face changed. Concern was replaced by calculation. I don't know what you mean. You sent that text from Claire's iCloud. Evelyn studied. You're paranoid. Ethan stared at his mother like he'd never seen her. All those years, he said calmly. Valentine's Day. None of it was real. The mask fell. So what? Evelyn snapped. You chose her over your own mother. Someone should remind you of your priorities. You faked a heart attack, and you would have ignored a real one. A suit-clad man, a briefcase-carrying woman and a hospital administrator entered. Detective Harris and Evelyn Morrison. We must discuss emergency service fraud and account access. Evelyn turned white. She opened her briefcase. I'm representing Claire, who is being charged with identity theft. Claire shrugged. I called them while you were driving. Ethan stared at me. Checked iCloud activity. She has been reading my messages for 9 months. 9 months? Ethan whispered. How else do you suppose she knows what Ryan and I have planned? Detective took handcuffs. Evelyn wailed as she was dragged. A nurse approached with a clipboard. I need someone to sign the discharge papers. She is being transferred to county custody. Phone vibrated for Ethan. Staring at the TV turned him gray. I asked, what? Turned toward me. A text from his European-based father arrived. Ryan phoned. What's with Evelyn and Claire? My 53 missed calls. Why? Edit. This short film couldn't accommodate what happened next. See more below. We stood in the hospital hallway with Ethan staring at his phone like it was exploding. Your dad's been in Barcelona for 4 weeks, I whispered. How can he know anything? Claire approached with arms crossed. Ryan called when I filed charges to let Richard know before he found his wife in county jail. This is insane, Ethan said. This whole day has been insane. Richard's name appeared on his phone. Answer it, I said. Ethan hit the speaker. What's up, Dad? Richard sounded threatening. Ryan told me Evelyn was arrested for what? Identity theft. No way. She hacked Claire's iCloud, Ethan. Sent a fake text from Claire's phone saying she'd had a heart attack, then checked herself into the hospital to ruin your Valentine's dinner. To ruin every Valentine's dinner, I said. This is the 6th year. Silence then. I need to call my lawyer. Your lawyer? Claire interrupted. Dad, she's done crimes. Several offenses. She has been reading my private messages for 9 months. Claire's voice made noise. Her knowledge of Ryan and my plans, problems and fights was used against us. Richard exhaled. Taxi ride. Don't move her until I get there. He hung up. Ethan addressed me. He's going to try to fix this. Of course he is, Claire said coldly. He always does. We needed a seat in the hospital cafeteria, neither of us hungry. Evelyn's tragic death occurred outside room 418. I should have known, Claire said, stirring cold coffee. Last month Ryan and I disagreed on whether to tell her we were going to Portland. The next day she calls, crying about how no one tells her anything and how she is losing her family. Was she aware of your move? So I asked. We hadn't told anyone, not even Ethan. She looked at her brother. Ryan wanted confirmation of his job offer. I avoided jinxing it. Ethan stroked his cheek. What else did she know? Everything. Claire opened her phone and browsed her iCloud activity history. She even read my therapy journal. She checked my mails 312 times in 9 months. My photos. I leaned in. The timestamps were damning. Daily accesses occurred at 1:30 and 6:45 a.m. She was obsessed, I said. She was controlling, Claire said. Difference. An SMS from Richard alerted Ethan with 25 minutes left. We should return upstairs, I said. No going back, Claire said. Detective Harris received my statement. I signed paperwork. I'm finished. No, Claire. She stood. I am not watching Dad bail her out. I'm not listening to excuses. She abused my privacy for several months. She pretended to have a medical emergency. She impersonated me. She said. She destroyed any trust I had left. From the corner, tall, silent Ryan appeared with friendly eyes, arms around Claire. Let's go home. They left. The smell of overcooked veggies and antiseptics surrounded Ethan and me. I should go up, he said. Do you want me to come? He paused. No. I watched him walk to the elevators, shoulders depressed. The same man who was excited about nice appetizers 5 hours earlier before his mother ruined our Valentine's Day again. I called my best friend Mia, as usual, when things got crazy. How's your romantic lunch? She said. We're at County General. What? Evelyn was arrested. I told Mia about the fake text, iCloud intrusion, and 9 months of spying. I loved her silence. Are they charging her? Detective Harris seemed serious, and Claire is pressing charges for identity theft. She should. Richard is on his way from the airport to repair it. Of course he is, Mia groaned. How is Ethan taking it? He looks like someone ran over his childhood dog. Their mother, a narcissist, has been destroying their marriage for years. He should be relieved, I agreed. But it's still his mom. Yeah. You pause. Are you okay? Sitting in a hospital cafeteria on Valentine's Day, my mother-in-law is being booked. Do you want me to come? I've had better holidays. I can get there in 35 and thank you. I will call you later. Hanging up. I bought another coffee I didn't want and ignored our discarded appetizers. Ethan returned 35 minutes later, pale and red-eyed. He's here, he said. Is Richard with her lawyer? I called him from the taxi. Someone who handles white-collar crimes. He fixed his seat. Mom's crying, saying she was scared, that she's been having panic attacks about losing us. Loved ones? The lawyer says restitution and community service may reduce her charges to a misdemeanor. What about Claire's charges? Richard is going to talk to her and try to persuade her to drop them. That's not fair. I know. He saw me. I know it's not, but he's frightened she's going to jail. She should be terrified. She committed crimes. Multiple crimes, he said. Detective Harris was very clear about the plural. We sat. As the night shift began, people left the cafeteria. Bad ringtones were playing on a phone. I need to say something, Ethan explained carefully. I waited. I apologize for everything. Every Valentine's Day, I made excuses for her and told you to let it go. He grabbed my hand. You hoped your mother loved you? She loves me. That is what makes it so messed up. She loves me so much that she can't bear the thought of me loving someone else. Holding his hand. What would you like to do? No idea. Richard wants us to wait. He's arranging bail. I meant long-term. Your relationship with her. What would you change? Long silence. I thought borders were harsh. Truly loving someone means accepting their flaws and issues. I believe that boundaries are the only way to prevent love from becoming poisonous. Richard arrived at 9:47 p.m. in his travel clothes, fancy coat, and designer luggage, looking like a corporate executive who could solve any problem with money. He said, she's being released, without explanation. Bail paid. Lawyer thinks he can negotiate. What about Claire? So I asked. I'm handling it. She can file charges. I know. Richard's jaw stiffened. But this family shouldn't be torn apart over a misunderstanding. Is there misunderstanding? Ethan rose. It's true. Dad, she hacked Claire's phone for 9 months. That is a felony. Your mother's been struggling since you married. He glared at me. This has been hard on her. I snapped at, hard on her? I'm sorry our marriage has been so difficult. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? Ethan interrupted. Because it sounded like you're blaming us for her choices. Jet lag and fatigue made Richard wipe his eyes. I'm trying to keep this family together, something you two don't seem interested in. We're interested in having healthy relationships, I said. That's different. Healthy relationships require forgiveness. Forgiveness requires accountability first. Richard broke first. She wants to see you, both of you. No, he said. She's your wife who faked a heart attack to manipulate me. She made a mistake. Ethan repeated, she makes a mistake every year. And everyone looked. Every year she sabotages us, and every year you excuse it. I make no excuses. I'm burying a problem as usual. Richard blushed. Watch your tone. Or what? Will you hack my iCloud? Richard retreated. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. Don't. I meant it. Ethan grabbed his coat to leave. Tell Evelyn we'll talk when she admits her guilt. Actually, admit. Not this, I made a mistake. Support Claire's choice. We left without looking back, got in our car and sat in the garage. I told my dad off, Ethan said. You did? Doing that is new to me. Feels how? He considered, scary, but also right. I started the car. Let's go home on Valentine's Day. Barely. Takeout is available. Maple's Italian restaurant. Does it stay open late? Only one way to find out. It was miraculous that Marco's lights were on when we arrived, and the owner recognized us. Ah, the young couple. Where have you been? I saved you the good corner table. We got delayed, I said. Valentine's Day delay? That's bad. He clucked his tongue. Come. I'll make you something special. Fix this terrible day. He did, serving us wine, bruschetta, and fresh pasta with cream sauce without asking questions and keeping the mood light. What's funny? This is our first Valentine's dinner in 6 years, Ethan said, twirling the linguine. Valentine's night. Close enough. To boundaries, he said, raising his glass. To boundaries, I said. We clinked glasses, ate pasta, and pretended not to think about Evelyn in county jail, Richard's rage, and Claire's 9 months of privacy violations. Ethan's phone vibrated at midnight. Claire texted, "Thank you. Ryan said hello and loves you. She never says I love you in texts. Today was a lot. Do you think Marco has dessert?" Yeah. He put his phone away. Only one way to find out. 2 spoons of tiramisu. We ate it slowly to prolong the night and enjoy it because tomorrow would bring consequences, decisions, and difficult conversations. Ethan's and my phones lit up like Christmas trees the next morning with 21 missed calls, mostly from Richard, though Evelyn's and an unknown number made calls. Should we listen? Coffee in hand, I asked. Probably the unknown number is Detective Harris. Detective Harris of County General needs Mr. Morrison to call me about your mother's case. New information has surfaced. New info? Doomful. The speaker was called back by Ethan. The first ring was answered by Detective Harris. Mr. Morrison, thank you for calling back. What's up? We looked through your sister's phone records and found more than the iCloud breach. What else? Your mother was also accessing financial accounts through your sister's saved passwords, specifically a joint savings account your sister shares with her partner. My stomach sank. What? Ethan became white. Financial accounts? $27,400 was withdrawn over 7 months. Small quantities. $650 here, $950 there, always just below the threshold that would set off fraud alerts. Oh my God. Your sister filled out a police report this morning. We're adding wire fraud and grand larceny to the charges. Ethan sat down. Does my father know? He was there when your sister reported. Detective Harris paused. He offered restitution immediately. Your sister declined. Good. One more thing. Your mother's computer screenshots of your bank's login page with password reset options showed she intended to access your accounts. She was trying to hack our accounts too. It seems so. We'd like you two to come in and make statements. It was quiet driving to the police station. Whatever are you saying? Not only was your mother-in-law controlling. A thief, she stole from her own children. Claire and Ryan were there with a family financial crimes lawyer, not Richard's corporate attorney. Hey, she said, seeing us. Sorry, Claire, Ethan said. It is not your fault. You sounded off. I should have believed you. You trusted Mom, most would. Tired, she had red eyes. Richard's been calling all morning, offering money, begging me to drop it. Are you going? No. Her voice was firm. Ryan and I were saving for a home with nearly $34,000. She took a third and planned to keep taking until we had nothing. We'll pay you back, Ethan said. Whatever she took, that's not the point. He breathed. The point is, she chose to steal from us, from her own daughter, and I'm done protecting her from consequences. Detective Harris left. Mr. Morrison, we await you. We gave statements for 3.5 hours. Evelyn had access to the emergency funds we shared. No, we saw nothing suspicious. Yes, we would change all our passwords immediately. Yes, we knew this was a criminal case. After 2:30 p.m., we left without eating. Ryan suggested lunch, but no one was hungry. Now what? So I asked. Arraignment tomorrow, the lawyer said. Given the amount stolen and the premeditation, she'll likely face significant charges. Prison time? Ethan hissed. The lawyer softened. Possibly, though first-time offenders with means frequently receive plea deals. I know this is hard, but your sister did the right thing. Our coats blew in the February wind as we walked to our cars. Richard's going to lose it, Ethan said. Richard allowed this, Claire said. He stared at her brother. When she did something wrong, he'd smooth it over, pay people off, make excuses. I love Dad, but he created this situation as much as she did. What are you planning to do? She squeezed Ethan's hand. Ryan and I are moving to Portland, as planned. Perhaps sooner now. We require distance. This is not about you. You are not her. You did not do this. But I can't keep living in the same city with them, always waiting for the next boundary violation or manipulation. I get it. He embraced her. Call me later. Yeah. Claire and Ryan drove off. I stood with Ethan in the parking lot. Marco's again? I advised. Marco again? He agreed. Nighttime Richard arrived at our house. He didn't call or text. He rang the doorbell at 8:37 p.m. Door opened by Ethan. Let's talk, Dad. With deeper lines and haunted eyes, Richard looked older than yesterday. He sat on our couch like he'd never seen one. Claire won't answer my calls, he said. Can you blame her? I'm trying to fix this. You can't fix this, I said. Not with money, not with lawyers, not with anything. This is my wife and your mother. There are financial charges. That's serious. Prison time. She stole from her own daughter. Ethan asked, what did you expect? I expected family to stand together. We are standing together with Claire. He blushed. You're choosing your sister over your mother. I'm choosing the person who was victimized over the person who committed crimes. Yes, she's struggling. She needs help, not punishment. She needs consequences, I said. There's a difference. Simple for you to say. She's not your mother. Bitter words meant to hurt. No, I agree, she's not. My mother respects boundaries, privacy, and my adulthood and decision-making. Richard rose. I came here hoping we could figure this out as a family. We're not a family, Ethan whispered. This is not how you want us to be. We're a group of people who share the same DNA and have been pretending dysfunction is normal. That is not fair. The fairness is complete. Mom manipulates. You allow. Claire and I coped by being overly responsible and maintaining peace. That's unhealthy. That is not family. So what? You done? Just like that? We're done pretending, Ethan said. Richard grabbed his coat, walked to the door and stopped. She wants you both. She wants to explain. I'm sure she does. Would you at least consider it? Ethan regarded me. I shrugged. His choice. He said, maybe, finally. After the arraignment, after we see if she takes accountability, real accountability, not the performance she's so good at. Richard went. We heard him start and drive away. Marco's? Ethan asked. We can't keep eating Marco's every night. Why not? Is our Valentine's Day disaster tradition. I couldn't help laughing. Fine, Marco's. Carbonara is my order this time. Live dangerously. Our small city was quiet at night, and Marco's was nearly empty by midweek. The owner grinned when we approached. 2 nights. Ah, the young couple has returned. This is love. If only he knew. We met Claire and Ryan at the courthouse at 9:15 a.m. Richard was already there with Evelyn's lawyer and Evelyn, who looked small and fragile with flawless hair and makeup. Her face lit up when she saw us. Ethan. Oh, sweetie. Thank God you are here. She approached. He retreated. Don't, he said. Her smile shifted. Darling. I know you're upset. I am not upset. I am done. Done, she said, looking at Richard, the lawyer, and then back at Ethan. What do you mean by done, no longer playing this game? Game? No game. I am your mother. You are a woman who stole $27,400 from my sister, hacked her phone, and has been manipulating us for years. His quiet voice was more devastating than shouting. And I'm done, Evelyn cried. Are they real or staged? No longer discernible. How can you say that after all I've done for you? Besides sabotaging every relationship I've tried? I protected you from what? Happiness. Evelyn's arm was touched by the lawyer. Morrison, should we go inside? No, she said, turning to Claire. You turned your brother against me. You were always jealous. Don't. Tall, strong, and protective, Ryan intervened. Don't talk to her. Evelyn looked surprised, as if servants couldn't speak. Excuse me. You've heard me. Don't talk to Claire. Don't look at her. Do not contact her ever again. You can't tell me. I absolutely can. Ryan's soft, polite voice hid steel. You violated her privacy, stole her money, and now play the victim. It's disgusting. Richard moved forward. Now wait just a minute. No. Claire interrupted. Ryan's right. I'm done, Mother. Completely done. After today we're moving. You won't have our address, numbers, or anything. You can't. Watch me. The bailiff announced. State versus Morrison. All parties inside. Evelyn sat with Richard and her lawyer, while we sat with Claire and Ryan. The divide was clear. In her early 60s, the judge had silver hair and sharp eyes. She reviewed the charges with a look that said she'd seen this before, suburban family drama in her courtroom. Mrs. Morrison, you face identity theft, computer hacking, wire fraud, and grand larceny charges. What's your plea? Evelyn's attorney said, Not guilty, Your Honor. Noted. Bail is $60,000. Trial date to be determined. Miss Morrison looked at Claire. I know you're the main victim. Yes, Honor. A restraining order was requested. Yes. Granted, Claire Morrison and Ryan Hughes are not to contact Mrs. Evelyn Morrison. 0 calls, texts, emails, or third-party contacts. Violation warrants immediate arrest. Clear? Evelyn exclaimed, You can't. The gavel fell. I just did. Next case. Richard tried again outside the courthouse. This is insane. She's your mother, your family. Being family doesn't give her the right to commit crimes, Claire said. It was wrong. Claire said. Premeditated theft over 7 months. Ryan shielded Claire. Stop minimizing it. I'm not. Richard looked at his kids. Fine, want to leave her? Go ahead. Do not cry to me when you realize your mistake. We won't, Ethan said. Richard left. Evelyn ran after him. We watched two people who would rather hide dysfunction than face it leave. Marcos? I said. Marcos. All agreed. We discussed Claire and Ryan's move, our new passwords, boundaries, and life without Evelyn over carbonara and wine. When are you leaving? So I asked. Ryan said, 2 weeks, I already gave notice at work. Claire is getting a remote job. That fast? We've been planning this for months, Claire said. The Portland job offer arrived in December. We were awaiting the right moment. Does Richard know? He does now. Mom found out from my texts and started the guilt campaign immediately. How bad? Bad. Claire swirled her wine, crying about being abandoned, threatening to cut me off and calling me ungrateful. Used to feel guilty. I feel relieved now. Ethan raised his glass. To Portland. To Portland, we repeated. Marco brought tiramisu and cannoli. For both young couples. Good stuff. This is family. He had no idea he was right. August 19th was the trial date, 7 months away. Evelyn's lawyer sought a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation, no jail time. Claire turned down all offers. She needs to face actual consequences, she told her lawyer. Not rich people effects. Local, then regional, media reported it. Rich mother accused of hacking daughter's accounts. Money, family drama, and Valentine's Day fueled the story. Richard failed to stop coverage. Her lawyer advised Evelyn to remain silent. Instead, she cried in an interview about how her children had abandoned her and how she only wanted to be close to them. Interviewer inquired about stolen money. That's a misunderstanding, Evelyn cried. Emergency assistance was available. I never thought. Her lawyer pulled her out of the studio, ending the interview. Ethan called me laughing after watching it at work. She exacerbated it. How? There's video evidence of her claiming she authorized access. Claire's lawyer rejoiced. Your mother is her own worst enemy. Always has been. We helped Claire and Ryan pack, loaded the U-Haul, and said goodbye in our driveway in early March. Claire hugged me and said, Promise you'll visit. Promise. And watch Ethan. He acts tough, but I know. She looked at her brother. Are you okay? Getting there. Therapy began last week. Good. She kissed his cheek. Call me. Real calls, not texts. I will. Ryan started the truck, waved and drove off. U-Haul vanished around the corner while we stood there. Feel weird? So I asked. Ethan wrapped his arm around me. But also lighter. Lighter's good. Marco's. We must find other restaurants. Marco knows us now. Fine. Marco's. Spring arrived. Trial prep continued. Ethan and I gave depositions, explaining the behavior pattern, Valentine's Day sabotages and growing need for control. Evelyn's lawyer tried to portray us as vindictive children who had betrayed their mother. It failed. Too much evidence, violations and years of documentation. Richard stopped calling and texting. We had crossed an invisible line and could not return. Ethan lamented. Didn't push. I held space, brought him tea, let him talk, and stayed quiet when he didn't. I miss the dad I thought I had, he said one night. I know, not the original, the one you wanted. I mourn the fantasy. Yes. He wiped his eyes. Marco's? 2 a.m. Fine. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Marco. The trial began August 19th. Unseasonably hot. Courthouse was packed. Family drama always drew crowds. Claire flew from Portland. She looked tired but determined after losing weight. Ready? I asked. No, but I'm doing it anyway. Evelyn's lawyer used sympathy. Poor mother, abandoned by ungrateful children, mental health issues, just wanted to be close to her family. Made mistakes, but who doesn't? Claire's lawyer presented bank statements, iCloud access logs, text messages from a compromised account, a timeline of escalating behavior, expert testimony about narcissistic personality disorder, and financial abuse. Ethan testified about the Valentine's Day pattern, the 6 years of manufactured emergencies, and how exposure revealed manipulation wasn't love. I testified about the aftermath, emotional toll, therapy, and rebuilding. Ryan testified about stolen money, delayed home ownership dreams, and trust violations. Claire testified last, calm, measured, devastating. She didn't cry or yell, she just stated facts, dates, amounts, screenshots. The courtroom was silent after she finished. 4.5 hours of deliberation in a conference room, stale coffee and little talking. What was there to say? The bailiff entered. Jury's back. We entered, sat down, watched Evelyn, Richard, the lawyer, and the jury, tried to read faces, and gave up. Has the jury decided? Your Honor, we have. Addressing identity theft? How? Guilty. Unauthorized computer access charge? Guilty. On wire fraud charges? Guilty. For grand larceny? Guilty. Evelyn gasped or sobbed. Richard grabbed her hand. The lawyer slouched. On September 22nd, sentencing will occur. Court adjourns. In August heat we stood outside. Claire shook. Ryan held her. Ethan held me. We embraced. We did it, Claire whispered. You did it, Ethan said. We couldn't have done it without you. Richard walked by silently. Evelyn too. Her perfect composure broke, mascara running, face blotchy, mask gone. A small part of me felt sorry for her, remembering she was human, had made me birthday cakes and bought Christmas presents and probably loved us in her broken way. I mostly felt relief. It ended. All done. Sentencing day was a cool September morning with fall temperatures. She was the judge. Silver hair, sharp eyes. Mrs. Morrison, you've been found guilty on all counts. Before I pass sentence, do you have anything to say? Evelyn stood. Once Richard wasn't with her. He stayed home. Claire said they split. She didn't know or want details. Yes, Your Honor. Evelyn spoke steadily. No more tears. No show. I apologize. Not for being caught. Because I hurt my children. Both of them, for years. She looked at Claire, then Ethan. I told myself I was guarding you, keeping you close, and preventing abuse. I exploited your trust, love, and patience. She inhaled. My court-ordered therapist helped me see the pattern, narcissism, control, and inability to see you as separate people with your own lives. She regarded the judge. Not expecting forgiveness. I deserve less. I wanted you to hear me say it aloud with witnesses. I was completely wrong. And I apologize. No one spoke in court. None of us knew Evelyn like this. Accountability, not manipulation or deflection. Finally, the judge nodded. Thanks, Mrs. Morrison. You receive 30 months in minimum security and 4 years of supervised probation from this court. You will repay the victims in full plus 12% interest. Therapy will last your sentence and probation. Probation violations carry maximum sentences. Do you comprehend? Yes, Honor. Take Mrs. Morrison into custody, bailiff. We saw a bailiff, a door, and a life changed as they led her away without handcuffs. Outside, Claire cried relief. "It's really over," she said. "It's really over," Ryan said. 30 months, Ethan whispered. "She'll probably be out in 20 months with good behavior." "Probably." Claire wiped her eyes. "But I don't have to see her. The restraining order stays through probation." "What about Dad?" "Texted this morning. Says he understands our actions. Promises to respect boundaries." "Do you trust him?" She thought, maybe people can change. Look at Mom. That apology seemed real. "Seemed," I stressed. "Yeah, seemed." She looked at us. "Ryan and I are pregnant." Silence. "What?" Ethan spoke first. 14 weeks. We wanted to let people know after the trial." "Claire." He hugged and lifted her. "It's amazing." "Put me down. I'm just celebrating." He lowered her. "Does Richard know?" "Not yet. We're telling him next week. If he wants to be in the baby's life, he must commit to therapy, not just one session to check a box." "Good boundary." "Learning from the best," she smiled. "You'll be an uncle." "I'm going to be an uncle," Ethan repeated, testing and liking the words. Drive home, processed. Felt all the feelings. Pulled into our driveway after 4:15 p.m. "Marco's?" Ethan asked. "I'm thinking that Thai place on Sterling, change of pace." Marco always chooses sacrifice after major life events. "Marco's closes Mondays." "Oh." He checked his phone. "Right. Thai then." We ordered pad Thai and green curry, ate on the couch and watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the trial or Evelyn, we just lived in our house, marriage and life we had fought so hard to protect. Ethan's phone buzzed at 11 p.m. with an SMS from Richard. "Your mother asked me to tell you she meant the apology. She knows she has work to do. Hope you can talk someday. No pressure." Ethan showed me. "What will you say?" "Nothing." He put his phone down. "Perhaps in a year, 5 years, or never, but not today." Fair. That night we slept better than in months. Peace without waiting or vigilance. Life continued. Ethan moved up at work. I took night classes. We considered buying a house, having kids in a few years, and visiting Claire and Ryan in Portland. Evelyn wrote prison letters. Sometimes Ethan reads them. Put them in a box. Not ready to respond. He might never be. That was fine too. Richard began therapy. He sent monthly updates. He did not push for reconciliation. He just kept working and trying. That was something. Valentine's Day came around again in year 7. "What would you like to do?" I asked in January. "Dinner? Real dinner. No drama." "Are you sure?" "Positive. Marco's has a back room. I reserved it. Very fancy." We've earned fancy. February 13th has arrived. No phone calls, no emergencies, and no phony heart attacks. We got ready and drove to Marco's. The owner greeted us like royalty. "Ah, the young couple. Your special night. Come, come." He led us into the back room. Candles, flowers, soft music. The works. "This is beautiful," I said. Ethan took my hand and said, "You deserve beautiful. After everything, you deserve beautiful." We ate, drank wine, and talked about nothing and everything, about our lives, our futures, and the boundaries that allowed love to exist rather than poison it. Ethan's phone remained silent while face up on the table. No calls, texts, or manufactured crises. "We did it," he announced around 10 p.m. "We actually did it." "What did you do?" "We made it through Valentine's Day together, happy. No drama." "Was there any doubt?" "Every year for 6 years, yes." I raised my glass. "To year 7, and 8, and 40. To us," he corrected. "And the family we're choosing to build." "To us," I repeated. We clinked our glasses, the sound clear, bright, and full of promise. Outside, the February wind howled. Inside we were warm, safe and free. Marco brought dessert for the young couple who consistently returns and finds their way. He had no idea how correct he was in coming back, finding our way, and constructing something real from the ruins of something broken. We ate dessert slowly and made the most of the night because that was what we had fought for. Not perfection, not a drama-free existence, but the right to live our lives on our own terms, within our own boundaries, and with our own love. Ethan's phone vibrated once. Claire sent a text, Happy Valentine's Day. The baby kicks for the first time. I felt like saying hello to Uncle Ethan. He showed me. We both teared up. Text her back, I replied. He did. Hello baby Morrison Hughes. Uncle Ethan cannot wait to meet you. 3 dots appeared. Aunt 2, and I'm making you babysit. Deal, he typed. He put his phone away and grabbed my hand. Are you ready to go home? Ready. We paid Marco and walked to our car on a cold February night. We got in, started the engine, and sat for a minute. You know what is wild? Ethan said. What? 6 years ago, I believed that loyalty meant accepting everything. Never say no. Never set limits. Just enduring. And now? And now I understand that loyalty entails protecting what matters, even when it is difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Holding his hand. Took us a while to learn. Better late than never. We drove home down streets we'd driven 100 times before, past landmarks, memories, 6 years of manufactured emergencies and stolen Valentine's days, and into something new, better, and ours. When we pulled into our driveway, every light was turned off. There are no emergencies or drama, just home. This is nice, Ethan commented. Boring, but nice. Boring's underrated. Boring's perfect. We went inside, changed, brushed our teeth, and settled into bed. His phone remained on the nightstand, silent, dark, and blessedly quiet. Love you, he said. I love you too. Even without the drama, particularly without the drama. He laughed, pulled me close, and we fell asleep tangled together, safe, sound, and free. Evelyn was finally released 20 months later. By then, Ethan and I had moved to a new house, neighborhood, and started over. She did not have our address. Richard did. He made the first call. Could I give her your number? She's asking. Not yet, Ethan replied. She is different. Very different. Good. Let her try it for a while first. 7 more months have passed. Claire had a baby girl named Grace. Ethan flew to Portland, met his niece, and returned glowing. Claire looks happy, he said. Very happy. Ryan's a natural father. Did she ask about Evelyn? No. I believe she has let go of everything, including her anger and hurt. Did you? He thought about it. Getting there. Another 7 months passed, marking 2 years since the sentencing. Evelyn sent a letter through her therapist rather than Richard with proper channels and permission. I understand you aren't ready to talk. That is okay. I wanted you to know that I'm working on myself, understanding what I did, and creating a life that isn't focused on controlling yours. My therapist says that healing is not a linear process. Some days I am furious with myself. Some days I just feel sad. But I am working. And if you're ever ready, I'll be here. Not pushing. Just arrived. Mom. Ethan read it 3 times before putting it in the box with the others. He did not respond. Not yet. Do you think you'll ever talk to her? So I asked. Maybe. Probably. Someday, he said, looking at me. But not because I have to. Because I chose to. That's a good reason. The only reason. 4 years after his sentence, on a random Tuesday in October, Ethan called his mother. He didn't tell me he was doing this. He just picked up the phone during his lunch break and dialed. The conversation lasted for 9 minutes. When he arrived home that night, he was quiet, processing. How did it go? I finally asked. Weird. Good. Weird. She did not push, nor did she feel guilty. Just asked how I was. She told me about her job at a bookstore and her ongoing therapy. I didn't mention Richard or Claire unless I brought them up. Which you didn't. Which I didn't. How are you feeling? Uncertain, but fine. Maybe this is what progress looks like. Slow, careful, and boundaried. Are you going to call again? Perhaps in a few months. We'll see. And that was it. There will be no grand reunions or tearful forgiveness scenes, just a small step towards something that may or may not resemble a relationship in the future. Regardless, it was fine. Claire and Ryan welcomed their second child, a boy named Miles, in the 7th year after their sentencing. Ethan was present for the birth. He hugged his nephew, cried, and called me at 3 a.m., unable to contain his happiness. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Send pictures. Sending now. Richard was also there, at the hospital, maintaining boundaries, respecting space, and making grandpa noises without overstepping. Progress is slow but real. Evelyn was not invited. She did not ask to be. She sent a card and a savings bond via Richard. With love, Grandma. Claire looked at it for a long time before putting it in a drawer. Maybe someday I will tell him about her. Not today. Not today. Fair enough? Valentine's Day came and went in year 11. We were at Marco's as always. The owner was older now with gray hair, slower movements and the same smile. Ah, the young couple. Not so young anymore. Thanks, Marco, I replied, dryly but still in love. This is good. This is what matters. We sat in our usual spot and ordered our usual meals. Ethan's phone sat face up and silent, as it always did. 11 years, he answered. 11 Valentine's Days, 7 good ones, better than 4 terrible ones. He raised his glass. To Marco, and boundaries, and boring evenings. To boring evenings, I repeated. We ate, talked, and then went home. No drama, no emergencies, and no last-minute disasters. All we needed was each other to create the life we desired, fought for, and deserved. 16 years later, Ethan and I were packing the car for our annual trip to Portland to see Claire, Ryan, and their children. Grace was 8 years old now. Miles was 6. Both perfect and wild. My telephone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't respond. Hello. Hi. This is Evelyn, your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I am not sure what. Evelyn. Hi. Pause. I got your number from Richard. I know I shouldn't call without permission, but I wanted. She cleared her throat. To ask you something, and I'll respect whatever response you give. Okay. Grace's birthday is next month. Claire sent me an invitation through Richard saying I could come if I wanted, if I was up to it. Her voice was different, older and softer. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with that. You and Ethan. I will not come if it makes things difficult. I looked at Ethan as he loaded suitcases. Let me call you back. Give me 1 hour. Of course. Thank you for considering it. Hanging up, I told Ethan. He sat down on the porch stairs. Claire invited her, apparently without informing us. Most likely she wanted to wait until we arrived. What do you think? I don't think it's my call. It is yours and Claire's. He remained quiet for a long time. Call her back. Tell her yes. However, there are certain ground rules. No gifts over $20. No unsupervised time with the children. There will be no discussion of the past unless specifically invited. One wrong move and she's gone. Are you sure? No. But life is too short to hold grudges indefinitely. That does not mean I trust her. This does not imply that we are reunited as family. Just means I'm curious to see if she's actually changed. I called Evelyn back and explained the rules. She quickly agreed, thanked me, and hung up before I could say anything else. That was weird, I told Ethan. Everything about our family is weird. Fair point. Grace's birthday party was chaotic with 8-year-old Sugar and a bounce house. Claire appeared tired but happy. Ryan was using the grill. Richard was playing with Miles. Everything is normal. Evelyn arrived with shorter hair and simpler clothes, carrying a small wrapped box. She stood in the driveway, as if she wasn't sure she was allowed to enter. Claire noticed her and approached. They spoke quietly. Claire hugged her briefly and carefully. Evelyn cried. Silent tears. Not performed. Real. She stayed exactly 2 hours. She spoke with Grace briefly. I handed her the present, a book priced at $15 based on the price sticker she had left on, most likely on purpose to demonstrate that she had followed the rules. She spoke to Ethan for 10 minutes, me for 5, and Richard for 20. She left Claire before the cake was served. How was that? Ryan asked, wrapping his arm around his wife. Surreal but fine. She obeyed. Will she attend Miles's party? We'll see. Take one step at a time. Claire and I talked on the porch that night after the kids went to bed and the adults had wine. I never thought I'd invite her, she said. A year ago, I would have said no way. Definitely not. What changed? Grace asked about her. The whole family is in an old photo. Claire sipped her wine when asked why Grandma Evelyn was missing from recent photos. I tried to explain in kid-friendly terms, but Grace kept asking and wanting to know, and I realized I was making her pay for Evelyn's crimes. Not seeing her grandmother because of events that occurred before she was born. That's generous. It's exhausting, she said. But it's the right level of exhaustion. The kind that comes from trying and giving people, including those who have hurt you, a chance to do better. Do you think she has? I think she's trying. That's all you can ask for. In quiet, we listened to Portland, city, and everyday sounds. Ethan told me something yesterday, I say. He said grudges are heavy and he's tired of carrying them. Smart man, your husband. He has his moments. Ryan and I are thinking about having a third. Really? Really? We think we can handle 3 kids if we can handle blended family drama. That logic seems flawed. Probably. We're doing it though. Claire and I laughed as we sat there, 2 women who had overcome family dysfunction to create something better. Not perfect, but better. That was enough. Final scene. 16 years after the first Valentine's Day disaster, Ethan and I were at Marco's. Where else could we be? Marco retired, but he still stopped by for Valentine's Day. Tradition. Ah, the young couple. Now old like me. He laughed at his joke. Still making that joke, I said. Winked. Still funny. Your table is ready. The corner, as usual. We ordered with Ethan's phone face up and silent on the table for years. No calls, texts or emergencies. Just us. 16 years of Valentine's dinners, choosing each other, and limits that made love possible. Remember year 2? Ethan asked. The mechanic shop. It's hard to forget. I was so upset with you for being suspicious. And I was right. You were. My hand was taken. Thank you. For what? For not leaving when it would have been easier. When most people would have. You're worth it. We're worth it, he said. We built this. Marco's son brought fresh bruschetta, which his father made. Ethan raised the glass. To boundaries and boring Valentine's days. It was 2 boring Valentine's days, agree. May we have 40 more? 40 more, he said. All was well as we clinked glasses, ate, chatted, laughed and planned for tomorrow, next week, and next year. Ethan's phone was silent. We build our lives one boring, beautiful Valentine's Day at a time. That was enough. Everything. The lawyer said. Given the amount stolen and the lawyers, not with anything. This is my wife and your mother. There are financial charges. That's serious. Prison time. She stole from her own daughter. Ethan asked. What did you expect? I expected family to stand together. We are standing together with Claire. He blushed. You're choosing your sister over your mother. I'm choosing the person who was victimized over the person who committed crimes. Yes, she's struggling. She needs help, not punishment. She needs consequences, I said. There's a difference. Simple for you to say. She's not your mother. Bitter words meant to hurt. No, I agree. She's not. My mother respects boundaries, privacy, and my adulthood and decision-making. Richard rose. I came here hoping we could figure this out as a family. We're not a family, Ethan whispered. This is not how you want us to be. We're a group of people who share the same DNA and have been pretending dysfunction is normal. That is not fair. The fairness is complete. Mum manipulates, you allow. Claire and I coped by being overly responsible and maintaining peace. That's unhealthy. That is not family. So what? You done? Just like that? We're done pretending, Ethan said. Richard grabbed his coat, walked to the door and stopped. She wants you both. She wants to explain. I'm sure she does. Would you at least consider it? Ethan regarded me. I shrugged. His choice. He said, maybe, finally. After the arraignment, after we see if she takes accountability, real accountability, not the performance she's so good at. Richard went. We heard him start and drive away. Marco's? Ethan asked. We can't keep eating Marco's every night. Why not? Is our Valentine's Day disaster tradition? I couldn't help laughing. Fine. Marco's. Carbonara is my order this time. Live dangerously. Our small city was quiet at night and Marco's was nearly empty by midweek. The owner grinned when we approached. 2 nights. Ah, the young couple has returned. This is love. If only he knew. We met Claire and Ryan at the courthouse at 9:15 a.m. Richard was already there with Evelyn's lawyer and Evelyn, who looked small and fragile with flawless hair and makeup. Her face lit up when she saw us. Ethan. Oh, sweetie. Thank God you are here. She approached. He retreated. Don't. he said. Her smile shifted. Darling, I know you're upset. I am not upset, I am done. Done, she said, looking at Richard the lawyer, and then back at Ethan. What do you mean by done? No longer playing this game. Game? No game. I am your mother. You are a woman who stole $27,400 from my sister, hacked her phone and has been manipulating us for years. His quiet voice was more devastating than shouting. And I'm done, Evelyn cried. Are they real or staged? No longer discernible. How can you say that after all I've done for you? Besides sabotaging every relationship I've tried. I protected you from what? Happiness. Evelyn's arm was touched by the lawyer. Morrison, should we go inside? No, she said, turning to Claire. You turned your brother against me. You were always jealous. Don't. Tall, strong and protective Ryan intervened. Don't talk to her. Evelyn looked surprised as if servants couldn't speak. Excuse me. You've heard me. Don't talk to Claire, don't look at her. Do not contact her ever again. You can't tell me. I absolutely can. Ryan's soft, polite voice hid steel. You violated her privacy, stole her money, and now play the victim. It's disgusting. Richard moved forward. Now wait just a minute. No. Claire interrupted. Ryan's right. I'm done, Mother. Completely done. After today we're moving. You won't have our address, numbers, or anything. You can't. Watch me. The bailiff announced, State versus Morrison. All parties inside. Evelyn sat with Richard and her lawyer, while we sat with Claire and Ryan. The divide was clear. In her early 60s, the judge had silver hair and sharp eyes. She reviewed the charges with a look that said she'd seen this before. Suburban family drama in her courtroom. Mrs. Morrison, you face identity theft, computer hacking, wire fraud, and grand larceny charges. What's your plea? Evelyn's attorney said, Not guilty, Your Honor. Noted. Bail is $60,000. Trial date to be determined. Miss Morrison looked at Claire. I know you're the main victim. Yes, Honor. A restraining order was requested. Yes. Granted. Claire Morrison and Ryan Hughes are not to contact Mrs. Evelyn Morrison. 0 calls, texts, emails, or third-party contacts. Violation warrants immediate arrest. Clear? Evelyn exclaimed. You can't. The gavel fell. I just did. Next case. Richard tried again outside the courthouse. This is insane. She's your mother, your family. Being family doesn't give her the right to commit crimes, Claire said. It was wrong. Claire said. Premeditated theft over 7 months. Ryan shielded Claire. Stop minimizing it. I'm not. Richard looked at his kids. Fine. Want to leave her? Go ahead. Do not cry to me when you realize your mistake. We won't, Ethan said. Richard left. Evelyn ran after him. We watched two people who would rather hide dysfunction than face it leave. Marcos? I said. Marcos. All agreed. We discussed Claire and Ryan's move, our new passwords, boundaries, and life without Evelyn over carbonara and wine. When are you leaving? So I asked. Ryan said, 2 weeks. I already gave notice at work. Claire is getting a remote job. That fast? We've been planning this for months, Claire said. The Portland job offer arrived in December. We were awaiting the right moment. Does Richard know? He does now. Mom found out from my texts and started the guilt campaign immediately. How bad? Bad. Claire swirled her wine, crying about being abandoned, threatening to cut me off, and calling me ungrateful. Used to feel guilty. I feel relieved now. Ethan raised his glass. To Portland. To Portland, we repeated. Marco brought tiramisu and cannoli. For both young couples. Good stuff. This is family. He had no idea he was right. August 19th was the trial date, 7 months away. Evelyn's lawyer sought a plea deal, community service, restitution, probation, no jail time. Claire turned down all offers. She needs to face actual consequences, she told her lawyer. Not rich people effects. Local, then regional media reported it. Rich mother accused of hacking daughter's accounts. Money, family drama, and Valentine's Day fueled the story. Richard failed to stop coverage. Her lawyer advised Evelyn to remain silent. Instead, she cried in an interview about how her children had abandoned her and how she only wanted to be close to them. Interviewer inquired about stolen money. That's a misunderstanding, Evelyn cried. Emergency assistance was available. I never thought. Her lawyer pulled her out of the studio, ending the interview. Ethan called me laughing after watching it at work. She exacerbated it. How? There's video evidence of her claiming she authorized access. Claire's lawyer rejoiced. Your mother is her own worst enemy, always has been. We helped Claire and Ryan pack, loaded the U-Haul, and said goodbye in our driveway in early March. Claire hugged me and said, "Promise you'll visit." Promise. And watch Ethan. He acts tough. But I know. She looked at her brother. Are you okay? Getting there. Therapy began last week. Good. She kissed his cheek. Call me. Real calls, not texts. I will. Ryan started the truck, waved and drove off. U-Haul vanished around the corner while we stood there. Feel weird? So I asked. Ethan wrapped his arm around me. But also lighter. Lighter's good. Marco's. We must find other restaurants. Marco knows us now. Fine, Marco's. Spring arrived. Trial prep continued. Ethan and I gave depositions, explaining the behavior pattern, Valentine's Day sabotages, and growing need for control. Evelyn's lawyer tried to portray us as vindictive children who had betrayed their mother. It failed. Too much evidence, violations, and years of documentation. Richard stopped calling and texting. We had crossed an invisible line and could not return. Ethan lamented. Didn't push. I held space, brought him tea, let him talk, and stayed quiet when he didn't. I miss the dad I thought I had, he said one night. I know. Not the original. The one you wanted. I mourn the fantasy. Yes. He wiped his eyes. Marco's. 2 a.m. Fine. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's Marco. The trial began August 19th. Unseasonably hot. Courthouse was packed. Family drama always drew crowds. Claire flew from Portland. She looked tired but determined after losing weight. Ready? I asked. No, but I'm doing it anyway. Evelyn's lawyer used sympathy. Poor mother, abandoned by ungrateful children, mental health issues, just wanted to be close to her family. Made mistakes, but who doesn't? Claire's lawyer presented bank statements, iCloud access logs, text messages from a compromised account, a timeline of escalating behavior, expert testimony about narcissistic personality disorder and financial abuse. Ethan testified about the Valentine's Day pattern, the 6 years of manufactured emergencies, and how exposure revealed manipulation wasn't love. I testified about the aftermath, emotional toll, therapy, and rebuilding. Ryan testified about stolen money, delayed home ownership dreams and trust violations. Claire testified last, calm, measured, devastating. She didn't cry or yell. She just stated facts, dates, amounts, screenshots. The courtroom was silent after she finished. 4.5 hours of deliberation in a conference room, stale coffee and little talking. What was there to say? The bailiff entered. Jury's back. We entered, sat down, watched Evelyn, Richard, the lawyer and the jury, tried to read faces, and gave up. Has the jury decided? Your Honor, we have. Addressing identity theft, how? Guilty. Unauthorized computer access charge? Guilty. On wire fraud charges? Guilty. For grand larceny? Guilty. Evelyn gasped or sobbed. Richard grabbed her hand. The lawyer slouched. On September 22nd, sentencing will occur. Court adjourns. In August heat, we stood outside. Claire shook. Ryan held her. Ethan held me. We embraced. We did it, Claire whispered. You did it, Ethan said. We couldn't have done it without you. Richard walked by silently. Evelyn too. Her perfect composure broke, mascara running, face blotchy, mask gone. A small part of me felt sorry for her, remembering she was human, had made me birthday cakes and bought Christmas presents, and probably loved us in her broken way. I mostly felt relief. It ended. All done. Sentencing day was a cool September morning with fall temperatures. She was the judge. Silver hair, sharp eyes. Mrs. Morrison, you've been found guilty on all counts. Before I pass sentence, do you have anything to say? Evelyn stood. Once Richard wasn't with her, he stayed home. Claire said they split. She didn't know or want details. Yes, Your Honor. Evelyn spoke steadily. No more tears. No show. I apologize. Not for being caught. Because I hurt my children, both of them, for years. She looked at Claire, Then Ethan. I told myself I was guarding you, keeping you close, and preventing abuse. I exploited your trust, love, and patience. She inhaled. My court-ordered therapist helped me see the pattern: narcissism, control, and inability to see you as separate people with your own lives. She regarded the judge. Not expecting forgiveness. I deserve less. I wanted you to hear me say it aloud with witnesses. I was completely wrong, and I apologize. No one spoke in court. None of us knew Evelyn like this. Accountability. Not manipulation or deflection. Finally, the judge nodded. Thanks, Mrs. Morrison. You receive 30 months in minimum security and 4 years of supervised probation from this court. You will repay the victims in full plus 12% interest. Therapy will last your sentence and probation. Probation violations carry maximum sentences. Do you comprehend? Yes, Honor. Take Mrs. Morrison into custody, bailiff. We saw a bailiff, a door, and a life changed as they led her away without handcuffs. Outside, Claire cried relief. It's really over, she said. It's really over, Ryan said. 30 months, Ethan whispered. She'll probably be out in 20 months with good behavior. Probably. Claire wiped her eyes. But I don't have to see her. The restraining order stays through probation. What about Dad? Texted this morning, says he understands our actions, promises to respect boundaries. Do you trust him? She thought. Maybe people can change. Look at Mom. That apology seemed real. Seemed, I stressed. Yeah, seemed. She looked at us. Ryan and I are pregnant. Silence. What? Ethan spoke first. 14 weeks. We wanted to let people know after the trial. Claire. He hugged and lifted her. It's amazing. Put me down. I'm just celebrating. He lowered her. Does Richard know? Not yet. We're telling him next week. If he wants to be in the baby's life, he must commit to therapy, not just one session to check a box. Good boundary. Learning from the best, she smiled. You'll be an uncle. I'm going to be an uncle, Ethan repeated, testing and liking the words. Drive home, processed. Felt all the feelings. Pulled into our driveway after 4:15 p.m. Marcos, Ethan asked. I'm thinking that Thai place on Sterling. Change of pace. Marco always chooses sacrifice after major life events. Marcos closes Mondays. Oh. He checked his phone. Right. Thai then. We ordered pad Thai and green curry, ate on the couch and watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the trial or Evelyn. We just lived in our house, marriage and life we had fought so hard to protect. Ethan's phone buzzed at 11 p.m. with an SMS from Richard. Your mother asked me to tell you she meant the apology. She knows she has work to do. Hope you can talk someday. No pressure. Ethan showed me. What will you say? Nothing. He put his phone down. Perhaps in a year, 5 years, or never. But not today. Fair. That night we slept better than in months. Peace without waiting or vigilance. Life continued. Ethan moved up at work. I took night classes. We considered buying a house, having kids in a few years, and visiting Claire and Ryan in Portland. Evelyn wrote prison letters. Sometimes Ethan reads them. Put them in a box. Not ready to respond. He might never be. That was fine too. Richard began therapy. He sent monthly updates. He did not push for reconciliation. He just kept working and trying. That was something. Valentine's Day came around again in year 7. What would you like to do? I asked in January. Dinner. Real dinner. No drama. Are you sure? Positive. Marcos has a back room. I reserved it. Very fancy. We've earned fancy. February 13th has arrived. No phone calls, no emergencies and no phony heart attacks. We got ready and drove to Marcos. The owner greeted us like royalty. Ah, the young couple. Your special night. Come, come. He led us into the back room. Candles, flowers, soft music. The works. This is beautiful, I said. Ethan took my hand and said, you deserve beautiful. After everything, you deserve beautiful. We ate, drank wine and talked about nothing and everything, about our lives, our futures, and the boundaries that allowed love to exist rather than poison it. Ethan's phone remained silent while face up on the table. No calls, texts, or manufactured crises. We did it. he announced around 10 p.m. We actually did it. What did you do? We made it through Valentine's Day together. Happy. No drama. Was there any doubt? Every year for 6 years, yes. I raised my glass. To year 7, and 8, and 40. To us, he corrected. And the family we're choosing to build. To us, I repeated. We clinked our glasses, the sound clear, bright, and full of promise. Outside, the February wind howled. Inside, we were warm, safe, and free. Marco brought dessert for the young couple who consistently returns and finds their way. He had no idea how correct he was in coming back, finding our way, and constructing something real from the ruins of something broken. We ate dessert slowly and made the most of the night because that was what we had fought for. Not perfection, not a drama-free existence, but the right to live our lives on our own terms, within our own boundaries, and with our own love. Ethan's phone vibrated once. Claire sent a text. Happy Valentine's Day. The baby kicks for the first time. I felt like saying hello to Uncle Ethan. He showed me. We both teared up. Text her back, I replied. He did. Hello baby Morrison Hughes. Uncle Ethan cannot wait to meet you. 3 dots appeared. Aunt 2, and I'm making you babysit. Deal, he typed. He put his phone away and grabbed my hand. Are you ready to go home? Ready. We paid Marco and walked to our car on a cold February night. We got in, started the engine, and sat for a minute. You know what is wild? Ethan said. What? 6 years ago I believed that loyalty meant accepting everything. Never say no, never set limits. Just enduring. And now? And now I understand that loyalty entails protecting what matters, even when it is difficult. Especially when it's difficult. Holding his hand. Took us a while to learn. Better late than never. We drove home down streets we'd driven 100 times before, past landmarks, memories, 6 years of manufactured emergencies and stolen Valentine's Days, and into something new, better, and ours. When we pulled into our driveway, every light was turned off. There are no emergencies or drama, just home. This is nice, Ethan commented. Boring, but nice. Boring's underrated. Boring's perfect. We went inside, changed, brushed our teeth and settled into bed. His phone remained on the nightstand, silent, dark and blessedly quiet. Love you, he said. I love you too. Even without the drama. Particularly without the drama. He laughed, pulled me close and we fell asleep tangled together, safe, sound, and free. Evelyn was finally released 20 months later. By then, Ethan and I had moved to a new house, neighborhood, and started over. She did not have our address. Richard did. He made the first call. Could I give her your number? She's asking. Not yet, Ethan replied. She is different. Very different. Good. Let her try it for a while first. 7 more months have passed. Claire had a baby girl named Grace. Ethan flew to Portland, met his niece and returned glowing. Claire looks happy, he said. Very happy. Ryan's a natural father. Did she ask about Evelyn? No. I believe she has let go of everything, including her anger and hurt. Did you? He thought about it. Getting there. Another 7 months passed, marking 2 years since the sentencing. Evelyn sent a letter through her therapist rather than Richard with proper channels and permission. I understand you aren't ready to talk. That is okay. I wanted you to know that I'm working on myself, understanding what I did, and creating a life that isn't focused on controlling yours. My therapist says that healing is not a linear process. Some days I am furious with myself. Some days I just feel sad. But I am working. And if you're ever ready, I'll be here. Not pushing. Just arrived. Mom. Ethan read it 3 times before putting it in the box with the others. He did not respond. Not yet. Do you think you'll ever talk to her? So I asked. Maybe. Probably. Someday, he said looking at me. But not because I have to. Because I chose to. That's a good reason. The only reason. 4 years after his sentence, on a random Tuesday in October, Ethan called his mother. He didn't tell me he was doing this. He just picked up the phone during his lunch break and dialed. The conversation lasted for 9 minutes. When he arrived home that night, he was quiet, processing. How did it go? I finally asked. Weird. Good. Weird. She did not push, nor did she feel guilty. Just asked how I was. She told me about her job at a bookstore and her ongoing therapy. I didn't mention Richard or Claire unless I brought them up. Which you didn't. Which I didn't. How are you feeling? Uncertain, but fine. Maybe this is what progress looks like. Slow, careful, and boundaried. Are you going to call again? Perhaps in a few months. We'll see. And that was it. There will be no grand reunions or tearful forgiveness scenes, just a small step toward something that may or may not resemble a relationship in the future. Regardless, it was fine. Claire and Ryan welcomed their second child, a boy named Miles, in the 7th year after their sentencing. Ethan was present for the birth. He hugged his nephew, cried, and called me at 3 a.m., unable to contain his happiness. He's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Send pictures. Sending now. Richard was also there at the hospital, maintaining boundaries, respecting space and making grandpa noises without overstepping. Progress is slow but real. Evelyn was not invited. She did not ask to be. She sent a card and a savings bond via Richard. With love, Grandma. Claire looked at it for a long time before putting it in a drawer. Maybe someday I will tell him about her. Not today. Not today. Fair enough. Valentine's Day came and went in year 11. We were at Marco's as always. The owner was older now with gray hair, slower movements and the same smile. Ah, the young couple not so young anymore. Thanks Marco, I replied dryly but still in love. This is good. This is what matters. We sat in our usual spot and ordered our usual meals. Ethan's phone sat face up and silent, as it always did. 11 years, he answered. 11 Valentine's days, 7 good ones, better than 4 terrible ones. He raised his glass. To Marco, and boundaries, and boring evenings. To boring evenings, I repeated. We ate, talked, and then went home. No drama, no emergencies, and no last-minute disasters. All we needed was each other to create the life we desired, fought for, and deserved. 16 years later, Ethan and I were packing the car for our annual trip to Portland to see Claire, Ryan and their children. Grace was 8 years old now. Miles was 6. Both perfect and wild. My telephone rang, unknown number. I almost didn't respond. Hello? Hi. This is Evelyn, your mother-in-law. Former mother-in-law. I am not sure what. Evelyn. Hi. Pause. I got your number from Richard. I know I shouldn't call without permission, but I wanted. She cleared her throat. To ask you something, and I'll respect whatever response you give. Okay. Grace's birthday is next month. Claire sent me an invitation through Richard, saying I could come if I wanted, if I was up to it. Her voice was different, older and softer. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with that. You and Ethan. I will not come if it makes things difficult. I looked at Ethan as he loaded suitcases. Let me call you back. Give me 1 hour. Of course. Thank you for considering it. Hanging up. I told Ethan. He sat down on the porch stairs. Claire invited her, apparently without informing us. Most likely she wanted to wait until we arrived. What do you think? I don't think it's my call. It is yours and Claire's. He remained quiet for a long time. Call her back. Tell her yes. However, there are certain ground rules. No gifts over $20. No unsupervised time with the children. There will be no discussion of the past unless specifically invited. One wrong move and she's gone. Are you sure? No. But life is too short to hold grudges indefinitely. That does not mean I trust her. This does not imply that we are reunited as family. Just means I'm curious to see if she's actually changed. I called Evelyn back and explained the rules. She quickly agreed, thanked me, and hung up before I could say anything else. That was weird, I told Ethan. Everything about our family is weird. Fair point. Grace's birthday party was chaotic with 8-year-olds, sugar, and a bounce house. Claire appeared tired but happy. Ryan was using the grill. Richard was playing with Miles. Everything is normal. Evelyn arrived with shorter hair and simpler clothes carrying a small wrapped box. She stood in the driveway as if she wasn't sure she was allowed to enter. Claire noticed her and approached. They spoke quietly. Claire hugged her briefly and carefully. Evelyn cried. Silent tears. Not performed. Real. She stayed exactly 2 hours. She spoke with Grace briefly. I handed her the present, a book priced at $15 based on the price sticker she had left on, most likely on purpose to demonstrate that she had followed the rules. She spoke to Ethan for 10 minutes, me for 5, and Richard for 20. She left Claire before the cake was served. How was that? Ryan asked, wrapping his arm around his wife. Surreal but fine. She obeyed. Will she attend Miles's party? We'll see. Take one step at a time. Claire and I talked on the porch that night after the kids went to bed and the adults had wine. I never thought I'd invite her, she said. A year ago, I would have said no way. Definitely not. What changed? Grace asked about her. The whole family is in an old photo. Claire sipped her wine when asked why Grandma Evelyn was missing from recent photos. I tried to explain in kid-friendly terms, but Grace kept asking and wanting to know, and I realized I was making her pay for Evelyn's crimes. Not seeing her grandmother because of events that occurred before she was born. That's generous. It's exhausting, she said. But it's the right level of exhaustion. The kind that comes from trying and giving people, including those who have hurt you, a chance to do better. Do you think she has? I think she's trying. That's all you can ask for. In quiet, we listened to Portland city and everyday sounds. Ethan told me something yesterday, I say. He said grudges are heavy and he's tired of carrying them. Smart man, your husband. He has his moments. Ryan and I are thinking about having a third. Really? Really. We think we can handle 3 kids if we can handle blended family drama. That logic seems flawed. Probably. We're doing it though. Claire and I laughed as we sat there, 2 women who had overcome family dysfunction to create something better, not perfect, but better. That was enough. Final scene. 16 years after the first Valentine's Day disaster, Ethan and I were at Marco's. Where else could we be? Marco retired, but he still stopped by for Valentine's Day. Tradition. Ah, the young couple, now old like me, he laughed at his joke. Still making that joke, I said. Winked. Still funny. Your table is ready. The corner as usual. We ordered with Ethan's phone face up and silent on the table for years. No calls, texts or emergencies, just us. 16 years of Valentine's dinners, choosing each other, and limits that made love possible. Remember year 2? Ethan asked. The mechanic shop. It's hard to forget. I was so upset with you for being suspicious. And I was right. You were. My hand was taken. Thank you. For what? For not leaving when it would have been easier, when most people would have. You're worth it. We're worth it, he said. We built this. Marco's son brought fresh bruschetta which his father made. Ethan raised the glass. To boundaries and boring Valentine's days. It was 2 boring Valentine's days, agree. May we have 40 more. 40 more, he said. All was well as we clinked glasses, ate, chatted, laughed and planned for tomorrow, next week, and next year. Ethan's phone was silent. We build our lives one boring, beautiful Valentine's Day at a time. That was enough. Everything.